If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 101, ch. 99 Black Zetsu's Concerns. Following White Zetsu's account of recent developments, Black Zetsu lapsed into another bout of silence, the contorted curve of his mouth betraying a subtle twitch. At this juncture, he found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the complexity of the situation. On the topic of Uchiha Obito, it appeared that he hadn't fully unlocked his Mangekyo Sharingan. His awakening seemed to have been a brief occurrence aimed at evading a rockslide that could have otherwise crushed him. Black Zetsu, in his quest to identify a suitable heir to carry forth Madara's legacy, had sensed the presence of space-time chakra and consequently intervened to rescue Obito. Unmistakably, there was an awareness within Black Zetsu that this guy harbored a formidable force within him, specifically the capability to wield space-time ninjutsu. Even though his investigations initially portrayed this youngster as an underachiever within Konoha, the extraordinary nature of the Uchiha clan's capabilities was a facet not to be disregarded. After all, even the least formidable among them, once awakened to the Mangekyo Sharingan, underwent a profound surge in power. However, the key to awakening the Mangekyo rested in undergoing profound emotional upheaval. Black Zetsu surmised that the loss of someone dear was the trigger that would ultimately enable Obito to grasp and harness his fullest potential. He perceived Obito as someone brimming with latent potential, mainly due to presence of genuine bonds, an essential trait. Consequently, he issued a directive to White Zetsu, outlining his intention for White Zetsu to intervene and rescue the young Uchiha, Obito, in Madara's name. The ultimate objective was to then deliver Obito into Madara's custody. This was in line with the intricate plan he had meticulously woven for Madara since the beginning. The objective was to identify someone of aptitude, a person capable of inheriting Madara's legacy, which would fulfill the duty in absence of Madara. The overarching scheme was to bide their time, waiting for Madara's eventual return to the fold, thus allowing the culmination of their grand plan. The plan, in its essence, was relatively straightforward. The trajectory involved diverting Madara from his true objectives, a process that entailed the creation of White Zetsu. Subsequently, the plan revolved around patiently waiting for Madara's aging, identifying a suitable heir who could internalize and carry forward Madara's aspirations and perhaps even manipulating Madara into believing that Black Zetsu was an embodiment of his will. Upon Madara's eventual passing, Black Zetsu would assert control over the chosen successor, leveraging this period of freedom from Madara's direct oversight to further advance their scheme. The plan was an intricate tapestry, masterfully woven, carrying the belief that this time, the fulfillment of his ambitions was virtually assured. He harbored the conviction that he would finally reunite with his mother. Initially, the execution of the plan proceeded without significant hitches. Madara, under Black Zetsu's subtle sway, remained steadfast in his conviction that the path to his envisioned peace was incontrovertibly correct. But as time progressed, a shift began to occur. With the reconstruction of the Land of Grass underway, marked by the establishment of a ninja academy, Madara's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. In a surprising twist, the once detached and proud Madara began dispensing profound insights and actively participating in morning classes at the academy. His conversations would occasionally veer into the realm of the eccentric. Although Madara's newfound behavior puzzled Black Zetsu, there was a modicum of relief in the fact that Madara's commitment to his version of peace remained unwavering. The conviction that the world's ills were rooted in the existence of ninjas persisted, and he remained fervently dedicated to the cause of creating a world of genuine peace. Yet, Black Zetsu recognized the need to intervene before things spiraled out of control. He acknowledged that his capacity to manipulate Uchiha Madara was limited, given that he hadn't yet been born as Madara's will. The concern loomed that Madara's unorthodox behavior might lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Black Zetsu resolved to hasten the identification of a suitable successor, hasten Madara's demise, and anticipate the commencement of the ultimate mission. But now, although successor candidate had emerged, the outcome of the further development was truly bewildering. Madara, much to Black Zetsu's astonishment, had taken the youngster under his wing to study. In a display of inexplicable behavior, Madara had tasked Zetsu, who wasn't known for his intellect, with preparing textbooks, pens, and even assigning homework for the young student. The entire situation left Black Zetsu befuddled, questioning the purpose and significance of these actions. Uchiha Madara, a figure poised to bring his version of peace to the ninja world, was inexplicably participating in mundane classes. Moreover, he had roped someone else into this strange endeavor. Black Zetsu couldn't fathom the logic behind Madara's actions. Why was he attending classes that seemed to serve no real purpose? And why was he involving someone else in this bizarre pursuit? Shouldn't he be focusing on his mission and waiting for the opportune moment? Black Zetsu's deepest regret stemmed from his earlier decision, during the establishment of the school overhead, to not immediately relocate White Zetsu and the others. He had presumed that relocating the massive Ten-Tails shell would pose considerable challenges, leading to his inaction. If given the chance to reset the course of events, Black Zetsu resolved that he would have immediately mobilized White Zetsu to bear the weight of the Ten-Tails shell and execute an overnight escape, seeking a new and concealed location. He was prepared to deploy an army of countless White Zetsus if necessary, each one contributing to the monumental task of ferrying Madara to safety. As he ruminated on the peculiar image of an elderly man and a young child immersed in their underground classroom within the cave, with the child eagerly raising a hand to inquire, "Madara-sensei, I have a question." Black Zetsu's expression exhibited a subtle twitch, an involuntary reaction to the absurdity of the situation. Yet, after a contemplative pause, he released a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of his intricate plans. "Let it be. The situation is not completely dire." Uchiha Madara's unshakable belief in ninjas as the root of the world's chaos and the ceaseless conflicts in the ninja world continue to affirm his perspective. The persistent turmoil in this world reinforces his conviction that the world is ailing. As long as this core belief remains unchanged, the eventual outcome will align with his expectations. As for the young kid, he halted momentarily, his gaze becoming more focused. "I will create an opportunity for him to directly witness the darkness pervading the ninja world." As the conversation continued, White Zetsu responded with an impish grin and a nod. "Understood." Until the formal birth of Black Zetsu, the responsibility of overseeing the cave's operations rested on White Zetsu's shoulders. With Madara aging and Zetsu's unreliability, it had become imperative for Black Zetsu to handle these matters. Moreover, apart from attending to Madara's needs, that Zetsu was practically of no use. What meaningful contribution could they expect from that idiot? At that particular moment, White Zetsu appeared to recollect something intriguing. His voice descended to a conspiratorial hush, accompanied by a somewhat devious expression. "Listen up, Black Zetsu, I have something to tell you. While we were out gathering intelligence, that Zetsu, yes, that one, secretly bought snacks for Madara-sama once more. It's evident he isn't taking his responsibilities seriously." Black Zetsu was rendered momentarily speechless by White Zetsu's unexpected shift in tone and topic. Furthermore, White Zetsu continued, his expression taking on an exaggerated sense of disapproval, "I heard that due to him running out of money and losing his job at the factory, he's resorted to scavenging for trash to support Madara-sama. He's quite the stain on the reputation of us White Zetsus." White Zetsu's commentary flowed forth without heed for Black Zetsu's increasingly twitching facial expression. While still attempting to maintain his composure, Black Zetsu observed White Zetsu's unfolding commentary. And to add to that, White Zetsu pressed on, "When Madara-sama's eyes wielder graduated from the Ninja Academy, that Zetsu attempted a secret job interview, can you believe it? He even showed his face to Madara-sama. Moreover, he even nearly got caught red-handed because of that. If it weren't for the relatively limited intellect of the Grass Village's leader, he'd likely have been exposed by now." Black Zetsu experienced a peculiar sensation in his stomach as he absorbed White Zetsu's statements. Due to the distinctive genes of Zetsu, he had been specifically tasked with the oversight of Madara's well-being. Though Zetsu possessed certain mental quirks, stemming from his creation process, his core directive remained unchanged. There was little cause for concern about his loyalty wavering. Nevertheless, the description of White Zetsu's current approach to tending to Uchiha Madara evoked an uncomfortable sense of exasperation. Their intention was for White Zetsu to ensure Madara's care, not to indulge him in such eccentric endeavors. And the idea of collecting trash to support Madara was a ludicrous notion, hardly fitting for their strategy. Did Madara, in his current form, truly require sustenance? Wasn't the nourishment from the Ten-Tails shell sufficient? Black Zetsu felt a twinge of irritation, wondering where this bizarre initiative had originated. Had the meaning behind his instruction to care for Madara been so thoroughly misinterpreted? Black Zetsu mentally lamented the situation. Were it not for Zetsu's particular composition, Black Zetsu would have contemplated sending him back to the God Tree for reconfiguration. Moreover, how many times had White Zetsu almost exposed himself? The first occasion might have been attributed to the Grass Village leader's lack of astuteness. The second instance could potentially be attributed to the Grass Village leader's diminished intellect. Yet, as the list of close calls continued to grow, Black Zetsu couldn't help but ponder whether Zetsu truly perceived the Grass Village as a dumb person. Black Zetsu's expression grew more somber, his tone laced with concern. "I'm growing increasingly suspicious that he might have stumbled upon our existence." His words trailed off, leaving an air of uncertainty. The original White Zetsu appeared unconvinced, scratching his head thoughtfully before responding in an undertone, "I find it highly unlikely. We've managed to remain concealed for over 1,000 years, and Madara-sama is the sole ninja privy to White Zetsu's presence. It's implausible that a mere grass ninja could uncover us. If this hypothetical discovery had taken place, why would he disregard us?" The uncertainty in Black Zetsu's expression didn't fade, and he narrowed his eyes in contemplation. "True, but it wouldn't hurt to assess the situation. We need to confirm if this possibility holds any ground." During their conversation, Black Zetsu's attention seemed to shift toward a figure not far away. The sight before him was unmistakable, a form exhibiting Hashirama-like chakra, bounding with enthusiasm as he collected items strewn about. A bemused twitch tugged at Black Zetsu's lips. "Let's set this aside for now. Our priority is to bring that guy back." "Understood," White Zetsu replied, following Black Zetsu's gaze to the designated figure, comprehending their next course of action. In the early hours of the morning, a radiant sun had yet to fully rise. White Zetsu, already active well before dawn, was engaged in the unusual task of collecting trash, his spirits high as he scoured the surroundings for salvageable items. His circumstances left him with little choice. Having no steady employment, the original White Zetsu and others held him in low regard. With the addition of a young kid to the equation, expenses had surged, forcing him into this menial labor to make ends meet. Fortune appeared to favor him on this particular day. The morning's chill had delayed most people's awakening, implying another profitable day of collecting cast-offs lay ahead. However, his momentum faltered when he noticed the figure of the original White Zetsu approaching. A brief pause of surprise overtook him before he quickly broke into a wide grin. Seemingly amused, he greeted, "Hey there, White Zetsu. What's got you up so early? Could it be that you've also embraced the art of trash collecting?" White Zetsu stood there, momentarily dumbfounded by the words he had just heard. He struggled for a response, his disbelief evident, as he muttered under his breath, "What absurd nonsense!" A flicker of irritation crossed White Zetsu's features, and he retorted with a forced cheerfulness, "Put an end to this trash collecting and return with me." The response he received was one of skepticism. Zetsu's incredulous gaze met White Zetsu's as he posed a counter-question, "You're saying I should stop collecting trash? Are you suddenly volunteering to support me?" White Zetsu's patience wavered at this retort, and annoyance crept into his voice, "Cut the nonsense. Come back immediately, you fool. Weren't you tasked with looking after Madara-sama and that kid? How dare you roam around recklessly?" Zetsu's casual response demonstrated his lack of concern, "There's no issue. That brat was up late studying yesterday, and he's currently enjoying a peaceful slumber. Later, he'll rise for his classes, and with Madara-sama keeping watch, there's little to worry about. Chapter 102, Ch. 100 Madara-sensei? Obito had been grappling with a sense of unease over the last few days. While he was relieved that he managed to survive despite losing half of his body, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that an elderly man had been the one to save him. Not that he had a problem with being saved by an old guy. Being alive was the priority here. He looked forward to the day when he could return as a hero, shocking Rin and even that insufferable Kakashi. Perhaps Rin would even rush into his arms, overjoyed at his unexpected survival. Yet, Obito did hold genuine gratitude towards the elderly man who had used those white people or things to rescue him. But oh, how he wished that the old man wasn't a teacher. Kid. Humph. Get up and go to class. The voice, familiar yet resonating deeply as if it bore into his very core, snapped Obito awake from his slumber, jolting him into complete alertness. He recognized it well, Madara-sensei's genjutsu, or as Obito liked to call it, the genjutsu, wake up. It was as if no matter how deep in sleep he was, hearing that voice was a guaranteed way to snap him back to reality. But as that authoritative voice echoed above him, Obito's eyes welled up with tears as he gazed up at Madara, his voice carrying a touch of pleading, "Madara-sensei, I'm still recovering. I really should take it easy and focus on regaining my strength." This Madara-sensei, for whatever inexplicable reason, had made his abode in this cave and was incredibly stringent. The moment Obito woke, he was thrust into class, complete with the dreaded homework assignments. It was nothing short of infuriating. It was beyond Obito how, even after he had graduated from the Konoha Ninja Academy, ascended to the rank of Chunin, and undertaken successful missions, he was still being subjected to the rigors of education. Recalling his time at the Konoha Ninja Academy, he had been a student just barely scraping by. He dozed off during lectures, and diligently played truant in essence, a textbook slacker. How could he be expected to transform into an earnest scholar in this scenario? Especially when his right arm was yet to make a full recovery. How could he possibly manage the burden of his studies? Silence. Pay attention to the lesson. Uchiha Madara shot him a glance, his expression indifferent. He then closed his eyes, as if engrossed in his morning reading, all the while calmly absorbing the lecture. "I'll be collecting last night's homework later. If you've neglected it, don't expect me to be lenient." Obito could only fall into silence. What other option did he have? With his ears perked up, he earnestly focused on the lesson. Madara-sensei, though somewhat eccentric and strict, was a reasonable person, after all. However, as Obito's ears caught a certain term, "spirit of the new grass," he scratched his head in puzzlement. What's that? Where does it come from? Spirit of the grass? Could it be related to Grass Village? Quiet. Concentrate on the lesson. Madara's reprimanding voice abruptly cut through the air, catching Obito off guard as he realized his attention had wandered. Obito swiftly stuck out his tongue in response, quickly quieting down and refocusing on the lecture. However, it wasn't long before Obito's body tensed up, freezing in place. He murmured to himself, "Some of this sounds quite similar to the will of fire." His words hung in the air only to be met with a slow opening of Madara's eyes. A sneer curled his lips as he snorted with a mixture of scorn and mockery. "Humph, the will of fire." He let out a dry, disdainful laugh before closing his eyes once more. Obito, witnessing Madara-sensei's nonchalant reaction to his mentioning the highly esteemed concept of the will of fire, couldn't help but feel a twitch in his cheek. He retorted, "What's so amusing? You should know that this came from the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage, and is essentially a compilation of ideals from the first and second Hokage." Hat, focus on the lesson," Madara countered with a smirk, instructing Obito to concentrate on the class at hand. "When leaves take flight, fires burn eternally. These flames will continue to illuminate the village and encourage the growth of new leaves. Obito, sensing that Madara-sensei still wasn't taking his words seriously, found himself losing interest in the class. He decided to show off a bit. He tilted his head back a little, as he continued with a smug smile, "I already learned this back in school. Quite impressive, isn't it? The underlying message is that the youth represent the village's future, and the elder generation should trust and support them. Simultaneously, the sacrifices made by the older generation serve as motivation for the youth to become the sturdy foundation of the future. This is the essence of the will of fire. Sacrifices of the older generation, hey? As for whether those old guys are dead or alive, this old man isn't particularly concerned. But you," Madara retorted with a slight smile, "you almost managed to die quite rapidly." Obito couldn't help but look at Madara, his expression nearly speechless as he retorted inwardly, "That was just an accident." Madara's gaze turned back to Obito, his face maintaining an air of calmness. "And by the way," he continued, "did you finish the 8,000 word essay about your vision of peace that you were assigned to write last night?" At this, Obito's earlier stubbornness waned. His expression stiffened, replaced by a sheepish grin. "Class time, class time. We're in class now," he declared in a more serious tone. "Don't disturb me during class, Madara-sensei." A subtle twitch in Madara's mouth hinted at his amusement as he saw Obito suddenly become attentive, all thanks to the mention of unfinished homework. After a while, the morning classes concluded. As Madara closed his eyes to rest, Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him. He let out a sigh and cast his gaze upwards. Was that truly the famed Ninja World village, the grass village? And right then, that weird guy with the spiral-patterned face returned. But there was a noticeable lack of enthusiasm about him. "What's the matter?" Obito asked, his skepticism evident as he observed the downtrodden mood. What had caused this sudden shift in demeanor? "Ugh, don't even ask. I couldn't make a single ryo today," Zetsu replied, his annoyance palpable as he remembered his encounter with the detested white Zetsu. As Zetsu finished sharing his frustration, a realization dawned on Obito. Over the past few days, he had noticed several guys with a similar white appearance like the spiral-faced person. However, unlike the spiral-faced one who seemed to be working to earn a living, the others appeared rather eccentric or just kept wandering off. Obito had noted that the spiral-faced guy had been the one purchasing his books and pens. But now, he appeared to be jobless. Mulling over these thoughts, Obito scratched his head, a sense of awkwardness creeping over him. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "By the way, I haven't asked what you do for a living?" "You head out early each day to work, seems like quite the endeavor." "Picking up trash," Zetsu replied in a casual tone. Hearing this casual response from the spiral-faced guy, Obito's eyes widened, and he was left utterly astonished. His gaze shifted to Madara, who was seated on a stone bench with closed eyes, and then to his own injured arm. Touched by the reality of the situation, his eyes began to well up, and he said, "It's not easy for you to support so many people." Zetsu glanced at Obito, who was looking at him with an unexpected warmth. Baffled by the sudden change in atmosphere, Zetsu scratched his head and replied, "It's fine. Don't worry, once I've recovered," Obito said, his gaze determined as he wiped his teary eyes. "I'll definitely find a way to repay you." Then, his brows furrowed in curiosity, and he turned his attention to Zetsu. "By the way, you mentioned that you don't need to eat or drink, right? But there are still things I want to buy, like snacks for Madara-sensei, and this sound up there." Zetsu gestured upwards, a sense of accomplishment was evident in his voice. "Initially, it wasn't this loud, but I tweaked it with materials, and now it can clearly broadcast sounds from up there. What do you think? Can you hear it better now? They'll be having final exams up there soon. I'll grab a few exam papers for you to attempt. You can even take the test." Obito looked at Zetsu, who was partly responsible for his current struggles, feeling somewhat speechless. He sighed and said, "Thank you." "No need to thank me, just focus on your studies." Zetsu waved his hand, exuding a cheerful demeanor. Rolling his eyes internally, Obito thought sarcastically, "Are you trying to be my mother?" His lips twitched as he sighed emotionally, gazing upwards with a puzzled expression. Softly, he muttered to himself, "I wonder how things are up there? Does anyone even know that I'm still alive?" It's likely that he's still alive, albeit brainwashed by Madara, Akihiko pondered, his brows furrowing as he studied the intelligence report in his hands. He let out a sigh, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. Even after relinquishing control of the Kanabi Bridge, Iwa village even managed and deployed heavy guards, and yet Konoha still found a way to blow it up. Taking a moment to reflect, he casually discarded the intelligence report. After all, the one being deceived was Konoha, not their grass village. There was no need to invest too much concern in this matter. After all, it was highly unlikely that he would undergo a transformation like Nagato, who had been deeply influenced by the spirit of the new grass, leading to a significant shift in his perspective, who do not want the ninja world to experience pain. With these thoughts in mind, Akihiko redirected his attention elsewhere, allowing himself to relax and stretch with a contented yawn. Mumbling to himself, he added, "Next on the agenda is preparing for the year-end." Chapter 103, ch. 100.5 Payday. As the weather turned colder, even amidst the ongoing war, there seemed to be a tacit understanding among the 5 major ninja villages to temporarily ease off the intense large-scale battles during the winter months. The pace of the war appeared to slow down, almost as if a temporary truce had been reached, creating a quiet atmosphere across the ninja world. Yet, this tranquility might have been deceiving, perhaps the calm before an impending storm. It's possible that behind the scenes, the 5 major ninja villages were preparing for something significant. Consequently, the ninja world found itself in an unusual state of quietness during this winter period. Meanwhile, the grass ninja base buzzed with activity on this particular day. Payday had arrived, and unlike customary year-end bonuses, the grass village base's arrangement was unique due to its location in the land of rain. Wages were disbursed only at the end of the year along with the bonuses. Bright and early in the morning, individuals arrived with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, forming a neat line as instructed. Though most of them had been somewhat forcefully brought here, like being rendered unconscious and transported, the promise of stable employment with lodging and meals was already a significant improvement in their circumstances. Little did they anticipate that the words of the grass ninjas were not mere empty promises. As the morning sun cast its rays, the crowd stood in line, their emotions a mixture of hope and unease. In the midst of this scene, Cao Zhao, the one in charge, couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Reflecting on his own past, he saw the familiar expressions of anticipation and apprehension mirrored in the faces before him. Once upon a time, he was in their shoes. In the midst of a desperate hunger, he and his family had journeyed to the land of grass under the guidance of their leader, an uncertain future lying ahead. When that first paycheck was on the horizon, he had felt the same blend of hope and anxiety. Today, he was back in his homeland, serving as the deputy factory manager sent by the grass ninja village. No longer did he need to fret about hunger or cold. A smile played at the corners of Cao Zhao's lips, and his eyes seemed to glimmer with emotion. Adjusting the raincoat and overcoat provided to him by the village, he took a moment to reminisce. The winter in the land of rain was harsh and cold, made even more challenging by the persistent rain. The combination of cold and dampness necessitated careful protection against both elements. Recalling the past, he could picture himself huddled with his wife, Shuko, and their daughter, Ruko, struggling together through the biting cold and empty stomachs. As rain pelted the windows, the family would cling to each other, hoping to endure the harsh winter. His thoughts shifted to his family, and he turned his head to look behind him. A soft, tender smile touched his features as he murmured, Shiko must be on vacation now. They'll likely have an extended holiday. I wonder how Ruko's studies are progressing? The exams should be around this time. Although the village leader had granted him leave to reunite with his family during the holiday period, as one of the heads of the factory, Cao Zhao understood that he couldn't simply abandon his responsibilities. Consequently, he had opted to stay behind, prioritizing his work over his own reunion. He had penned a letter to Shiko and Ruko, entrusting it to the grass ninjas for delivery. He wondered whether his family had received his message. Amidst his thoughts about his loved ones, his assistant by his side interrupted, "Deputy Factory Manager Cao Zhao, it's time. We should begin distributing the pay now." Due to the unique dynamics of the Grass Ninja base, the end-of-year bonus payday distribution lacked the festive air that typically accompanied such events in the Grass Ninja village. The recipients lined up in silence, receiving their pay according to their names. The person in charge explained the upcoming plans, keeping the atmosphere subdued yet orderly. Given the ongoing war, leaving the base was simply out of the question. Yet, few had even entertained the thought. With turmoil prevailing beyond these confines, wars raged on, and even Rain Ninja had sought refuge here. Why would anyone willingly abandon this sanctuary? Only a fool would consider departing. As they looked at the substantial pay in their hands, emotions ran high, and eyes glistened with unshed tears. The money was carefully secured, and held close to their chests, a treasure symbolizing the first substantial income they had received in years. Reflecting on their journey, they considered the improvements they'd witnessed this year: adequate sustenance, new clothing, safety from enemy ninjas, and now a paycheck. This year marked the first time in so long that they didn't have to bear hunger, didn't shiver from the cold, and were presented with a paycheck. Gratitude overflowed in their hearts as they exclaimed with sincerity, "Thank you, Cao Zhao-sama." Cao Zhao, witnessing their appreciation, couldn't help but smile softly, a hint of nostalgia touching his gaze. He had once stood where they now stood, hopeful for a better life. "Thank Leader Akihiko for this, not me," he gently replied, his lips curving with a mixture of sentiment and realization. He understood these sentiments, after all, he had experienced them himself. Furthermore, he continued, his voice projecting respect, "During the next 2 days of your vacation, meals will be provided by the factory. If you wish to make purchases, there's a designated room next door. It's organized by Kakuzu-sama, offering an array of products at reasonable prices. Additionally, I encourage everyone to work diligently in the coming year, aiming for the Outstanding Employee Award." With these announcements and expectations shared, Cao Zhao sensed that the individuals before him were likely eager to retreat to their quarters, where they could privately relish their earnings. He remembered his family, himself, Shiko, and Ruko, eagerly counting their pay in their modest room, and he understood the importance of such moments. Aware of the collective anticipation, Cao Zhao decided it was best not to prolong the event. He turned, hands folded behind his back, and made his way towards the factory, a serene smile adorning his features. When he first arrived at the Grass Ninja base, he had been apprehensive about his new responsibilities, worried about disappointing those who had entrusted him. Yet, as time passed, he recognized that as long as he dedicated himself to his role, higher authorities would ensure that everything fell into place. Gradually, his fear was replaced by a sense of security. Just as Cao Zhao was about to enter the factory, a voice calling his name caught his attention. He halted, mild surprise evident on his face, and turned to the Grass Ninja approaching him. A Grass Ninja? What could they want from him? Could it be a new mission assigned from above? Curiosity piqued, he moved to engage with the individual. In contrast to his initial encounters with the Grass Ninja, Cao Zhao no longer felt fear or dread in their presence. Instead, he met them with a respectful smile, ready to address their request. "How can I assist you, Ninja-sama? Are you Mr. Cao Zhao?" The Grass Ninja inquired, confirming Cao Zhao's identity. "Yes, Cao Zhao affirmed with a nod. Are you acquainted with Ms. Shiko? The grass ninja further inquired, referencing the name on the letter. She's my wife. Is something wrong? Cao Zhao's brows furrowed, concern flickering in his eyes. Has something happened? Don't worry, I have a letter for you. The grass ninja assured him, detecting Cao Zhao's worry. He began searching among the envelopes, his hands sorting through the letters. Cao Zhao realized that the grass ninja must be delivering letters from loved ones back home, an effort that required dedication and care. Cao Zhao offered his signature as the recipient, and the grass ninja handed over the letter. This is your letter. Please sign for it. I need to deliver the next one to someone else. Cao Zhao's gratitude was evident in his smile as he thanked the grass ninja. Your efforts are much appreciated. Thank you for your hard work. The grass ninja chuckled. For us ninjas, it's nothing much. Not much different from regular duties. With that, he departed, moving on to fulfill his mission. As the grass ninja's figure faded into the distance, Cao Zhao stood still, observing until he was out of sight. Lowering his gaze, he examined the envelope bearing Shiko and Ruko's familiar handwriting. A genuine smile couldn't help but grace his lips as he eagerly anticipated the contents of the letter from Shiko and Ruko. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he tore open the envelope with a sense of excitement. Yet, as his eyes scanned the first sentence of the letter, a wave of emotions struck him, leaving him momentarily immobilized. At the letter's outset, he found the words, "Daddy, I miss you." His eyes brimmed with tears, and he quickly rubbed them away, his heart full. He didn't proceed further, instead carefully refolding the letter. Feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation, he decided to retreat to his room, a quiet place where he could fully absorb their words. Unbeknownst to him, a figure in a gas mask had been observing from a distance. This individual had been silently watching the distribution of the factory pay from the very beginning. Chapter 104, ch. 101 Visit Grass Village? Cao Zhao, a civilian hailing from the land of rain, now married and a father to a young daughter, Aso began recounting the information he had gathered at the behest of Hanzo. Presently, his wife and daughter are residing within the confines of the Grass Village, with his wife also engaged in employment for the village. In Grass Village terms, this arrangement falls under the category of a dual-income household. With the data files in hand, Aso delved into the family's circumstances and history. Originally residing close to the battlegrounds in the land of rain, their location had to be abandoned due to the conflict. It appears they were relocated to Grass Village by leader Akihiko during that time. It's likely that Cao Zhao commenced his employment within the Grass Ninja village around the same time. Taking a pause, Aso raised an inquisitive eyebrow before resuming. His dedication and conscientious work ethic earned him the position of deputy factory manager recently. Clearly, he's a remarkably capable individual, Aso remarked with a serious tone, reflecting on the information at hand. I've also come to learn that his daughter is attending the academy within the Grass Village. An undertone of envy was unmistakable in his words. The fact that even the Grass Village boasted an academy was impressive, especially when considering that their rain village lacked such a facility. Moreover, the notion that an ordinary civilian from the land of rain could enjoy such privileges in the Grass Village was both unexpected and intriguing. As Aso finished presenting the information, Hanzo's demeanor remained relatively indifferent. He gave a curt nod, seemingly acknowledging the details. However, once he turned away from Aso and the information, a deep sigh escaped his lips. The fact that numerous individuals from the land of rain had integrated into the land of grass wasn't surprising anymore. Over time, he had become accustomed to this reality. He never thought that even ordinary people were held in high regard within the Grass Village. The Grass Village leader's ambitions and farsightedness were impressive, and it wasn't hard to understand why the Grass Village possessed such formidable strength. Although he had initially come to this area out of mere curiosity about their day off, the scene he had witnessed earlier had left an impression. Happiness, excitement, joy. It was an image that evoked a sense of both calmness and envy. In this contemplative moment, Hanzo's mind wandered to a letter received from Kaha a few days prior. His eyes narrowed, but he promptly dismissed the thought, shaking his head, and resuming his stride forward. The presence of rain ninjas at the gathering today was notably sparse. This was primarily because rain ninjas were typically hired by the Grass Ninja Village, and their compensation was commonly distributed upon completing missions or on a daily basis. Consequently, the festive atmosphere of a payday event wasn't as pronounced among them on this day. Contemplating this, Hanzo looked towards Aso, who was beside him, his expression composed, and inquired, "How are the rain ninjas faring?" "Rain ninjas?" Aso's eyes blinked momentarily before a smile crossed his face, and he responded, "I believe things are going well for them. This year, we've seen an increased number of assignments from the Grass Ninja Village, and with the resources that Kakuzu-san has arranged within the Grass Village base, many have used their earnings to buy food here. With the wages they've received this year, I expect they'll have a decent time for the year-end festivities." Adding with a wry chuckle, he continued, "Interestingly, even those rain ninjas who are usually known for their gloomy demeanor are out there earning their keep. Even Shinda, Leader Sama's trusted aide, is among them. Seems like I'm the only one who's been working tirelessly to keep things running in the Rain Village." When New Year arrived, everyone else seemed to be enjoying fatter wallets, but here I am, still as poor as ever. Aso sighed with a touch of regret. Just a few days ago, when he spotted the Kusa brand heater being sold, he had to clench his teeth and dig into his wallet to make the purchase. It was a necessity, really. The cold was intense. While burning charcoal was an option for warmth, the humid conditions of the Land of Rain made charcoal preparation both costly and troublesome. In his mind, the expenditure of using his own chakras seemed to make more sense. Unlike Hanzo-sama, he wasn't able to receive gifts from the Grass Ninja Village. He also didn't have the luxury of being like the group of rain ninjas who come to work in exchange for year-end gifts on behalf of the Grass Ninjas. He had initially heard that the Kusa brand products wouldn't be available here yet. Thus, he was planning to discreetly acquire one through the Grass Ninja Village's connections. However, he noticed these items were being sold at the Grass Village base recently. Consequently, he had to buy one using his own funds. Ignoring how comfortable it was during this cold season, the heater required just a single infusion of chakra to operate for a full day. Aso let out a sigh, his tone tinged with a mixture of frustration and responsibility. There are even people inquiring about when tasks from the Grass Village will be available. They're growing a bit impatient. Listening to his right-hand man's concerns, Hanzo fell silent once more, his face devoid of emotion. Eventually, he nodded in agreement, his response concise. "Very well, if that's the case." With those words, he resumed his stride, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Aso seemed to be contemplating saying more but opted to sigh lightly instead. He chose silence, walking alongside Hanzo, his gaze fixed on the Grass Village base. As the salaries were distributed and everyone departed, carefully stowing away their earnings and departing with genuine smiles of happiness, Aso's own expression softened into a smile. He observed those earnest and joyful faces, then shifted his gaze back to the leader who continued to move forward with a steady resolve. He recalled Hanzo's words from a few days prior, and a renewed sense of admiration surged within him. Hanzo-sama truly deserved the title of demigod. The one who dared to wage war against the 5 great ninja villages in this expansive ninja realm. However, his thoughts were tinged with a hint of melancholy as he remembered the confidential letter received from Kaha shortly thereafter. The contents of the letter stated that if they united their forces to assault the Grass Village, then Leaf Village aka Kaha, also known as the strongest village, would facilitate negotiations between the Land of Rain and the Fire, Wind, and Earth nations. This had been Hanzo-sama's long-awaited opportunity. For years, it had remained an elusive goal. But now, at this juncture, a glimmer of hope had unexpectedly emerged once more. Yet, a significant disparity exists between their willingness to accept then and now. Why the sudden agreement at this particular moment? What is Konoha's underlying motive? What could be the reason for Konoha's intent to move against the grass village now and classify it as a covert military operation, advising non-disclosure even to the leaf ninja currently engaged in combat nearby? Had they uncovered the secret alliance between the grass and rain villages? Or was it due to the grass village's recent accumulation of substantial resources, prompting them to seek restitution? Considering the 5 great ninja villages, truth be told, had this news arrived half a year ago, he would have been overjoyed. He would have spared no effort in fostering cooperation between their leader and the 5 great ninja villages. However, having spent time within the grass village base and witnessing their autonomous growth, he had come to realize that the 5 great ninja villages could not be counted on entirely either. Even if they formed an alliance with Konoha, it might not necessarily secure lasting peace for the Rain Village. After all, Konoha itself was entrenched in a fierce struggle against the 4 great ninja villages. How could they feasibly arrange negotiations for the Rain Village with the 3 major nations? Observing the composed figure leading the way, Aso couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ever since that particular day, their leader had maintained a silence, avoiding any further mention of the matter. He pondered over what might be occupying the leader's thoughts now. At this juncture, just as Aso was experiencing a moment of introspective sighing, the leader suddenly initiated a conversation. With his countenance unaltered, he inquired, "What have those 3 youngsters been engaged in recently?" Taken aback by the sudden query, Aso swiftly responded, "Konan has been accompanying Kakuzu-san lately. As for Yahiko, he's been addressing the lingering issue from before." A peculiar expression played across his face as he continued to elaborate, the matter that was left unresolved from those times. It seems that due to the necessity of resuming their studies at that time, Yahiko and the others were brought directly back to the grass village. Consequently, the rest of their group was left like aimless wanderers, unsure of their next steps, leading to quite a bit of chaos. Despite the chaos, they still hold steadfast faith in their leader, believing he will bring them the peace they yearn for. That's why Yahiko took Hato and Daisuke to them recently. It appears they are also considering integrating them into the factory for employment, Aso elucidated. The situation was somewhat amusing in retrospect. Those youngsters who had caused quite a commotion in the Land of Rain were still students back then. Yet, considering the circumstances, there was an underlying touch of both sorrow and admiration. As for Nagato, Aso continued, recollecting, after performing the ritual for his father not long ago, he's been lost in his thoughts. Likely, he's engrossed in contemplating ninjutsu. He added as an afterthought, "By the way, I heard they'll be returning to the grass ninja village after a while. They're heading back." Aso's words elicited a nod from Hanzo, who remained lost in his thoughts. Once again, he lapsed into silence, his steps unwavering as he advanced. Observing the leader's reticent demeanor, Aso scratched his head in bewilderment. In recent times, Hanzo had intermittently inquired about the trio. However, even now, he posed no questions, maintaining his quiet stride beside the leader. The rain persisted, carrying with it the chill of the season, yet both Aso and Hanzo disregarded its presence. As rain ninja, they had become acclimated to enduring such conditions. In this manner, they departed from the grass village base, embarking on their journey towards the rain village. They maintained a leisurely pace, their strides deliberate and unhurried, the passage of time uncertain. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance of the rain ninja village. At this juncture, an intuition seemed to stir within Aso, prompting him to cease his steps. He looked up in astonishment at Hanzo, who had also halted beside him. Before Aso could inquire about the reason for this pause, Hanzo's voice cut through the air with a composed demeanor. His gaze was fixed ahead as he spoke without a hint of expression. "What do you think? If I make a request to visit the grass ninja village? Do you think that Guy would grant permission?" Caught off guard by Hanzo's unexpected line of questioning, Aso found himself utterly puzzled and bewildered. Chapter 105, ch. 102 Permission granted. Permission. Permission for what again? Akihiko gazed at the application from the rain village, a perplexed and speechless expression etching across his face. He glanced around at the others, his brow furrowing, and they followed suit, their faces edged with curiosity. In this moment of bewilderment, their collective gaze settled on Aso, the close aide of the revered ninja demigod Hanzo. Akihiko turned to Aso, a mixture of exasperation and anticipation in his voice as he said, "You guys, you're certainly making things quite complicated for me." At Akihiko's words, a shadow flickered in Aso's eyes. To be honest, he had anticipated Akihiko's reaction to not grant the request. In the current state of the ninja world, tensions ran high, and conflicts were rampant. At such a juncture, a proposition for a village leader to visit another ninja village raised significant suspicion. Furthermore, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo, possessed an extraordinarily potent mastery of water style, but his peculiar condition was the dark underbelly of this talent, as he harbored a deadly poison within him. The idea of him visiting the grass village at this moment might easily give rise to suspicions of a sinister motive, perhaps an intent to poison their allies. Despite the aging and the waning of ambitions in their leader, he was still a former ninja demigod, a figure of great repute. Thus, even if the two villages are secretly allies, Akihiko wouldn't be so quick to allow their leader to venture into the grass village during these tense times. However, as someone who had followed the village leader since childhood and now served as his right-hand man and assistant, Aso was bound to carry out any order given by the village leader to the best of his abilities, despite the challenges and suspicions it might bring. Aso bowed deeply, his forehead making a firm thud against the table, a sincere expression on his face. He spoke with earnestness, "Leader Akihiko, please trust Hanzo-sama. He doesn't have any ill intentions. His sole purpose is to visit the grass village. I assure you, he won't pose any threat to them." Pausing briefly, he continued, his tone pleading, "Please also take into account that the Rain Village has been actively cooperating with the grass village during this period. We earnestly hope that you can grant our leader's request. This is not only a plea from our Rain Village but also a vow of cooperation. We are prepared to assist with whatever you may require." Akihiko, however, quickly interjected, "That's not my concern." He shook his head while observing Aso's beseeching expression. "I'm not worried that your leader will cause trouble in the grass village. Since Akihiko himself is in the land of rain, he firmly believes that Hanzo wouldn't dare to stir up any problems, given the potential consequences. No village leader would be reckless enough to jeopardize their own village in such a manner." Akihiko let out a sigh laden with deep concern. "But what about the war? If he leaves, what will happen to it?" The war between grass and rain was still ongoing, and it was a highly intense conflict. The idea of Hanzo departing for the grass village during such a time left Akihiko troubled. Furthermore, he considered the implications of Hanzo's identity. If an unexpected event occurred, how would it be perceived? Would the news spread, leading everyone to believe that a ninja demigod had infiltrated the land of grass, or that the grass village had captured Hanzo? Could this potentially escalate the ongoing conflict? Akihiko also remembered that once winter was over, the rain ninjas on the front lines would return to their roles as grass ninjas. After all, for them, it would be a hard-earned money. As the leader of the rain village, leaving the front lines without a clear reason and embarking on what might seem like an overseas vacation raised concerns about dereliction of duty and irresponsibility. Akihiko further expressed his apprehension, what if something unexpected happens, and he has to step in and take action? What if they can't locate him? This would be seen as neglecting his duty and acting irresponsibly. Aso was rendered momentarily speechless by Akihiko's comments. He had initially assumed that Akihiko's concerns revolved around Hanzo potentially causing trouble in the grass village. Akihiko's different concerns left him at a loss for words. Aso emphasized with utmost seriousness, our leader has stated that during this period, the Rain Village will cooperate with leader Akihiko's actions. Simultaneously, the Land of Rain will also support leader Akihiko. These words left the grass ninjas in the meeting room astounded. They exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with uncertainty. What exactly did this demigod have in mind? In essence, it appeared as though they were granting the grass village free reign within the Land of Rain, and in the context of the ongoing war, this was a significant concession. The Land of Rain, despite its current desolation due to the war, was still a nation. Were they really going to open it up to the grass village like this? Furthermore, if the grass village were to receive support from the Rain village, it would carry a far-reaching significance. However, Akihiko couldn't help but look at Aso with a hint of suspicion, and he deliberated for a moment. Your leader isn't secretly planning to poison the grass village, is he? Akihiko's skepticism stemmed from the extensive concessions being offered. Could there possibly be a hidden agenda behind all this? He knew that the ninja demigod had been quite boastful and had made grand promises in his youth, but over the years, his credibility had significantly waned. He often failed to follow through on his word. In response, Aso, despite the baffling nature of the suspicion, maintained his sincerity and replied, "Our leader has absolutely no ulterior motives. His sole intention is to visit the grass village." Akihiko pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting to Kakuzu, who stood nearby, occasionally furrowing his brow or muttering something about the markets of the Land of Rain. It occurred to Akihiko that with Kakuzu overseeing the situation, any potential issues would likely be averted. With this in mind, Akihiko began to speak, "Kakuzu, if you..." However, before Akihiko could finish his sentence, Kakuzu, who was suddenly called by someone, slowly lifted his head. He looked at Akihiko, his voice calm as he responded, "I have no interest in such mundane matters." Even though Kakuzu said that, he continued, "If you agree, it means, the Rain Village will grant the Grass Village unrestricted access to all its domestic markets, even after the war concludes. This arrangement will be permanent," turning his gaze towards Aso and asking, "When do we depart?" A hushed silence enveloped the room. Kakuzu's blunt response left no room for doubt. Akihiko couldn't help but smile at Aso and said, "Very well. The Grass Village agrees to the Rain Village's proposal. May the bond between our villages remain strong." With that, Aso, brimming with excitement, bowed deeply to express his gratitude to Akihiko. "Thank you, Leader Akihiko," he exclaimed before hurrying to deliver the news to Hanzo. As Aso left, eager to convey the positive news to his own leader, Akihiko let out a sigh and turned his attention to Kakuzu, who was still preoccupied with thoughts of the Rain Village's markets. Addressing Kakuzu, Akihiko remarked, "We'll be relying on you to handle any unexpected situations in the Grass Village." Kakuzu, seemingly uninterested in the conversation, responded curtly, "I'm here for one reason, to make money. Now, it's time to strategize how to accomplish that." He impatiently rose from his seat, headed toward the door, and halted momentarily. Without displaying any emotions, Kakuzu added, "After all, it's just a mere ninja demigod, and the Grass Village is not as vulnerable as you may think, leader." With that, Kakuzu departed, leaving Akihiko somewhat surprised. Yahiko, who had also been present at the meeting, tried to reassure Akihiko with an optimistic tone, patting his chest and saying, "Don't worry, Akihiko-sensei. We have me, Nagato, and Konan. Everything will be fine." However, Akihiko couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. He remarked, "It's precisely because of you three that I'm worried." The trio exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't fathom why Akihiko was concerned. After all, they were highly capable individuals. Akihiko chuckled and playfully ruffled the hair of the three young ninjas. "Don't worry," he said with a grin. "When you get back, think about what you've learned from this meeting and put together a summary report. I'm looking for at least 8,000 words." The trio looked at each other in disbelief. "More assignments?" They protested, "But Akihiko-sensei, we've already graduated." Akihiko winked and replied, "I know you've graduated. This isn't homework, it's a summary report." The three of them were left utterly speechless by Akihiko's response. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, Hanzo, the ninja demigod, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, an air of calmness surrounding him. He appeared to be awaiting something, an anticipation that soon bore fruit. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Hanzo slowly opened his eyes, turning his attention to Aso, who entered the room with visible excitement. Hanzo's brows furrowed slightly, and he inquired with his characteristic calmness, "Did it work?" Aso, brimming with excitement, responded promptly, "Yes, Hanzo-sama. Leader Akihiko has agreed to your request." A faint smile, concealed by his mask, graced Hanzo's lips. His tone carried a touch of satisfaction as he mused, "That man truly possesses a broad perspective." Chapter 106, ch. 103 They are guest. A few days later, the second group of people from the temporary base prepared to depart for the village. This time, there were a significant number of individuals accompanying them. Among them, Hanzo, disguised as a regular villager, was also part of the group, ready to join the main force heading to the grass village. While Hanzo's exact intentions in the grass village remained a mystery, as Kakuzu had pointed out, sending just one Hanzo wouldn't pose any significant threat, and he wouldn't be able to cause trouble easily. Moreover, Kakuzu, along with Uzumaki Yoshinori, would also be stationed in the grass village during this time. Despite Hanzo's claims of being motivated solely by money, his actions showed that he could be relied upon when necessary. As long as there were no betrayals from their side, Kakuzu's reputation was still held in high regard. After giving some stern words to the three young ninjas to complete their summary reports expeditiously, Akihiko's side also got back to their regular duties. Although it was winter and the war between the Rain Village and the Grass Village had momentarily ceased, the vacation period here was over, and everyone had to return to work. Consequently, the Grass Village's temporary base buzzed with activity once more. After receiving their salaries and enjoying a brief respite, the refugees from the Rain Village had developed a significant level of trust in the Grass Village's promises. As a result, the enthusiasm for work among the people was notably high. Akihiko was puzzled as he examined the documents handed to him by Aso. "What's the purpose of this?" he inquired, his brow furrowing with confusion. He couldn't help but wonder why the documents from the Rain Village were now in his possession. Did they have some new request or proposal? Aso seemed prepared for Akihiko's question and replied earnestly, "These documents contain information regarding the distribution of civilian populations in the Land of Rain over the past few years. If Leader Akihiko intends to recruit workers, this information could prove quite useful. It also includes data on the distribution of the major forces in the Land of Rain and about Hanzo-sama's poison defense. To prevent ninja from other villages from infiltrating their territory, Hanzo had implemented a poison barrier near the borders of the Land of Rain. Any ninja from foreign villages who entered the area would be afflicted by this poison and incapacitated. Initially, this barrier had been highly effective, but over time, its effectiveness had waned. Furthermore, in light of peace talks with the 5 major ninja villages, Hanzo had refrained from adding new poisons to the barrier. As a result, it was no longer a significant obstacle for ninjas from other villages. All the major ninja villages and even the black market had developed countermeasures against it. As Akihiko examined the map of the Land of Rain on the table, Aso couldn't help but smile faintly. "This is something that Hanzo-sama wished to offer you," he explained. "Your leader certainly has a broad perspective," Akihiko remarked, somewhat surprised. He continued to scrutinize the map with interest, pondering the potential uses of this information. In comparison to maps obtained from external sources, this one appeared more detailed and included precise markings indicating the distribution of various forces. It not only contained information regarding ninjas from other villages but also detailed the internal factions causing turmoil within the Land of Rain. Following the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, the Rain Village's ability to effectively monitor the Land of Rain had significantly diminished. Combined with the emergence of ambitious individuals and dissidents unhappy with Hanzo's rule, the Land of Rain was currently plagued by both internal and external conflicts. A similar situation had transpired in the Land of Grass during its own tumultuous times, but the Grass Village had taken decisive and ruthless measures to restore order. Those who refused to comply were swiftly dealt with, and even certain remaining nobles had met their end. This occurred during the later stages of the Second Ninja War, a period when the 5 major ninja villages were preoccupied with their preparations for the next conflict and paid little heed to a relatively minor ninja village. Consequently, the Grass Village had been able to discreetly stabilize the Land of Grass. As Akihiko continued to study the map, Aso sighed with a hint of sadness. After all these years of war, the population in the Land of Rain has significantly decreased, and many areas are nearly deserted. Aso directed his gaze earnestly toward Akihiko. Those who have survived are also enduring immense suffering, grappling with hunger and the bitter cold. If leader Akihiko. However, before Aso could finish his plea, Akihiko interjected with a raised brow and a stern tone. Stop! He pointed outside the window. Our factory is only so large. Even with the mining and sewer construction work, we can't accommodate so many people. Akihiko had been wondering why the Rain Village was being so generous, sharing such a precious map and information. Now he understood that they were waiting for him to make this offer. In the current state of chaos within the Land of Rain, he had no interest in getting involved. This time in the Land of Rain, his main objective was to divert attention from the 5 major ninja villages and continue with his plan to kidnap and recruit people, and extract resources. After the war concluded, he planned to return with a group of workers to continue supporting the Land of Grass's development. As for the Land of Rain's yearning for peace, it was theirs to have. Once the war ended, and with the chaos in the 5 major ninja villages, the Rain Village could seize the opportunity to implement Nagato's policy from the original future. They could completely blockade the Land of Rain, prohibiting any ninja from entering or leaving in an attempt to achieve peace. However, this strategy came with its downsides. It would severely impede the Land of Rain's development. Historically, the Rain Village's income was singularly dependent on assassination missions for revenue. Following the blockade, missions had to be taken from external sources. In the original future, mercenary organizations like the Akatsuki had accepted missions from various nations to earn money, with a portion going to support the Rain Village. But now, the Akatsuki had practically become a laughingstock, leaving few who would support the Land of Rain. Akihiko leaned back in his chair, pondering for a moment. He knew that the situation in the Land of Rain was dire, but he couldn't afford to divert too many resources from the Land of Grass. The development of his own village was of utmost importance. If we expand production and create new opportunities, we can provide more job openings. But for the time being, let's set that aside, Akihiko said, lowering his tone slightly as he observed Aso, whose expression shifted from hopeful to disappointed. Seeing Aso's disappointment, he continued, certainly, the Grass Village and the Rain Village are allies now, akin to brothers. Aso's spirits were immediately lifted by this statement. Leader Akihiko, if you have any requests, please don't hesitate to let me know. During this period, the Rain Village is fully committed to cooperating with the Grass Village. We can arrange family-based recruitment here, essentially ensuring that one member from each family can work within a smaller region, Akihiko suggested with a wry smile. We may not be able to provide meals, but they can utilize their earnings from work to purchase the food their families require. Is that possible? Aso was initially taken aback as he asked in amazement, his mind trying to process the unexpected change in Akihiko's stance. However, as his initial shock subsided, excitement and gratitude quickly overtook him. Thank you, Leader Akihiko! He exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Akihiko continued, we will need assistance from the Rain Village to establish accommodations for some of the workers. The Rain Village will wholeheartedly support Leader Akioko's plans. Aso replied earnestly without hesitation. Then, let's give it a try, Akioko responded, somewhat surprised by the swift and enthusiastic agreement. Observing Aso's eagerness to make preparations, Akioko rubbed his chin thoughtfully and inquired with a hint of skepticism, "What is your leader truly planning?" Aso's expression momentarily stiffened, but he responded earnestly, "Our leader has no hidden agenda. He genuinely seeks a path to peace for the land of rain." As Aso spoke, he noticed Akioko's persistent curiosity. Remembering something of importance, he quickly added, "Oh, Hanzo-sama asked me to deliver this to you before he departed." Akioko was momentarily puzzled as he looked at the letter in Aso's hand. However, he didn't press for more information about Hanzo's intentions. After all, he believed that an aging ninja demigod in a crippled rain village couldn't pose a significant threat to the current grass ninja village. Doubtfully, he asked, "A letter? From your leader?" Aso shook his head and clarified, "No, it's a letter from Kaha. They sent it to the rain village." From Kaha? Akioko accepted the letter from Aso, his curiosity piqued, and proceeded to open it. After reading its contents, he looked at Aso with a perplexed expression. "You're declining this offer?" he exclaimed suddenly, and continued, "This is an opportunity from Kaha to assist the Rain Village in negotiations with the three major nations. And you're rejecting it?" "Since we've chosen to cooperate with Leader Akioko, we have agreed to reject Kaha's offer directly," Aso affirmed resolutely. "In comparison to the 5 major ninja villages, we place greater trust in Leader Akioko." Akioko was momentarily touched by the trust they had in him. However, as he contemplated something, he asked, "How do you plan to respond to Kaha's offer?" "I'll draft a letter to formally decline Kaha's offer," Aso replied, preparing to take his leave. "I apologize for the inconvenience, Leader Akioko." As Aso made his way to exit, Akioko halted him once more, a sly grin forming on his face. "Wait." Aso looked back with a puzzled expression, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Leader Akioko, is there something else?" Akioko chuckled and responded, "You see, the other side has good intentions. You can't just reject them outright, it might hurt their feelings." Aso blinked in confusion and hesitated before providing a clearer explanation. "Leader Akioko, Kaha offered to collaborate with the Rain Village in attacking the Grass Village." Akioko dismissed it casually, saying, "Oh, that's not a big deal. After all, anyone who visits us is considered a guest." Aso's expression became even more perplexed at Akioko's unexpected response. Chapter 107, ch. 104 10 million. Few days later, in Kaha, in a hidden underground room, Danzo furrowed his brow as he looked at the root ninja before him, his voice calm and controlled. "So, there's been no response from the Rain Village?" The root ninja before Danzo bowed respectfully and replied, "I apologize, Lord Danzo. There has been no response from the Rain Village so far. We have not received any communication from them." Danzo's brow furrowed even deeper. This lack of response troubled him. Ever since he had delivered the secret message to the Rain Village, he had been patiently awaiting their reply. Danzo wasn't overly concerned about them rejecting his proposal. After all, the Land of Rain was currently in a state of chaos. The leader of the Rain Village, the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, had expressed a strong desire to negotiate with the 5 major nations. Would the Rain Village dare to refuse him, especially when he was acting under the banner of Kaha? Even though he hadn't explicitly consulted Hiruzen, Danzo believed that he was doing what was best for Kaha. As the shadowy figure within Kaha, Danzo held significant influence, and if Hanzo sought a meeting with the 5 great ninja villages, Danzo was the one who could facilitate it. But it had been several days since the message had been sent, and there had been no response. Danzo considered various possibilities, including the intensity of the ongoing war between the Grass and Rain villages or the interception of the letter. "Danzo, well aware of the ongoing conflict between the grass and rain villages, hadn't expected the relatively small grass village to stand toe-to-toe with the rain village, especially considering they had the formidable demigod Hanzo, albeit past his prime. It seemed that the new leader of the grass village was proving to be a challenging opponent. He continued to ponder these possibilities until another root ninja rushed into the chamber and knelt before him. With great respect in his tone, the ninja reported, "Lord Danzo, we have received a response from the rain village." Danzo, though somewhat dissatisfied with the delay, accepted the letter from the ninja and carefully unfolded it. As his eyes scanned the opening lines, which confirmed the rain village's acceptance of the offer, a small, satisfied smirk crept onto his face. Danzo, despite his initial displeasure at the delay, accepted the letter from the ninja and carefully unfolded it. His eyes scanned the initial lines, which indicated that the rain village had indeed accepted the offer. A small, satisfied smile curled at the corner of his lips. Indeed, it was unlikely that the rain village would reject such an offer, especially if they desired to restore peace to the land of rain. To achieve this goal, they had little choice but to rely on Danzo's influence. However, as he continued reading, he encountered a section of the text that raised his eyebrows with intrigue. "Esteemed Kaha, renowned as the guardian of peace in the ninja world. I have long heard of your village's commitment to upholding peace throughout the ninja world. Kaha, the largest and most influential ninja village, has consistently dedicated itself to preserving the harmony among ninja nations. It has extended its helping hand to protect the interests of smaller ninja villages and fostered cooperative relationships with other shinobi nations. Let us unite to safeguard the peace of the ninja world. Upon receiving your letter, I was overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions: fear, astonishment, anxiety, and hope. The ongoing conflicts have left the land of rain in a state of exhaustion, plagued by internal strife and causing immense suffering to our people. Witnessing the tragic events unfolding in our homeland has been a personal torment for me as its leader. Each time I see the human suffering in the land of rain, I bear the weight of their anguish and grieve deeply. The grass village, fueled by ambition and greed, declared war on our already beleaguered rain village during these tumultuous times, exacerbating our dire circumstances. However, the rain village's strength is waning, and I, Hanzo, formerly known as the demigod, am growing old. Despite our best efforts, the grass village, propelled by their rapacious aspirations and formidable shinobi, has forced us into retreat. Today, with the unexpected alliance offered by Kaha, I believe we can expel the grass village and ultimately bring peace to the land of rain. However, you must be aware that the grass village, while not on par with the 5 major ninja villages, possesses a well-equipped force. Their leader is a formidable shinobi, equal in strength to myself. I implore you not to underestimate them. If Kaha can deploy a ninja force to support us and join in the assault on the grass village, we stand a better chance of securing their defeat." Danzo paused, his thoughts swirling as he considered the situation and the peculiar nature of Hanzo's letter. He couldn't help but wonder if Hanzo from the rain village always composed such emotionally charged messages. Danzo examined the letter in his hand, his face betraying a range of emotions. The prospect of sending a ninja force to support the hidden rain village was simply unfeasible. Danzo knew that this operation was not sanctioned by Hiruzen, the Hokage. Given Kaha's current alliance with the grass village, launching an attack on another minor village, especially with the 4 major villages watching closely, was out of the question. This was not the time to provoke unnecessary conflicts. However, it was evident that the rain village took the threat posed by the grass village very seriously. Danzo began to consider that the new leader of the grass village might indeed be a formidable adversary. He sighed and muttered to himself, "It seems that this grass village leader is not to be underestimated. Certainly, it's no easy feat to endure against the rain village for so long. However, no matter how capable they may be, sending a large number of ninja is simply unfeasible. If Hanzo had personally led the mission and still failed to subdue the grass village, how could he hope to negotiate with the 5 major ninja villages? This Hanzo may just be all talk, Danzo concluded with a shake of his head. Danzo was about to dispose of the letter when he noticed there was more written on the back. The final part of the letter, written on the back, piqued his curiosity. He continued reading. However, I understand that the situation is incredibly complex. The 4 major ninja villages have shown little concern for the principles of ninja morality, initiating a war against Konoha, and disrupting the peace of the ninja world. While Konoha is certainly not fearful of these 4 major villages, they might not have the luxury of spare manpower to assist the Rain village when confronted with such an assault. After deep reflection, I have come to the realization that the root of the Rain village's issues is poverty. Had we possessed the resources and equipment comparable to the Grass village, we would not have fallen into such dire circumstances. Thus, the Rain village would not have suffered defeat, and I, as the esteemed demigod of the ninja world, would not face defeat either. Henceforth, all we require is a mere 10 million ryo to purchase the vestments and inner armor from the Grass Ninja village, significantly enhancing the capabilities of our Rain Ninja. Once we secure these invaluable resources, the Rain village will be fully prepared to welcome your support. Together, we have the potential to shift the tides of battle and expel the Grass village. Danzo was stunned as he read the contents of the letter. The tone had shifted dramatically, from a plea for assistance to a bizarre request for money to purchase the vest and inner armor of the Grass Ninja village. He couldn't help but feel a mixture of disbelief and frustration. What in the world is this? Danzo muttered to himself, clearly exasperated. He reread the last lines of the letter, trying to make sense of it. The request for 10 million ryo to buy equipment from the Grass Ninja village seemed utterly absurd and out of place. He knew that the Rain village had suffered greatly during the ongoing conflict with the Grass village, but this request was beyond unconventional. It left Danzo deeply perplexed. After a few moments of contemplation, Danzo couldn't contain his frustration any longer and burst out, "Damn it! What the hell is going on here?" Meanwhile, in the land of Rain, Aso, one of demigod Hanzo's most loyal aides, observed the Grass village leader with a mix of amazement and bewilderment. He thought that the plan to hire Rain village ninjas to stage a fake fight with their own village was already extreme. Little did he know that the Grass village leader had even grander schemes, inviting their enemies to engage in battle with them. To make matters more audacious, they intended to cheat their enemies of their money. Aso couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "I've witnessed many things in my time, but this surpasses them all." It's now clear why the entire ninja world holds such dislike for the Grass village. However, he had one question that remained in his mind, "Leader Akihiko, do you truly believe that Konoha will consider agreeing to this?" Akihiko, the Grass village's leader, casually shrugged. "Whether they agree or not is of no consequence. If they acquiesce, we benefit financially. If they decline, we lose nothing. Our focus remains on our own affairs, and we leave the 5 major villages to manage their own issues." Aso nodded in agreement and then turned to gaze at the new establishment before him, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Finally, they had secured a new base capable of accommodating a significant number of people. He quietly pondered, "I wonder how Hanzo-sama is faring." Chapter 108, ch. 105 Hanzo's Visit. "At least we're finally here," grumbled a voice, dripping with irritation. "This delay is entirely your fault, Lord Hanzo. You wasted so much time wandering around. If someone didn't know better, they might think you were collecting intelligence on the Grass village." As the words hung in the air, Hanzo of the Salamander, also known as Demigod, turned his emotionless gaze toward the speaker, Yahiko. He replied with an air of calm, "And who's to say I wasn't gathering intelligence?" He paid little heed to Yahiko's grumbling, instead focusing on the neat and well-maintained gates of the hidden Grass village. His masked eyes were filled with a complex array of emotions. The Grass village was situated relatively close to the Rain village, and Hanzo had opted for a slightly slower route to gain a first-hand understanding of the real situation of the land of Grass. The journey had not been in vain, it had even exceeded his expectations. Given the swindlings done by the grass village in the past, it was quite astonishing that just a few years later, there were no evident signs of turmoil. The roads were wide, the houses stood clean and neat, and the smiles worn by grass village civilians were genuine. Though the lingering effects of the ninja war were still apparent, coupled with the vigilant security of the grass ninja, an overall atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. To the casual observer, there were no telltale signs of the once warlike nature that had plagued the village. At that moment, an elderly figure strolled toward them. It was none other than Yoshinori, the elder of the grass village, who had been anticipating their arrival. Upon seeing the figure, the three young ninjas immediately relaxed and waved their hands in greeting. "Elder Yoshinori!" they exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, you three are here? Where's Kakuzu?" Yoshinori inquired with a hearty laugh as he approached them. After arriving at the village, Kakuzu-senpai left, saying he still had to make money, and asked us to accompany Lord Hanzo, Konan replied, recalling Kakuzu's departure to tend to his financial affairs. "It's true that Kakuzu just left the matter to you like this? All right, you kids should return and rest. Leave this to me." Uzumaki Yoshinori nodded kindly. He had already received a letter from their leader, so even though he was curious about why the Rain Village's leader was in the Grass Village at this time, he was prepared for the leader of the Rain Village visits the Grass Village. "Long time no see, Lord Hanzo. I will be your host during your stay," Yoshinori greeted warmly. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement and then glanced at Yahiko, who had let out a sigh of relief and walked away. Despite the friendly facade, Hanzo was well aware that the Grass Village's hospitality also served as a form of surveillance. However, he didn't mind. His identity was clear, and even if he went to the strongest village, Konoha, they wouldn't allow him to act freely. "Do you require any rest, Lord Hanzo?" Yoshinori inquired. Normally, Miobuki would handle these matters as he was more experienced, but since he was currently in the Land of Rain, Yoshinori had taken on the responsibility for now. Moreover, Akihiko had made it clear to them that Hanzo's visit was primarily for observation, and he wasn't expected to engage in any particular activities. Thus, it didn't seem like a particularly demanding task. "No, I'm not tired yet. I'll take a walk around for now," Hanzo replied calmly, his masked eyes revealing a hint of complexity. "It's early, and I'd like to explore a bit." "In that case, please, Lord Hanzo, feel free to wander," Yoshinori said, gesturing for him to proceed. While the Grass Village had recently experienced a brief respite as many workers took a break due to the snowfall, it was now getting busy again. Moreover, Grass Village couldn't afford to be too lax when the leader of another village was visiting. They couldn't risk tarnishing the reputation of the Land of Grass. As they strolled together, Hanzo's gaze swept over the clean and orderly village, and his sense of complexity deepened. Although the ninja war and the presence of the grass ninjas had created an undercurrent of tension, the overall atmosphere was surprisingly peaceful. It was hard to believe that this was the same Land of Grass that had caused so much trouble in the past. Eventually, they reached the heart of the Grass Village, which was now blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Due to the wintry weather, the streets were mostly deserted. Hanzo couldn't help but notice the warm smiles on the villagers' faces as they went about their business, wrapped in cozy coats. Even the presence of ninjas didn't appear to disturb their tranquility. Such smiles were only possible in an environment of peace and trust, a stark contrast to the Rain Village where civilians lived in constant fear, anxiety, and distress. The mere sight of a ninja would send shivers down their spines. Hanzo remained silent, letting the snowflakes fall upon him as he observed the Grass Village's civilians who didn't have to endure the pangs of hunger and cold. His expression held a sense of hesitation, and he let out a deep sigh as said, "It hasn't been long since the Land of Grass began its reconstruction." He could vividly recall the dire state of the Land of Grass years ago, a land marked by hunger, cold, and despair. It had been a harsh place, much like other small nations, if not worse. Almost 10 years now, Yoshinori replied, recalling the information he had received. Akihiko had been barely 16 years old when he first embarked on his mission to end the turmoil in the Land of Grass. Now, almost a decade later, the results were evident. Moreover, it had been a little over 7 to 8 years since serious reconstruction efforts had begun. It's truly remarkable. In less than a decade, the Land of Grass not only recovered but has become even more prosperous than before. It has rekindled the spirit of its people, Hanzo continued, his gaze sweeping the surroundings as he murmured, these well-maintained streets, orderly houses, and the genuine smiles on people's faces, you can't fake any of this. As Hanzo's words settled, Yoshinori couldn't help but smile, responding with an admiring tone, this is all thanks to our leader's guidance. His eyes seemed to drift into memories as he continued, when the Land of Grass began its reconstruction, our leader devised a 5-year plan, with a focus on improving people's lives, fostering development, and promoting progress. Although it was initially termed a 5-year plan, it has continued uninterrupted to this day, with unwavering momentum. He let out a nostalgic sigh, regrettably, I missed the crucial first meeting that laid the foundation for it. A 5-year plan. Hanzo pondered, falling into a contemplative silence. Memories of his own ambitious past resurfaced. He remembered the time when he had risen to become a demigod in the ninja world, not long before he declared war against the 5 great ninja villages in pursuit of making the Land of Rain the 6th major village. However, after defeating the Land of Iron and subsequently facing the combined might of the major nations, the Rain village had ultimately been defeated. Even now, he yearned for an opportunity to engage in negotiations, but he never dared to provoke the 5 great ninja villages again. Was it because of his age? Fear? Perhaps both? Hanzo let out a deep sigh, lost in his thoughts. Where did I go wrong? Yoshinori's words diverted the conversation away from Hanzo's contemplation. Let's not dwell on that. Up ahead is the Grass Village's factory, which is quite similar to the one in the Rain Village, so I believe there's nothing particularly interesting for Lord Hanzo there. He then pointed to the side. And over there is the Grass Village's academy. It's the hope of the Grass Village. Even if the Grass Village faces difficulties, the children there won't be sent to the battlefield unless it's absolutely necessary. As our leader says, the Land of Grass hasn't been destroyed yet, so what are these kids doing on the battlefield? Our leader truly has an exceptionally broad vision. He values not only the ninjas but every citizen of the Land of Grass. That's why the Uzumaki clan, the Shinoite clan, and the Yuki clan were welcomed and integrated into this village. Hanzo remained silent, pondering Yoshinori's words. A broad vision, hey. There was a time when he believed he possessed such vision as well. As they continued walking, Hanzo gazed up at the impressive academy building in the distance. It was both grand and aesthetically pleasing. The future of the Grass Village. Moreover, the presence of heavily guarded Grass Village ninjas around the academy made it clear that the village placed significant emphasis on education. Hanzo sighed once more, admitting, I am truly lacking. Even in this village, at this crucial time, they have dispatched so many ninjas to protect this place. I can feel the Grass Village's dedication to children and education. However, at this point, Yoshinori's expression twitched slightly, and he hesitated before explaining, ordinarily, we wouldn't have sent so many ninjas. Today is just a special occasion, the final exams at the academy. We were worried about potential disruptions during the children's exams, so that's why we sent so many ninjas today. Chapter 109, ch. 106 Exams. Hanzo's visit to the Land of Grass was more than just an inspection of its development, it was also a search for his own past ideals. Once upon a time, he had been a visionary leader of the Rain Village, but now he couldn't help but question where he had gone astray. Upon hearing about the Grass Village's academy exams, Hanzo hesitated briefly. He didn't immediately express his desire to visit the academy but instead continued to follow Yoshinori, his steps involuntarily slowing down. As he gazed upon the land of grass, so different from the land of rain, with its genuine smiles on people's faces and the vast expanse of white snow, he couldn't help but feel envious of the tranquility that enveloped this place. Meanwhile, in another part of the land of grass, exams were in full swing at the academy. However, beneath the academy building, a nervous exchange student named Obito found himself in a rather unique situation. He was sitting in an exam room beneath the Grass Village's academy, surrounded by a group of white Zetsu, who were there to invigilate. Obito, quivering with anxiety, glanced around at the numerous white Zetsu surrounding him, unsure of what to make of the situation. The sight was rather intimidating for him, with 10 white Zetsu standing guard around him, even one positioned above his head. Obito couldn't help but feel overwhelmed and wondered why this level of supervision was necessary. After all, he was the only student in the room, and importantly, he couldn't fathom why he, as a Konoha ninja, needed to take an exam from the Grass Village. Feeling a bit anxious, Obito raised his hand, trying to get the attention of Madara-sensei, who was present but seemed to be dozing off. He cleared his throat and spoke in a cautious tone, "Madara-sensei, is it really necessary to have so many invigilators? I'm Obito of the Uchiha clan, and I assure you, I'm always honest and trustworthy. I have no intention of cheating." Inwardly, Obito couldn't help but question the need for this level of supervision. He was the only student taking the exam, so it seemed excessive. Besides, his arm was still recovering, and he wasn't in the best condition to write. Couldn't he simply skip the exam? Obito's attempt to negotiate with Madara-sensei about the number of invigilators was met with a stern response. Madara opened his eyes slowly, giving Obito a look that clearly communicated, "Don't bother me," and said firmly, "Shut up and start the exam." Obito could only let out a quiet sigh of resignation, as he murmured inwardly, "It seemed that Madara-sensei is in no mood for leniency." As the exam began, Zetsu, responsible for overseeing the examination, distributed the prepared exam papers. They mainly consisted of written exams. As Obito was already a ninja, there was no need for practical ninja arts or physical exams. Therefore, the examination consisted solely of written questions. The 10 white Zetsu overseeing the exam followed strict security measures to ensure that the papers were distributed with the utmost care, checking them thoroughly before handing them to Obito. They seemed determined to ensure the exam's security and integrity. As Zetsu handed the exam papers to Obito, he leaned in and whispered, "Obito, I bought these blank sheets with the money earned from scavenging trash, and I meticulously copied the exam questions by hand. So, make good use of them." It was clear that the Grass Village took exam security very seriously, going to great lengths to prevent cheating or unauthorized access to the exam materials. Therefore, Zetsu had no choice but to manually copy the exam questions personally for Obito. As Obito received the exam papers from Zetsu and expressed his gratitude, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved by the effort that had gone into preparing them. He whispered his thanks to the bastard Zetsu, who had played a crucial role in making this exam possible. With trembling hands, he accepted the papers, and the exam officially began. However, as he filled out the exam, Obito couldn't help but reflect on how he, a ninja from Konoha, had ended up in the land of grass taking their exams. It was a far cry from the life he had imagined for himself. He wondered when he would be able to leave this place and return to his home village. As time passed, Obito, who had only recently started his studies abroad, struggled with the exam. He found the Applied Ninja Arts section particularly challenging. Questions like one would need to bleed and heal at the same time, or one would need to calculate the time and amount of healing, left him perplexed. The concept of throwing shuriken at distances like 800 meters seemed completely foreign to him. He couldn't help but question whether such things were really a concern for ninjas. Obito sat at the desk, his head in his hands, staring at the exam paper before him. The tremors in his hand holding the pen were a reflection of his inner turmoil. The questions on the paper seemed like a foreign language to him, and he couldn't figure out how to answer them. In frustration, he began to skip question after question, feeling lost and defeated. However, as he was looking through the questions and skipping it, he suddenly stopped because he came across a question that piqued his interest. It was a scenario involving the detonation of the Kanabi Bridge by Konoha ninjas to reverse the course of a war. The question asked whether these ninjas could safely escape the blast radius, given certain parameters. For a moment, Obito's heart swelled with excitement. This was a question he knew the answer to, a question that related to his own experiences. But as he read the words Kanabi Bridge, a wave of nostalgia and longing washed over him. Memories of his comrades, Kakashi and Rin, flooded his mind. His initial excitement waned as he found himself lost in thoughts. He couldn't help but utter softly, almost as if speaking to himself, "I wonder how Kakashi and Rin are faring these days. Do they ever think about me?" But that moment of reflection only fueled his determination. As an Uchiha, he wouldn't be defeated by a mere exam, no matter how challenging. He was Obito Uchiha, and he was going to find a way to escape from this place, no matter what it took. Soon, the exam concluded. For Obito, it was a relatively swift affair, given his fewer subjects and his liking for skipping questions resulting in quick responses. Speaking of which, unlike the academy students who had to wait anxiously for their results at home, here, the exams were graded immediately. The chief examiner, Madara-sensei, personally oversaw the grading process. Obito couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anxiety as he watched Madara-sensei grade his paper right before him. As a student, he had a pretty good idea of how he had performed, and it only added to his unease, since it wasn't good. After what felt like an eternity, Madara stopped grading and remained ominously silent. Obito, with an uneasy smile, cautiously inquired, "Madara-sensei, how did I do?" In response, Madara snorted coldly, his eyes piercing into Obito's as he slammed his hand on the table. He declared, "You're the worst student I've ever seen." Obito was left utterly speechless by Madara's declaration. Inside his mind, he couldn't help but think, "You must be kidding, right? Zetsu said I was the first student here. That means you've only met me. There's no need for you to exaggerate it." As the sun had set and the day's exams had come to an end above ground, Yoshinori, leading Hanzo, returned to the academy area once more. There wasn't much choice in terms of accommodation for Hanzo, it was arranged in this vicinity. This area had more ninjas around, making it easier to supervise. Speaking of which, due to Hanzo's slow pace during the tour and Yoshinori's lack of understanding regarding the purpose of Hanzo's visit to the grass village, their exploration of the village was rather casual. "Let's conclude our exploration for today. It's getting late, and I believe Lord Hanzo should rest," Yoshinori suggested with a warm smile. While the grass village may be smaller than the rain village, it offers its own charm, even though it's quieter in winter. In a few days, we'll celebrate the new year, and the village will come alive. I wonder if leader Hanzo will still be here to witness it. Hanzo nodded in agreement, "You've shown me plenty, there's no need to worry." He observed the children leaving the academy, their joyful laughter filling the air as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sight of the white snow, the children, and their smiles left a sense of nostalgia in Hanzo. "Such a beautiful scene," he murmured, a longing expression crossing his face. Yoshinori's pride was evident as he heard Hanzo's words, but he quickly refocused. "In any case, let me escort you to your accommodations, Lord Hanzo." Chapter 110, ch. 107 Credibility. The passage of time was marked by the arrival and departure of the new year. Winter's icy grip gradually loosened, making way for milder weather. However, the respite from the war was short-lived. After a relatively quiet winter, the 5 major ninja villages were once again embroiled in intense conflict. The war had been brewing since the start of the year, and it seemed that, during the quiet winter months, the major villages had been plotting and gathering their strength. As winter waned, they wasted no time in launching their offensives. The Cloud Village, despite the loss of their third Reikage, did not falter. The new fourth Reikage, A, and his brother Killer B, who possessed the Eight Tails, emerged as formidable leaders. They achieved victories against numerous Sand and Stone Village ninjas, firmly establishing the Cloud Village's dominance. Strangely, the war with the Leaf Village appeared to have somewhat subsided. On the other hand, the Mist Village, possibly in an attempt to compensate for their earlier losses, redirected their aggression towards the Sand Village. The tides of war were in constant flux, and no one could predict its next turn. As Hanzo received news of the shifting dynamics in the ongoing war, secluded within the confines of the Grass Village, he couldn't help but release a weary sigh, his head shaking with a touch of resignation. He gently set aside the intelligence report that had reached his desk. His stay in the Grass Village had extended over a considerable period. Throughout this time, he had borne witness to a multitude of transformations within the village, shifts in the workforce, progress in construction, and even the evolution of the village's younger generation. Hanzo had engaged in conversations with the three children he had encountered earlier, observed the ordinary individuals who had relocated from the Rain Village to work in the Grass Village, and learned about the night classes organized by the Grass Village. These experiences had etched a profound impression upon him. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge once more the remarkable vision of the Grass Village's leader. A person of great scope and magnanimity. As Hanzo's thoughts continued to linger, he let out a protracted sigh before reaching out for a letter that had been conspicuously placed on his desk. This letter had been dispatched to him from the Rain Village via the intermediary of the Grass Village. In this period, both the Grass Village and the Rain Village established a practice of exchanging letters through various means. These communications often took the form of ninjas passing between the two villages or individuals traveling back and forth. An intriguing aspect of this arrangement was that even common villagers could correspond with their relatives or friends in the opposing village, all without incurring any fees for their messages. The atmosphere during these occasions was undeniably vibrant. Notably, both factories and the academy granted their workers and students a day off, allowing them the precious time to compose letters to their cherished ones. Just a few days prior, Aso, from the Rain Village, had employed this very method to send a letter. During this bustling time, Hanzo had also witnessed the manager of the Rain Village's factory, accompanied by his wife and daughter, partaking in this communal exchange. The young girl was remarkably well-mannered and endearing, and he had heard reports of her exceptional academic performance. Yet, Hanzo can't forget they were originally from the Rain Village. Although these thoughts stirred within him, Hanzo's outward demeanor remained inscrutable. He directed his composed gaze towards the letter that now rested in his grasp and proceeded to unfold it, bending over slightly to peruse its contents with meticulous attention. Hanzo-sama, it has been some time since your departure. We in the village find ourselves missing your presence greatly. Reading these words, a slight, almost imperceptible smile graced Hanzo's lips. He continued to scan the letter, eyes fixed upon its contents. Some months ago, leader Akihiko, under the alias of Hanzo-sama, composed a letter directed to Kaha. It was a remarkable piece of correspondence, one that left a lasting impression upon me. However, despite the passage of several months, we have yet to receive any response from Kaha. At that juncture, I couldn't help but feel a mixture of regret and relief. After all, it was a substantial offer, and perhaps it is for the best. The true nature of the 5 great ninja villages has been revealed to us. If they are unwilling to place this degree of trust in us, how can we hope for the Rain Village to achieve peace? Hanzo continued to read the letter in silence, contemplating the Grass Village leader's diplomatic maneuverings. They had certainly demonstrated an impressive level of finesse in their dealings. However, a sense of complexity filled his mind. It was clear that despite their diplomatic efforts, Kaha had not extended their trust to the Rain Village. This realization left Hanzo with a heavy sigh. However, a few days ago, a member of Kaha's root organization suddenly delivered a substantial sum of money. They conveyed that Konoha was unable to spare additional manpower and requested that the Rain Village take the lead in launching an aggressive assault on the Grass Village. Regardless of the losses incurred, they pledged to honor their agreement with the Rain Village after the conflict. Hanzo's gaze remained steady as he processed this information. Yet, I recall leader Akihiko's contemptuous words in response to this proposition. He remarked, if Konoha were capable of negotiating with the 5 great ninja villages, they would not have allowed the 4 great ninja villages to corner them in this manner. Hanzo mused on the Grass Village leader's perspective, appreciating the complexity of the situation. To be honest, this unforeseen turn of events left me both surprised and disheartened. It appears that Konoha does not hold our Rain Village in high regard. Why else would they opt for secret means, utilizing root ninjas rather than their official shinobi, to deliver the monetary assistance? Nonetheless, upon receiving this substantial sum of 10 million, everyone here rejoiced. Furthermore, I have heard that Konoha is currently struggling with a severe shortage of manpower. They have even deployed the Uchiha clan, who have long remained inactive. It appears that this war is proving to be exceptionally brutal for them. As Hanzo read further into the letter, his emotions continued to fluctuate beneath his mask. Enough of this, how is the leader doing in the Grass Village? The last letter didn't explain clearly. Everyone is worried about the leader, the letter inquired, expressing the villagers' concerns. Hanzo couldn't help but be touched by the genuine care and concern of his people. He remained silent for a moment before resuming his reading. Please remember, Hanzo-sama, no matter what, you are our leader. A warm smile touched Hanzo's lips, hidden behind his mask. It was a reassurance he needed, a reminder of his duty and his role in the hidden Rain Village. The letter went on to provide updates on the village and its transformation under leader Akihiko's guidance. As for the village, leader, don't worry. Everyone is doing well. I have to say, that leader Akihiko has a vision far beyond ordinary people. He can always see things from different angles. The Grass Village leader's vision and approach seemed to have left a deep impression on Aso. Hanzo also couldn't help but admire the leader of the Grass Village, Akihiko, for his foresight. During this time, leader Akihiko has made some changes to the Rain Village and used part of that 10 million to greatly improve the village's environment. Furthermore, the situation in the Rain Village is getting better. Leader Akihiko has opened a new industrial base. While it can't cover the entire Rain Village, for now, most of the civilians nearby can be assured of employment. At least, they won't have to continue suffering from hunger and cold. Hanzo nodded in understanding as he read this part of the letter. Akihiko's dedication to improving not just his own village but also making positive changes in the Rain Village was indeed commendable. Secretly, leader, I feel like I've seen the future of a peaceful Rain Village looking at the smiles on everyone's faces during this time. Of course, perhaps I'm just daydreaming. Leader, please take it as a joke. Hanzo couldn't help but appreciate the optimism in these words. It was a testament to the resilience and hope of his people. The vision of a prosperous and peaceful Rain Village was something he had strived for throughout his leadership. Finally, everyone sends their regards to the leader. We are all waiting for the Hanzo-sama's return. These words warmed Hanzo's heart. The longing of his people was a powerful reminder of his duty as their leader. Oh, by the way, leader Akihiko is very dissatisfied and asked when you are coming back. The snow has melted, and the fake fight is about to begin. If you don't come back, how can he continue the performance? Let me remind you to come back soon. Haha, Hanzo's laughter rang through the room. With a final sigh and a glance at the wall clock, Hanzo knew he couldn't linger, so he carefully placed the letter in his drawer. He murmured while smiling, in a while, I plan to observe the spring planting in the Grass Village. But for now, sorry I can't leave. Haha. Meanwhile, Grass Village's Akihiko regarded Hanzo's assistant, Aso, with a perplexed expression and inquired, is your leader returning or not? It's been quite a while now. Are we proceeding with the plan or not? I've already dispatched a letter to our leader, Aso responded apologetically. Our leader assured me it would be soon, very soon. Furthermore, Hanzo-sama has entrusted the matter to you, leader Akihiko, with the assurance of full cooperation from the Rain Village. Akihiko wore a wry smile as he retorted, is this really a matter of cooperation? We've already received their funds and utilized them all. In a matter of days, Konoha's representatives will be here. If your leader doesn't return in time, how do we proceed with the act? You see, we've already accepted their financial support. Failing to follow through would be a blow to our credibility. Aso observed Akihiko's somewhat agitated demeanor with a quizzical expression, his inner thoughts reflecting his bewilderment. Credibility? Leader Akihiko, do you genuinely believe anyone places faith in that concept anymore? Chapter 111, ch. 108 When will Hanzo return? After departing from the grass village base, Aso wore a somber expression. He was well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding their leader in the grass village. Sometimes he received letters from their leader, while at other times, he gleaned information from contacts in the grass village. However, he couldn't help but wonder whether their leader had truly made a firm decision. Aso shook his head, let out a deep sigh, adjusted his attire, and made his way back to the Rain Village. At present, he was clad in the green work uniform of the grass village. It was remarkable how comfortable this attire was, fashioned from materials akin to those used for ninja vests. Consequently, it not only boasted durability but also offered breathability and a snug fit against the body, a welcome feature in the Rain Village's perpetually wet climate. Although winter was drawing to a close, the early spring days were still a tad chilly, but the weather would gradually grow warmer. As Aso strolled through the industrial district, a gentle smile graced his lips. He observed residents walking to their workplaces in small groups, engaged in friendly conversations along the way. In these people, these Rain Village citizens, he found a sense of belonging. Here, they could now lead peaceful lives. The everyday tranquility made him contemplate whether the Rain Village was finally on the road to lasting peace. However, deep down, Aso recognized that this idyllic scene was confined to this region alone. In other areas of the Rain Village ravaged by the ongoing war, chaos continued to hold sway. This semblance of peace might prove ephemeral once the conflicts ceased. Ironically, Aso mused, it was possible for peace to simply end after this war's conclusion. Drawing from his experiences accompanying leader Akihiko during this period, he suspected that his presence here was primarily part of a recruitment drive. When the time came, he along others might simply depart. Aso-sama! Aso-sama! Several citizens greeted Aso as he made his way through the area. Hello, everyone, Aso replied, his attention returning to the present moment. He smiled and nodded in response to the greetings. It's getting late, let's head to work. Having spent considerable time in the industrial district, Aso had become familiar to many of the residents in this area, leading to their friendly greetings. He found this sense of familiarity quite pleasant. As they prepared to head to work, Aso addressed them with encouragement, saying, let's all give it our best today. Of course, we value our jobs greatly. We won't let Aso-sama down. Well then, Aso-sama, we're off to work, one of the citizens replied with a nod, then joined the others heading to their workplaces. Take care on your way, and be sure to have a good meal, you need the energy, Aso bid them farewell with a smile and a wave as they headed off to their duties. Then, he noticed a child tugging at his pants. The young one was also attired in a scaled-down hidden grass village work uniform. Aso squatted down, a curious expression on his face, and asked the child, is there something you need? Aso-sama, is the Rain Village going to have peace? The child's innocent question caught Aso by surprise. He blinked at the child, noting the rosy cheeks that indicated the child had been doing well during this time. Everyone says that the Rain Village is going to have peace. Aso, though momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a gentle smile. He affectionately ruffled the child's head, choosing to maintain the hope for peace rather than revealing the complexities of their situation. With a reassuring smile, he replied, "Yes, the Rain Village will definitely have peace." The child's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "Can I go to school when that happens, like other kids?" Aso could tell that the child had likely heard about these possibilities from the first group of workers sent to the grass village. While the opportunity for ordinary Rain Village citizens to attend the Grass Village's academy was a reality for those who worked diligently, it didn't necessarily apply to the second batch, like this child. However, seeing the hope in the child's eyes, Aso nodded and assured him, "Yes, you'll be able to attend the academy too." The child's joy was palpable, and his face lit up. He bounced away towards the distance, exclaiming, "That's fantastic, I'll tell everyone about this." Aso continued to smile, watching the child's figure disappear into the distance. However, as the child moved away, Aso couldn't help but sigh with a mix of emotions. He stood up and shook his head, a sense of resignation weighing on him. Concerning the academy, many Rain Village residents have inquired about it. However, given the current fragile state of the Rain Village, making such plans was nearly impossible. After all, even the precarious peace they currently enjoyed couldn't be guaranteed to last. At that moment, Aso had a distinct feeling that he was being observed. He halted in his tracks, sensing a presence nearby. Turning his gaze, he spotted a bald man nearby. After a brief pause, he decided to acknowledge the man with a polite nod before resuming his path toward the Rain Village. Like everyone else, he too longed for peace, but, speaking of which, when would their leader return? Thinking of the spring planting preparations in the grass village, Aso couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be if something like that could take place in the land of rain. However, the constant rain that plagued their village year-round quickly brought him back to reality. Shaking his head at the notion, he continued on his path. As Aso moved away, the bald man named Daisuke turned his head and regarded the construction site with a nonchalant expression. He commented, "The drainage system in this area needs proper arrangements. Work diligently, and if I receive complaints later, don't blame me for being strict." Having said his piece, he cast his gaze toward the distant Rain Village, a faint smile tugging at his lips. He, too, hoped that the tranquility they were currently experiencing would persist in the land of rain. Akihiko stretched lazily, feeling the weight of the responsibilities that had piled up lately. The preparations for spring planting in the grass village and the upcoming war between the grass and rain villages had kept him occupied. He found it quite surprising that Aso often sought his advice on matters related to the rain village. It left him wondering about Hanzo's intentions in granting him such authority over the rain village. However, as he considered the situation, Akihiko realized that once the war ended, he might have the opportunity to bring many people with him from the rain village. This could also involve mining the remaining resources in the rain village, which the grass village was in need of. Yoshinori had already approached them, emphasizing the importance of minerals for their ongoing experiments, especially concerning the lightning car. The grass village was on the brink of entering a crucial phase in the development of this technology, and a significant supply of minerals was required. Moreover, Akihiko couldn't help but entertain the notion that once the war concluded, the attention of the 5 great ninja villages might shift towards the grass village. Their actions, such as selling equipment to the other villages and staging fake battles with the rain village, could be seen as unethical. If this were to be exposed, it could lead to the 5 great ninja villages taking action against their village, given the losses they had suffered while the grass village seemed to thrive. Akihiko's thoughts churned as he considered the potential consequences of the grass village's actions. The idea of forming an alliance with the rain village to mitigate pressure from the 5 great ninja villages had crossed his mind. After all, the rain village had grown accustomed to facing adversity from these powerful entities and might be an ally worth having. However, he couldn't help but wonder about Hanzo's thoughts on the matter. It appeared that the rain village was also exploring the possibility of forming an alliance with the grass village, as evidenced by their decision to disclose information about Konoha. This alliance-seeking behavior was puzzling, especially considering the Rain Village's recent peculiar actions, such as Aso's frequent visits to the Grass Village. Akihiko mused that if he didn't know better, he might mistake Aso for his own assistant due to his diligence and competence, which far exceeded that of Miyabuki. In any case, let's urge Aso to expedite Hanzo's return, otherwise, our performance could be jeopardized, he contemplated aloud. He was growing impatient with Hanzo's prolonged absence. He considered the intricate plot they were weaving and how they were approaching a pivotal moment. Hanzo's departure at this juncture was disrupting their carefully orchestrated act. As someone with a keen eye for professionalism, Akihiko couldn't help but criticize Hanzo's apparent lack of commitment to their shared goals. In the Grass Village, Hanzo sneered as he gazed at the three youngsters before him. "You little rascals had better show some respect. Trust me, in no time, your leader will be begging me to return. If you keep up with this attitude, do you really think I won't consider settling down here?" As Hanzo uttered these words, the three youngsters fell into a stunned silence. They couldn't help but wonder if this was really the renowned demigod of the ninja world they knew. His shameless behavior had certainly caught them off guard. Chapter 112, ch. 109 Hanzo Prisoned. As Hanzo observed the three young ones who were staring at him with a mix of curiosity and amazement, he couldn't help but feel a tad embarrassed, offering them an awkward smile. In truth, this whole situation was just an accident. The morning weather had been quite pleasant, and it appeared that the Grass Village was gearing up for spring planting. Intrigued, he had decided to pay a visit, only to stumble upon the bustling scene of people preparing for the planting season. He found himself unexpectedly moved by the sight. What truly touched him was the fact that some of the grass ninjas had willingly joined in to assist with the planting, volunteering their labor without expecting any payment in return. Every spring, a group of freshly graduated ninja apprentices would come here to lend their hands, all as part of a long-standing tradition. The Grass Village's residents didn't need to worry about hiring labor, these young ninjas were there to help. Upon seeing the grass ninjas toiling in the fields, an impulse had welled up within Hanzo. As a demigod of the ninja world, he didn't hesitate to join in. He employed his remarkable water release techniques to contribute to the effort, engaging alongside everyone else in the farming tasks. In his mind, the more hands, the better. He even summoned his summoning beast, Ibus, thinking it might prove useful in the endeavor. As Hanzo summoned Ibus for farming, he anticipated that the sight of his summoning beast might strike awe or curiosity among the villagers. Given that most of the people present were ordinary villagers unaccustomed to such remarkable creatures, a degree of fear was reasonable. He was already preparing to reassure them, about to call out, "There's no need to be frightened. This is just my summoning beast." However, to his surprise, rather than expressions of awe or fear, what followed was sheer panic. Many individuals rushed over in a frantic frenzy, their faces contorted with alarm as they exclaimed, "Don't use that, stop using it for farming. Quickly, inform the guard unit that someone is causing trouble again." The situation spiraled into chaos in a matter of moments. Perplexed by this unexpected turn of events, Hanzo assumed that the villagers were frightened by Ibus's immense form, a reaction he could comprehend. But the commotion continued, with panicked voices spreading like wildfire. In response, Ibus, already somewhat uneasy due to the sudden change in environment, the sunny weather devoid of rain, and the unfamiliar surroundings, coupled with the clamor of people around him, involuntarily emitted a resounding belch. What occurred next sent the situation spiraling further into chaos. Ibus, being an enormous salamander, released a significant amount of poison. Not a single person in the vicinity was equipped with a gas mask like Hanzo. While Ibus could control the dispersal of his poison to some extent, for ordinary individuals, even the poison discharged during his belch was potent enough to cause severe reactions. People in proximity immediately collapsed, their mouths foaming. Seeing this sudden and dire scene, some of the recently graduated grass ninjas grew alarmed. They rushed to encircle Hanzo, under the misconception that he had brought Ibus to launch an attack. Thus, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Yahiko shook his head with an odd expression as he gazed at Hanzo. Once, there was another guy like you who tried to slack off and summoned his summoning beast directly, he began, recalling the past. And, just like you, he messed everything up. Although his case wasn't as bad as yours, but tisk tisk, he still ended up in jail. Hanzo couldn't help but feel perplexed as he listened to Yahiko's account of a similar incident involving another individual who had summoned a summoning beast while slacking off. It seemed he wasn't the first to make such a blunder. His brow furrowed slightly, and he inquired, what happened to that person afterward? Yahiko, with a sigh and a shake of his head, responded, well, like I mentioned, he ended up in jail. But don't fret, he was eventually released. Although your situation seems quite dire, at least no one lost their life. He went on to explain that during that time, the person in question likely covered some medical expenses and spent a few extra days behind bars, but ultimately, that marked the extent of their punishment. Hanzo, realizing the gravity of the situation, raised an emphatic point, but I am an ally of the grass village. Do I truly need to go to jail for this? Yahiko, however, remained unperturbed by Hanzo's status and stated matter-of-factly, at that time, Kaha was also an ally of our grass village. His response conveyed that one's status as an ally didn't exempt one from the consequences of their actions. However, as Yahiko mentioned the involvement of someone from Kaha, Hanzo's expression underwent an immediate shift. The mention of Kaha raised questions in his mind. Who from Kaha had been arrested for a similar incident? Hanzo's mind immediately turned to the rare and powerful summoning creatures. There were only a few of them in the entire ninja world. In Kaha, only a handful of people possessed such abilities. Could it be that the three he had given to Kaha's son were involved? One of them got arrested too? His face stiffened as he contemplated this new development. I remember your leader told me to go back, Hanzo said, trying to shift the focus away from himself. I heard there were many matters at the front lines that needed my attention. But before he could make his exit, a deep and commanding voice intervened, Hanzo of the Salamander, please stay. The three youngsters exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mixture of resignation and sympathy. One of them sighed, Lord Hanzo, it appears you won't be getting away with just a small fine. Hanzo turned back to see Kakuzu approaching with an expressionless face. Various emotions crossed Hanzo's face, and he let out a resigned sigh. Several days later, Akihiko, wearing a deadpan expression, held a letter in his hand. He raised his head and glanced at Aso, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Your leader seems to be having quite the adventure in the grass village. Akihiko couldn't help but find the situation rather amusing. Their leader had pulled a stunt similar to Jiraiya, disrupting the spring planting season. Well, now he had been caught and was going to be fined. Aso responded with an awkward chuckle, unsure of how to address the situation. He found it somewhat unbelievable that their leader would engage in such behavior. Fortunately, it seemed like it was more of an accident than a deliberate act of provocation, sparing them from a potential conflict with the grass village. Hanzo-sama, he simply wanted to help. We're truly sorry for this accident, Aso attempted to explain, but in the end, he sighed and offered his apologies. Akihiko responded with a hint of impatience in his voice, very well, pay the fine and arrange for his return as soon as possible. As the leader of the grass village, Akihiko hadn't returned to his village in a significant amount of time, and he couldn't fathom how Hanzo, despite his stature as a leader of Rain Village, had managed to stay in the grass village for so long. Akihiko couldn't help but wonder who was truly the leader of Grass Village, him or Hanzo. Akihiko then turned his attention from Hanzo's incident to another piece of information and was immediately taken aback. Aso, noticing Akihiko's sudden shock, couldn't help but wonder what had caused such a reaction. He read the information on the report, Kirigakure has captured a young kunoichi from Konohagakure. However, this information didn't seem to have any direct relevance to the grass or rain villages. So, why was Akihiko so stunned? Leader Akihiko, what's wrong? Aso asked curiously, his confusion evident. He couldn't grasp why this particular piece of information had caused such a reaction from Akihiko. Akihiko, still somewhat dazed, replied, "Oh, it's nothing." He then shot a slightly annoyed look at Aso, who had been reading the information over his shoulder. Akihiko sighed and continued, "It's just, the war is ending soon." Aso's expression became even more confused at this sudden declaration. He couldn't see the connection between the intelligence about the captured kunoichi and the broader implications for the war. "Never mind the details," Akihiko dismissed, waving his hand. He didn't elaborate further and instead conveyed a clear message to Aso, "Let your leader return immediately." In early spring, Kirigakure launched a sudden full-scale attack on Konohagakure. However, their initial assault didn't yield the expected results, and they found themselves at a disadvantage. In an effort to regain the upper hand, Kirigakure devised a risky plan: capture the surviving heroes from the Battle of the Konobe Bridge to use as bait and lure Konoha into a trap. Unfortunately for Kirigakure, their plan didn't unfold as intended. Instead of capturing the hero they sought, they only managed to apprehend a young girl from the hero's team. The actual hero remained elusive, and the situation grew increasingly dire for Kirigakure. Meanwhile, completely unaware of his teammates' predicament, Obito continued his studies under the watchful eye of Madara. Since his failure in the last exam, Madara had increased the complexity and intensity of Obito's study materials. Obito couldn't quite understand why, as a Konoha ninja, he was learning these subjects. Nevertheless, he chose to take his studies seriously. After all, Madara had saved his life, and he figured that maybe Madara was such a strict teacher because he had missed out on studying when he was younger and regretted it. Or perhaps, he simply enjoyed teaching. Obito decided to go along with it. As Obito sighed and prepared to refocus on his studies, an unexpected visitor burst into the room, their presence startling him. "Obito, Obito! I've acquired some critical information. It appears that your companions are in grave danger." Obito's eyes widened in alarm, and his pen slipped from his grasp. He jumped to his feet, his heart pounding with anxiety. What happened to Kakashi and Rin? No, I must go and rescue them immediately. He was about to rush out and prepare for their rescue when Madara, who had been observing the scene in silence, slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a calm yet stern tone. "Kid, are you planning to leave right now?" Chapter 113, ch. 110 To meet Akihiko? Madara-sensei, Obito started, addressing Madara, who appeared frail yet wise. He then glanced at White Zetsu, who had played an unexpected role in supporting his education, unsure of how to broach the matter. While Obito couldn't comprehend why Madara had chosen to hide in the grass village and eavesdrop on classes, he was acutely aware of the considerable favor Madara had shown him. Moreover, Zetsu had taken on the humble role of a garbage collector to ensure he could continue his education. Now, with his decision to leave, Obito felt a profound sense of indebtedness. He feared that once he departed, it might be a long while before he could repay them adequately. "Madara-sensei," Obito began hesitantly, "I know I owe both you and White Zetsu a lot. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me. But my friends are in danger, and I can't just sit idly by. I have to try to save them." Madara responded calmly, his eyes half-lidded as he spoke. "Kid, your body isn't fully healed yet. Do you honestly believe you're in a condition to rescue your friends? Be a responsible student and stay in class. Remember the will of fire you believe in? Your teacher or even your Hokage may come to their rescue." For a moment, Obito seemed at a loss for words, his emotions tangled within him. But he soon regained his composure and declared firmly, "Even if I don't know if Minato-sensei or the Hokage will come, I'll do whatever it takes to rescue my friends. With unwavering resolve, he clenched his somewhat weakened fist, summoning the strength of his convictions. Obito then brought up a memory from his past, addressing Madara with a mix of earnestness and humor. Madara-sensei, do you recall the time you made me write an essay titled Peace in My Heart? I only wrote about wanting to marry Rin, and it wasn't even 800 words. You gave me a 0 for it. He paused, taking a deep breath, and continued with heartfelt sincerity. But now, I want to tell you something. Peace in my heart is being together with everyone, with Minato-sensei, with Rin, and with that idiot and bastard Kakashi. I want to live happily together with everyone. That's the peace in my heart. His words resonated through the entire cave, filling it with the gravity of his conviction. A profound silence enveloped the group. Then, after a pause, Zetsu weakly raised his hand and interjected, that's not even 800 words. The entire group turned their heads to look at Zetsu, including White Zetsu, who wore a somewhat exasperated expression. It was clear that Obito's declaration had been heartfelt, but the comment about the word count ruined the mood. Obito's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Madara, his silent plea for permission evident in his expression. Madara-sensei, he implored, may I go now? I'm ready to leave. Madara's response was typically composed, his voice carrying a hint of indifference. He murmured. Take that idiot with you, and don't disturb my sleep. A warm smile broke across Obito's face as he nodded, filled with gratitude. Thank you, Madara-sensei, he said earnestly. With Madara's approval, Zetsu attached himself to Obito, and Obito swiftly acquired a weapon from the wall and changed into a fresh set of clothes. However, before departing, Obito paused and glanced back at the slumbering Madara, a profound sense of thankfulness in his eyes. Thank you, Madara-sensei. Despite your strictness, these have been the happiest times for me. Thank you for your guidance. I'll come back to visit you. With those heartfelt words, Obito brushed away a tear and strode out with unwavering determination. He encountered no hindrances along the way due to some unexpected changes and quickly made his way outside. White Zetsu's original body stood there, torn between the unfolding events. He had been aware of the initial plan, devised by Black Zetsu in secret, but Obito's actions had taken an unexpected turn. What should he do now, especially given Madara's unusual reaction? Observing Madara's calm demeanor, White Zetsu couldn't help but shiver slightly, sensing something unusual in the air. But he couldn't ignore his curiosity and finally broke the silence, chuckling nervously, hee, that guy is truly fearless. I never anticipated he'd go this far. After a brief pause, he continued, but Madara-sama, what about our plan? Should we just let him leave like this? Madara regarded White Zetsu with his characteristic detached gaze and replied, he will return. One day, he will come to understand the true nature of peace. As long as there are ninjas, war will persist in this world, and true peace will remain elusive. So, he will come back here, to attend classes. Madara-sama, is that the primary concern here? What about our plan, your substitute? White Zetsu arched an eyebrow and regarded Madara, preparing to voice his concerns. However, Madara interjected before he could continue, saying, White Zetsu. Instantly, White Zetsu was brought back to the present moment. He offered a wide grin and inquired, what can I do for you, Madara-sama? I wish to meet the leader of the grass village, Madara stated, his eyes initially showing a hint of confusion, but quickly solidifying with determination. Arrange a meeting with him for me. What? White Zetsu was taken aback. Madara wanted to meet the leader of the grass village? He hesitated for a moment, then added, but Madara-sama, he appears to be exceptionally formidable. Humph, don't worry, I'm not dead yet, Madara snorted and cast a brief look at White Zetsu, bring him here. You should know. I need him for my eyes to awaken truly. Besides, you've already been exposed. Did you really think that someone who can end a war in one country and manipulate the 5 great nations is a fool? I must meet him, even if the plan is exposed. His eyes started to turn red, resembling spinning crimson windmills. I can still control him. With that, he began coughing violently, which startled White Zetsu's original body. Madara-sama, please don't use your powers. Your body can't handle the Mangekyo Sharingan right now. I'll bring him to you. I promise. I'll bring him back. He understood the critical role Madara played in their plan. After offering his assurance, White Zetsu melted into the ground without waiting for Madara's reply. Madara, meanwhile, gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After a while, he sighed, "Peace." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, and the cave once again descended into silence. White Zetsu wore a look of helplessness as he regarded Black Zetsu. What should we do now? The original plan had been meticulously constructed, but suddenly, it couldn't keep pace with the unfolding changes, leaving him rather frustrated. Still, did they truly have no choice but to bring that guy here? He couldn't help but feel that the grass village leader wasn't a person of good character. Well, if Madara desires to meet him, then let's arrange it, Black Zetsu responded with a somewhat resigned expression. Besides, as Madara mentioned, I also suspect that this man may have detected our presence. What other options did they have? They were both at a loss. Black Zetsu had yet to be formally born, and he had initially assumed that this guidance would lead Obito into darkness. Subsequently, as Madara's will, Black Zetsu would emerge. However, it now appeared that a minor unforeseen event had transpired, and Madara had allowed Obito to leave easily. With a heavy sigh and a mixture of emotions, Black Zetsu said, "If only I had convinced you to move the God Tree's shell elsewhere back then." As he contemplated their predicament, Black Zetsu couldn't help but feel a pang of longing for his mother, Kage. He silently asked for guidance from her in his heart. After Black Zetsu's words hung in the air, White Zetsu let out a strange chuckle, not entirely comprehending the gravity of the situation. "So, shall I proceed with the invitation?" "Go ahead, but remember not to reveal my identity or our plan. If that man refuses, just return and report to Madara. He will find a solution," Black Zetsu instructed before departing once more. White Zetsu let out a resigned sigh as he melted into the earth, pondering with some trepidation, will that man really agree to come? However, when White Zetsu arrived at the Rain headquarters in the grass village, the scene before him exceeded his expectations. "Sure, why not?" Akihiko, the leader of the grass village, warmly shook White Zetsu's hand and flashed a friendly smile. "When do we depart?" White Zetsu was left momentarily dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel flustered by how readily this man had agreed. He had anticipated some resistance or at least hesitation. Instead, Akihiko seemed all too eager to cooperate. As he stood there, White Zetsu's original body couldn't help but send a mental plea to Black Zetsu, wondering how to handle this unexpected turn of events. "Black Zetsu, what do we do now? This guy seems way too eager to agree. I have a bad feeling about this. Are we bringing a big problem upon ourselves?" Chapter 114, ch. 111 Akihiko, sure, why not? A little earlier, Akihiko, who had been immersed in his day's work at the base camp, was taking a brief break while contemplating the impending major battle between the Grass and Rain villages. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ears. "Do you desire to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you seek to uncover the truths of the ninja world? Are you yearning to truly exist within reality?" Akihiko's eyebrows twitched upon hearing these profound questions. He promptly looked down and noticed a partially buried white figure on the ground. It was White Zetsu, appearing quite earnest. However, Akihiko couldn't help but wonder why White Zetsu was here. Wasn't he supposed to be with Black Zetsu, discreetly guiding Obito toward darkness in the midst of the battle between the Mist and Leaf villages. That had been the plan, allowing them to patiently await Madara's departure and execute their world-altering scheme. So why had White Zetsu appeared here? And what was the purpose of recruiting him for something? Akihiko remained uncertain as to why Uchiha Madara wished to meet him. Nevertheless, he considered it a small matter. After all, was it not within his capability to confront an elderly man teetering on the brink of life? Even if he couldn't triumph, surely he could disengage that life support tube from the shell? Furthermore, instead of continuously dealing with these troublemakers, why not join forces with them? With this in mind, he reached a decision. Akihiko regarded White Zetsu with a stern expression. When are we departing? I'm eager to see our base. Is there a direct route? Can we expect to return tonight? We have a substantial amount of work awaiting us here. Nevertheless, White Zetsu's query appeared somewhat peculiar. Do you have a clear understanding of what we do? Akihiko nodded with enthusiasm. I believe I do. From your words, I sense that this is an organization dedicated to harmony and cooperation. Everyone collaborates to establish peace. It must be a noble and grand ideal. This organization sounds truly remarkable. White Zetsu blinked in confusion and hesitated before responding. Had he ever mentioned anything about an organization? In truth, there was no such organization. However, Akihiko disregarded the confusion and continued, so, if members of this organization encounter any difficulties, the organization will undoubtedly be eager and ready to provide assistance, without expecting any compensation, correct? White Zetsu raised an eyebrow. What are you trying to imply? Akihiko waved his hand dismissively. That's not important. So, when are we departing? I'm eager to join. Then, with a hint of suspicion, he added, by the way, if I happen to encounter any minor difficulties, everyone will surely lend a helping hand, won't they? White Zetsu hesitated for a moment before nodding, yes, they will. White Zetsu couldn't help but wonder if this was the right decision. He had a nagging feeling that Akihiko might be taking advantage of the situation. Could it be that Black Zetsu was genuinely considering involving this guy? However, this guy seems pretty strong anyway. Moreover, they're just ordinary White Zetsu toolmen, and their strength is very weak. So if Akihiko needs their help, they probably won't be of much assistance. At most, they can collect information. Besides, they can't always rely on Madara-sama, right? After all, Madara-sama even have difficulty walking. As the conversation continued, Akihiko, now assured of support, nodded with satisfaction. So, when should we depart? The sooner I join, the sooner you can start working in the factory. Akihiko quickly corrected himself, I'm eager to join this organization that seeks peace. White Zetsu suddenly became speechless and momentarily forgot to respond. However, he shook his head. Forget it, let's take the people back first. As for the rest, leave it to Madara-sama and Black Zetsu to deal with. This guy seems pretty strong anyway. With these thoughts in mind, White Zetsu sighed helplessly and said, we can go. But his words were cut short when White Zetsu suddenly froze, sensing something. Someone's coming. Before Akihiko could react, White Zetsu swiftly slipped underground. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Startled, Akihiko called out, come in. The door swung open, revealing a figure in a state of panic. It was Aso, a rain nin. Aso addressed Akihiko urgently, Leader Akihiko. Akihiko, unfazed by Aso's apparent distress, calmly picked up a teacup from the side, took a sip, and casually inquired, why are you so flustered? Take a deep breath and tell me, what's the matter? Is there trouble in your village again? Aso took a moment to collect himself and replied, no, it's the Konoha ninja. They've arrived. Akihiko's teacup trembled slightly in his hand, and he quickly set it down. They've already arrived. Aso nodded in confirmation. Yes, and they've brought 10 root ninjas with them. The rain ninjas are currently monitoring their movements, but I slipped away to inform you. Akihiko raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is your leader?" He was curious about Hanzo's whereabouts now, considering the current situation with Konoha's ninja and the presence of Danzo's root. "He hasn't returned yet," Aso replied, shaking his head. "But I've already sent someone to write a letter to inform the leader. I believe he will be back soon." Aso wore a wry smile as he continued, looking at Akihiko. "Leader Akihiko, what should we do now?" Akihiko sighed, feeling a bit exasperated at Hanzo's carelessness. It wasn't Akihiko's responsibility to deal with Rain Village affairs, but given Hanzo's recent attitude and the support they received from the Rain Village, he reluctantly said, "Well, what can we do? I'll take over for now." Aso appeared puzzled by Akihiko's statement. "Leader Akihiko, what do you mean?" Akihiko waved his hand dismissively and explained, "It's not a big deal. I'll handle things in the meantime. You did well to inform me. Now, go back and keep an eye on them. I believe your leader will return soon." As Akihiko walked towards the door, he called out to Aso, "Hurry up. We can't keep our guests waiting." Aso, still puzzled about the situation and Akihiko's role, responded, "But, our leader hasn't returned yet." Akihiko sighed, realizing that he needed to explain himself. He stopped and looked back at Aso, then performed a special ninjutsu in front of him. "Don't worry, I can temporarily step in for him." Aso watched in amazement as Akihiko's appearance transformed into that of their village leader, Hanzo. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. It was a clever and quick solution to the unexpected situation. Aso couldn't help but be impressed by Akihiko's Akihiko's quick thinking and adaptability. A sense of admiration filled Aso as he thought to himself, "Leader Akihiko really is something else. I never would have thought of a solution like this. I have so much to learn." Meanwhile, White Zetsu had resurfaced from underground and observed the two figures departing. Especially when he witnessed Akihiko assuming the role of the Rain Village leader, he seemed to grasp the situation. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "Black Zetsu, this guy might be just as cunning as you." One was preparing to impersonate Uchiha Madara's will, while the other had already started impersonating the Rain Village leader. It was really an unexpected twist of events. However, White Zetsu couldn't afford to be frustrated. If Akihiko had been so eager to join, why had he suddenly left? What should be the next course of action? Should he wait or inform Madara or maybe Black Zetsu? With a sigh, White Zetsu retreated underground, opting to adopt a wait-and-see approach. Meanwhile, in another location, Akihiko and Aso had arrived at the Rain Village, where they were greeted by a middle-aged man. Akihiko immediately recognized him and couldn't help but chuckle. "I had a feeling something good was coming today, and here you are, esteemed guest." Simultaneously, Shimura Danzo, also known as the Konoha's Darkness, observed Hanzo's cheerful demeanor. As he looked at Hanzo, Danzo couldn't help but conclude inwardly that this elderly man's ambitions had indeed been shattered. However, he remained unaware that it was actually Akihiko in disguise. Akihiko had developed a technique called the paper style, wrap transformation technique, which involved creating a thin layer of paper on the body for transformation. This made it challenging for even experienced ninja like Danzo to discern the true identity of Hanzo before him. Danzo responded with a polite laugh and a serious expression, "I have long admired the reputation of the demigod in the ninja world, and today, I see that it is well deserved. Konoha has come to assist the Rain Ninja Village as requested. Rest assured," he continued with determination, "we will wholeheartedly support you, the demigod of the ninja world, in bringing peace to the land of Rain." Hanzo, who was actually Akihiko in disguise, smiled warmly as they shook hands. However, beneath the facade of smiles, their thoughts about each other couldn't have been more different. Idiot, they both thought in unison. Chapter 115, ch. 112 Rain Village Victory. Following Hanzo's invitation, Danzo led his elite root ninjas into the meeting room. Some of them stayed close by, while others maintained vigilance from outside, ensuring their leader's safety. However, it appeared that this level of precaution might not be necessary anymore. Before them stood the so-called ninja demigod, who no longer exuded the same level of ambition he once did when he boldly declared, "I can take on everyone alone." That had been during the war they fought back then, an intense conflict that had left the Land of Rain still recovering today. Moreover, the ninja demigod, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, had now aged. His former ambition seemed to have been shattered, much like the current Hokage, Hiruzen, who no longer held the same grandeur. Internally, Danzo felt a sense of relief. He looked at Hanzo, who wore a smile befitting an elderly man. A faint smile briefly crossed Danzo's face but quickly faded. He had indeed come here to propose cooperation in dealing decisively with the Grass Village. As for engaging in talks with the three great nations, not only Hiruzen didn't know his actions, but even if he did, how could he expect negotiations with Iwa and Suna when Konoha was actively at war with them? Additionally, they are currently dealing with a crippled Rain Village, not the one who once nearly disrupted the balance of the ninja world. Danzo gazed intently at Hanzo, his expression gravely serious as he went straight to the point. "I assume the Rain Village leader is well informed about our purpose. The Grass Village's actions have severely disrupted the order of the ninja world and the stability of the Land of Rain. We, representing Konoha, offer our support to the Land of Rain in resolving this conflict. In the interest of your nation's peace, we hope the Rain Village will take decisive measures to resolve the Grass Village issue as soon as possible." These words seemed expected to Akihiko, as if he had foreseen Danzo's stance. Yet, he couldn't fathom why Danzo had targeted the Grass Village. Was it because of their dealings with the five great nations? Did Danzo fear that such interference might trigger another catastrophic war akin to the First Great Ninja War, prompting his current action? How else could one interpret his willingness to provide a generous sum of 10 million ryo? Nevertheless, such considerations were irrelevant now, since Grass Village is now fully aware of Danzo's intentions. At this moment, Danzo made a decisive announcement, saying, "We should launch a full-scale attack on the Grass Village. This is not only for the sake of peace in the ninja world but also for the well-being of the Land of Rain. Be assured, with Konoha's support, victory is all but assured this time." His words hung in the air, and Akihiko, despite initial hesitation, gave a firm nod, stating, "No objections." He gazed at Danzo with determination, adding, "For the sake of peace in the ninja world." "For the sake of peace in the ninja world," Danzo acknowledged with a satisfied nod. "Rest assured, once the conflict is resolved, Konoha will actively facilitate negotiations between the Land of Rain and the three major nations." "Of course, of course." Akihiko nodded as if he had full trust in Danzo's words. His warm smile remained as he continued, "Considering your long journey, you must be quite fatigued. Shall I make arrangements for your accommodations?" "No need," Danzo began to respond, "we are here only." But before he could complete his sentence, Akihiko suddenly interrupted, exclaiming, "No, no, no. You are an esteemed guest from Konoha. As so. As so. Why haven't you already arranged suitable accommodations for our honored guests?" Unable to resist the relentless enthusiasm of the former ninja world demigod, Shimura Danzo sighed internally. A wry smile briefly crossed his face, and he couldn't help but think, this man is no longer deserving of the title of ninja world demigod. In the end, they retired for some much-needed rest, graciously provided by the hospitality of the Rain Village. Not long after, Aso, who had efficiently organized their accommodations, approached the figure leisurely sipping tea at the table. He hesitated for a moment before speaking softly, "Leader Akihiko, what are we going to do now?" Akihiko looked up from his tea, responding with a casual air, what are we going to do, you ask? Well, it's quite simple, really. We're going to war. War? Aso inquired with a hint of skepticism. Are we really going to engage in a genuine conflict, or will it be more like our previous ones? Akihiko grinned mischievously, leaning in closer to Aso before answering, it's going to be quite similar, but with a little twist. Tomorrow, the grass village will be defeated, and the rain village shall emerge victorious. The following day, as per the agreed plan, the grass village found itself in disarray, eventually fleeing the battlefield. On the other side, under Danzo's leadership, the rain village secured victory. Danzo observed the chaos and the retrieval of fallen ninja corpses with a nod of approval. He then glanced at the ninja demigod, who wore a contented smile beside him, and a flicker of disdain briefly crossed his eyes as a certain thought crossed in his mind, demigod is certainly showing his age. However, on the surface, he still burst into laughter as he said, a mere group of grass village ninjas. They stand no chance against a ninja demigod of your caliber. Hanzo responded humbly, Advisor Danzo, your words are too kind. It was the assistance from Kaha that contributed to this victory. Danzo, concealing his inner disdain, replied with a smile, Ninja demigod Hanzo, you're being far too modest. Let's continue tomorrow. At this rate, the grass village won't hold out for much longer. With those words, he retired for the night, accompanied by his root ninjas. Once Danzo and his root ninja had distanced themselves from Akihiko, Aso approached Akihiko, hesitating briefly before asking, Leader Akihiko, are we going to continue tomorrow? Of course, we are, Akihiko replied matter-of-factly, his tone unwavering. He then smiled slyly and added, but tomorrow, it will be the rain village's turn to suffer a miserable defeat. Oh, and make sure to find an opportunity to take care of those few Konoha ninjas. But what about Shimura Danzo? Aso inquired, a touch of confusion in his voice as he pondered how to handle the situation. Akihiko dismissed Danzo's situation with a wave of his hand. No, leave him, he replied with a sly smile, then fixed Aso with a curious look. Your thoughts, young man, are quite daring. Aso was left momentarily speechless, wondering why he was getting blamed when he was merely following Akihiko's lead. Another day had passed, and Danzo surveyed the battlefield with a grim expression. Today, they had suffered defeat, and he mourned the loss of 3 hand-picked elite ninjas, despite considering them as mere tools. Losing them without any significant gain was a significant setback for him, a feeling of profound regret settled in his heart. This is infuriating. We clearly had the strength advantage. Taking advantage of the moment, Akihiko, still disguised as Hanzo, approached with an air of anger. It's just that the grass village possessed superior ninja tools, which led to our defeat, he lamented with a sigh. On our side, we were severely lacking in kunao and shuriken. We fell behind in terms of weaponry. This is maddening. We clearly had the advantage in strength. Akihiko, still disguised as Hanzo, approached Danzo in a fit of frustration. It's just that the grass village had superior ninja tools, which led to our defeat, he explained, sighing with regret. We were sorely lacking in kunao and shuriken on our side. We fell behind in terms of weapons. Akihiko's words caught Danzo's attention, and he raised an eyebrow as he sensed a hidden agenda in the conversation. As expected, shortly after, the ninja demigod standing beside him sighed and continued, not long ago, I had already contacted an underground weapons dealer. They offer excellent weapons at a reasonable price, and bulk purchases come with discounts. If I mention my name, they'll even give an 80% discount. We were just another 10 million ryo away from equipping all the Rain Village ninjas. But alas, he shook his head, then slapped his thigh hard in apparent frustration, the Rain Village is so poor. We're just a bit short, just a bit. We were on the verge of winning. Akihiko's gaze held a hopeful glint as he looked at the visibly upset Danzo. Advisor Danzo, you wouldn't want the Rain Village to lose like this, would you? Danzo found himself rendered temporarily speechless by Hanzo's words, as he realized where this conversation was leading. Chapter 116, ch. 113 10 million again? In the end, Danzo reluctantly handed over 10 million ryo. Afterward, Akihiko headed to the Grass Village's camp to make their purchases. The third battle didn't disappoint Danzo. The Rain Village emerged victorious, and although they lost one of Danzo's elite ninjas, it confirmed his speculations. The Rain Village was indeed stronger than the Grass Village, despite its financial constraints. With an investment of 20 million ryo, Danzo believed that victory was within reach. They were on the cusp of achieving their objectives, and a little more effort would make their investment worthwhile. However, in the fourth battle, the Rain Village suffered defeat once more. Danzo watched in silence, his mind filled with uncertainty. Wars could be unpredictable, with victories and defeats alternating, especially when both sides were evenly matched. But a nagging feeling of doubt began to take root deep within him. Just then, Akihiko erupted in frustration. "Damn it, we lost again. We clearly had the upper hand. Those sneaky Grass Village ninjas, otherwise can't compare to the might of the Rain Village." Observing the shifting expressions on Danzo's face, Akihiko hastened to explain, "I've actually been in contact with that underground weapons dealer once more. They've got a shipment of explosive tags, and I know they're 3 times the usual price, but considering the wartime situation, it's a fair deal." He sighed, disappointment evident in his voice, "But, alas, the Rain Village is just too poor to afford them." "This sounds awfully familiar," Danzo muttered to himself, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Before he could formulate a response, the ninja demigod standing beside him gazed at him with eager anticipation and said, "It's just another 10 million ryo, Advisor Danzo. I truly believe that with these explosive tags, the Rain Village will secure victory." Danzo fell silent, the repetition of another 10 million ringing in his ears, leaving him unsure of how to react. "Advisor Danzo, surely you wouldn't want the Rain Village to suffer such a loss." Akihiko, still in his Hanzo disguise, looked at Danzo with pleading eyes once more. Danzo contemplated for a moment, recalling the 20 million he had already invested. He inwardly sighed and finally relented, "Very well, I will provide it." However, in the fifth battle, the Rain Village faced yet another defeat. "Ugh! Damn it! We had the upper hand in terms of strength. Why?" Akihiko burst out in frustration, about to voice his concerns, but he was abruptly interrupted. "Enough! I won't invest another ryo." Danzo interjected firmly, making his stance clear. "Is that so? What a waste! We've already poured in 30 million, Akihiko expressed his regret, shaking his head. "Are we really just going to let it all go to waste? Will we give up like this? Advisor Danzo, you are the shadow of Konoha. With just a bit more investment, a mere 10 million, I believe we can secure victory." "Fine." Danzo's inner turmoil was evident, but he felt trapped, especially after investing a staggering 30 million. Whole 30 million ryo. Have you ever seen that much, Rain Village? You conniving fools! However, if he backed out now, it would all be for naught. Despite his inner resentment, Danzo took a deep breath and reluctantly conceded, I will invest." However, in the sixth battle, the Rain Village faced yet another bitter defeat. It appeared that the Rain Village had been consistently losing, except for their initial 2 victories. As expected, Akihiko began to voice his frustration, "Ugh! Damn it! We clearly had the advantage in strength. Enough! I won't spend another ryo, not even if it means facing certain death, or being assassinated by Grass Village ninjas." Danzo interrupted him, displaying his determination that he wouldn't be swayed any further. "What a pity, we've already invested 40 million. Akihiko sighed and shook his head, seemingly about to continue his plea to Danzo when he was abruptly interrupted again. "Not a single ryo more. Danzo, having learned his lesson from previous encounters, refused to be fooled again and wouldn't entertain the idea of parting with any more funds. Advisor Danzo, you wouldn't want. Akihiko attempted to use his earlier appeal regarding the possibility of the Rain Village losing. Danzo, who had decided that he wouldn't be manipulated regardless of what was said, cut him off sharply. Silence. Akihiko, however, shook his head with a serious expression. No, you must listen. Seeing Hanzo's persistence, Danzo became silent as he sighed inwardly and decided to at least hear him out. In fact, I have a plan. Akihiko, maintaining his Hanzo disguise, looked intently at Danzo and continued, if you, Advisor Danzo, invest just another 10 million ryo. Danzo, anticipating what Akihiko was about to propose, swiftly interrupted him. Enough. He realized he shouldn't have entertained the idea of even listening to him in the first place. Please, hear me out. Akihiko persisted. We'll set a trap to lure out the Grass Village leader. Once we successfully assassinate him, he raised his fist with determination, Grass Village will be leaderless, and we'll secure our final victory. Aso, who was standing nearby and knew that it was Akihiko disguised as Hanzo, was utterly shocked. He couldn't believe Akihiko had just proposed a plan to assassinate himself. He couldn't help but sigh internally, Leader Akihiko, you truly deserve to be the leader of the Grass Village. No wonder the Grass Ninja are becoming stronger and stronger. With a leader like you, there's no doubt that the Grass Village will continue to prosper. Danzo was momentarily stunned by Akihiko's proposal, his brows furrowing in thought. This plan had potential. Assassinating a village leader could throw a ninja village into chaos, especially a smaller one like the Grass Village. It would likely take them a considerable amount of time to appoint a new leader, and in the meantime, the village's stability would be compromised. However, one thing puzzled Danzo. Why do you need an additional 10 million for this plan? He inquired. The leader of the Grass Ninja is no pushover. Akihiko's demeanor momentarily shifted, and he spoke with a touch of emotion, hands clasped behind his back. I've fought him many times, and he shows no fear even when facing me, the demigod of the ninja world. In fact, we've battled on numerous occasions, and he's never been defeated. So, for the sake of the Land of Rain and to ensure our victory, I've decided to invest in a significant number of explosive tags and set up an elaborate trap. When the time comes, that man won't stand a chance. Danzo weighed the proposal carefully. He was genuinely intrigued by the plan, but the additional 10 million ryo gave him pause. The expressions that flickered across his face showed his internal struggle. Finally, he sighed, very well, I'll provide the funds, but this is the last time. If we fail again, the Rain Village will no longer have any chance to negotiate with the three great ninja villages. Rest assured, I have full confidence this time, Akihiko reassured him with unwavering confidence. Humph, you were confident the last several times as well. Danzo's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness as he regarded the disguised Hanzo, his thoughts silently remarking, you're really getting old, ninja demigod. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a final remark, this time, we must succeed. All right, no problem. Akihiko waved him off with enthusiasm. Once Danzo was out of sight, Akihiko let out a disappointed sigh, shaking his head. What a pity, he's losing faith in us, isn't he? Aso, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a sense of speechlessness wash over him. Faith? How could anyone still believe in it after spending 40 million ryo in vain? Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Akihiko's sheer audacity and his resourcefulness in swindling Danzo. He looked at Akihiko, his expression a mix of complexity, admiration, and a touch of fear, though he couldn't help but wonder what their leader would think once he learned about all this. However, Aso hesitated before asking, Leader Akihiko, what should we do next? Akihiko's eyes rolled with an air of exasperation. Did Aso seriously have the audacity to ask him this question? What should we do? He retorted sharply. Tell your leader to come back quickly, you bastard. Akihiko was clearly agitated and had little patience to deal with this situation. He had much more pressing matters to attend to, particularly with White Zetsu awaiting him underground. His gaze remained fixed on Aso as he delivered a stern warning, if he doesn't come back this time, believe me, I'll personally kick you out of the land of rain. Whether you believe it or not. Aso swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation and Akihiko's determination. He nodded nervously and hastily went to deliver the message to their leader. Meanwhile, in the grass village, within the confines of a jail cell, a voice resounded, Lord Hanzo, you can go now. Hanzo, the leader of the grass village, heard a voice from within the jail cell, announcing his release. With an air of indifference, he responded with a snort and made his way out without glancing back. Once outside, he looked up at the land of grass's clear sky and basked in the warmth of the sun. There was a fleeting moment of contemplation as he observed the serene weather. Before long, he let out a sigh and remarked, today's weather is nice. Despite the seemingly pleasant atmosphere, a sense of melancholy had settled within him. It was a stark contrast to his initial visit to the grass village as a ninja demigod, only to find himself thrown into prison by the crafty grass ninjas. Had it not been for his resolve to maintain his dignity, he would have likely lain down in protest, accusing the grass ninjas of mistreating their visiting ally and poisoning the leader. Hanzo shook his head, a wistful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, but, I won't pay that fine. Let them dream if they think I will. As he stood there, taking in the landscape, he felt a tinge of disappointment as he saw no one outside the prison. He was in the grass village, far from his own territory, and there was no one here to receive him. It was then that he recalled the information sent from the rain village, prompting him to make a decision. He muttered, it's time to go back. As he uttered those words, 3 cheerful voices resonated through the air. Lord Hanzo! 3 grinning faces emerged to greet him. Hanzo raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the unexpected visit. He regarded the mischievous trio and inquired, what brings the 3 of you here? He, we heard that Lord Hanzo has just been released from prison, so we came to welcome you, Yahiko chimed in playfully, casting a glance at Hanzo's evidently low spirits. However, before Yahiko could finish his sentence, Nagato, his expression unchanging, added, we were instructed to keep an eye on you from above, to ensure you don't stir up any more trouble. The sudden solemnity in Nagato's words caught the other 3 off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, their faces reflecting their collective thought, can't you read the mood? Is this the right time for such comments? Haha. Yahiko chuckled awkwardly, hastening to cover Nagato's mouth. Although Hanzo concealed his face behind a mask, they could imagine that his expression had darkened. Actually, we've also come to escort you, Lord Hanzo, Yahiko continued, attempting to shift the atmosphere. Aunt Fuzu has prepared a feast in your honor. Let's not waste any time, we'll treat you today, as a celebration for your release. As he concluded his words, Hanzo, hearing the smug undertones in the younger boys' voices and the resignation in Nagato's, couldn't help but snort. There was a faint warmth in his heart. However, his mind returned to the intelligence received from the rain village. While gazing at the peaceful surroundings of the grass village, he turned back to the 3 and inquired, do any of you aspire to become the leader of the rain village? Hanzo's question left the trio perplexed, struggling to decipher its meaning. What could he be mean by that? Chapter 117, ch. 114 Obito saves the day. Successfully assassinating the grass village leader was no straightforward endeavor. Regardless of one's perspective, the grass village leader still held the mantle of leadership. Throughout the escalating hostilities between the 2 villages, the grass village leader had managed to elude capture. To ensure a successful assassination of the grass village leader, we must first draw him out, Akihiko, continuing his guise as Hanzo, explained with unwavering seriousness. Yet, the recent confrontations between the rain and grass villages have likely put the grass village leader on high alert. If I, as the demigod, step onto the battlefield, it will undoubtedly trigger an all-out war between our villages. With a tinge of regret, he sighed audibly, his words hanging in the air. Furthermore, you are well aware of the situation of the rain village. In the wake of his statement, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Danzo too was drawn into contemplation. Akiako's assessment rang true. Allowing the demigod to enter the fray during this heightened conflict would inevitably ignite a full-scale war, a scenario that wouldn't play to their advantage. Internally, Danzo couldn't help but hurl curses at the rain village, thinking, these rain village ninjas are utter fools. However, as he regarded the resolute figure of Hanzo before him, he couldn't help but add, this man is a fool as well. Yet, what other options does Danzo even have? He had already invested a staggering 50 million ryo into this battle. He had secretly left Konoha without informing anyone, not even Hiruzen, and had already committed a substantial sum to this operation. Returning empty-handed wasn't an option. Such a failure would not only invite mockery from his old teammates but also earn him a severe reprimand for going against the ongoing alliance with the Grass Village strategy. He bore the weight of Konoha's darkness, a silent guardian lurking in the shadows to protect the village. How could he simply walk away from this now? Furrowing his brows, Danzo sighed deeply as he regarded the aging ninja demigod. He then posed a question, tinged with resignation, so, in your estimation, what course of action should we pursue? I do possess a plan, however. Hanzo trailed off, releasing a lengthy sigh. It's risky, perhaps even too risky to mention. Danzo found himself perplexed. What did Hanzo imply with too risky to mention? He knew Hanzo was deliberately trying to draw him into inquiring further, but he could no longer afford to remain silent. Time was of the essence, and the longer they delayed, the more dire their situation would become. Moreover, a heightened level of risk might actually work to his advantage. After all, if both the rain and grass villages were weakened, it would better align with his own plans. Hanzo, speak. Rest assured, no matter what, Konoha will assist the rain village in negotiations, Danzo assured Hanzo, expressing his commitment. Now, he wanted to hear the details of this risky plan. Did I hear you correctly? Akihiko, disguised as Hanzo, asked, his tone filled with hope. Yes, go on, Danzo nodded, concealing any disdain he might have felt. Since you put it that way, should I really say it? Akihiko hesitated, intentionally drawing out the moment. Please tell me the plan, leader Hanzo of the Rain Village, Danzo urged, his eyelids narrowing, and his tone darkening, revealing the intense aura of a darkness of Konoha. Rest assured, I, Shimura Danzo, will keep my promise. I hope that Hanzo will take this seriously because... He paused for a moment, then continued in a solemn tone, this is a matter crucial to the peace of the land of rain. Sacrifices are sometimes inevitable for a ninja. I trust leader Hanzo comprehends the concept of sacrifice. I understand, I have always been very serious about this, Akihiko nodded earnestly and continued, actually, this method is quite simple. Currently, grass ninjas are involved in business across the 5 major ninja villages and have cooperative relationships with them. Advisor Danzo can use Konoha's name to negotiate a large order worth 50 million ryo directly with the grass village leader. Akihiko paused for a moment, looking at Danzo with sincerity, before adding, with such a large order, I believe that the money-loving grass village leader would be overjoyed when he hears about it. When that happens... Akihiko left the sentence hanging, but everyone in the room understood the unspoken implication. At that moment, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Even Aso, who was present, fell silent, his eyes filled with shock and admiration as he looked at Akihiko. He had thought that the 10 million ryo was already the end of it, but he had never expected such a scheme. He thought he had learned much from Akihiko, but now he realized he still had much to learn from this schemer, a master strategist. Danzo, on the other hand, felt a wave of unease wash over him. So, the issue here was that the risk was too great for him? He had already invested so much money, and now he was asking for an additional 50 million ryo. To him now, it all felt like a bottomless pit, a financial abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. However, before he could outright reject the idea, Akihiko sighed and said, "Sacrifices are sometimes unavoidable for a ninja. I hope Advisor Danzo understands the concept of sacrifice. This is all for the sake of peace in the ninja world." Danzo's expression underwent a series of transformations, and eventually, he slammed his hand on the table. Determination was etched across his face as he addressed Hanzo, "I will consider it." Without waiting for Akihiko to respond, Danzo turned and walked away. His face remained pale, and it wasn't until he had distanced himself from the room that he allowed himself to regain his composure. Glancing around and then at the 5 remaining root members accompanying him, his brow slightly furrowed. Truthfully, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss over these past few days, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. After a moment of contemplation, he discreetly signaled the root members by his side, instructing them to investigate. "Understood," came the hushed response from the root members. With that, Danzo continued to walk away, his face wore an inscrutable mask hiding his true thoughts and intentions. After managing all the affairs within the Rain Village and pressuring Aso to expedite their leader's return, Akihiko made his way to the Grass Village's base. Recent events had kept both villages incredibly occupied, all in service of coordinating with fake battle scheme. Moreover, they can't just simply have no casualties or injuries on the battlefield, Danzo wouldn't believe it otherwise. Therefore, since there weren't many shinobi in the village capable of extending the duration of their shadow clone's existence, Akihiko had to take control of the situation himself. Utilizing the paper clone technique, he had achieved surprising resilience. Coupled with occasionally inflicting severe injuries on himself, and using fake blood to create the bleeding, he had successfully deceived Danzo. Now, it was time to set the stage for the grand showdown between the Grass and Rain villages. Thus, Akihiko, who rarely found a moment of respite, delved into the intelligence grass the village had gathered over the past several days. The state of affairs in the ninja world didn't seem to hold any significant developments, the wars continued as they had been. Kusagakure was plotting some sort of surprise attack, although the specifics remained obscure, it appeared unrelated to the Grass Village's interests. Yet, one piece of intelligence intrigued him. Akihiko furrowed his brows in bewilderment as he perused the report. A young boy unexpectedly entered the battlefield, suspected to be Uchiha Obito, the hero who was believed to have perished during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Ultimately, he managed to rescue his teammate who was captured by Kusagakure. Akihiko was genuinely perplexed. He couldn't help but wonder aloud, what on earth is happening? Akihiko was left deeply puzzled. He couldn't help but wonder, what happened between Uchiha Madara and Obito? Meanwhile, inside the Land of Fire's borders, Obito, free from any intervention by Madara, hastened to reach the battlefield and, with urgency, reunited with his teammates. Confronted by Kusagakure's encirclement, their bond rekindled, and the trio, driven by newfound determination, skillfully escaped the village's siege, eventually reaching the safety of the Land of Fire's borders. Yet, as the members of Minato's team prepared to commemorate their reunion, a mischievous laughter rang out, "Hee hee Obito, I am leaving now." Chapter 118, ch. 115 Danzo, am I being fooled? Are you leaving? Zetsu's words momentarily froze Obito's expression, temporarily suspending the joy of reuniting with Rin and the oblivious Kakashi. He turned towards Zetsu, who had just separated himself from Obito's body, opened his mouth to respond, hesitated briefly, and then inquired, "Are you certain about leaving? Can't you stay?" Zetsu chuckled softly and shook his head, replying, "No, Madara-sama is waiting for me to attend to matters back there." As Zetsu explained, Obito, who had felt a tinge of sadness at the sudden farewell, lapsed into silence. Indeed, Madara required someone to look after him, and while the other white Zetsu had been doing a good job, Obito could discern that Madara preferred the company of this particular Zetsu. Madara-sensei. Obito murmured to himself, then donned an optimistic smile. No worries. If I get the chance, I'll sneak over to visit Madara-sensei, and he clenched his fist, determination burning in his eyes. I'll become Hokage to prove that the will of fire is right. He, it's getting late. I'll be on my way, Zetsu responded with a few words to Obito's remarks, as if sensing something, and bade Obito a cheerful farewell. Obito, take care on your journey back, and don't forget to keep studying. Without using the mayfly technique this time, Zetsu simply ran off, leaving Kakashi and Rin bewildered as they watched him depart. Obito continued to watch in silence. At this moment, sensing Obito's inner reluctance, Rin approached with a gentle smile. Obito, is that your new friend? As Rin spoke, Obito nodded resolutely, a faint smile gracing his lips. Actually, they're the ones who saved me. Madara-sensei might be stern, but deep down, he's a good person. And this guy, though he can be a bit annoying at times, isn't that bad. He's always cheerful, but he has a whole family to support, so it's not easy for him. As if reminiscing, Obito's voice wavered slightly. Every morning, he has to collect garbage to make ends meet. Yet, he still works hard to support my education. I haven't been able to repay him yet. Collecting garbage? Supporting your education? Kakashi and Rin exchanged puzzled glances. Ignoring the part of Obito studying, they wondered, was this weird individual really leading such a challenging life? Earning a living by collecting garbage? But then, reflecting on his unwavering cheerfulness, they couldn't help but admire him. No matter how tough life gets, he maintains a positive outlook. No wonder he could become friends with Obito, this idiot. Both Rin and Kakashi found themselves sharing a similar sentiment. It seems like he might be a wandering ninja who hasn't found acceptance in any village, Kakashi mused quietly. After all, only wandering ninjas would endure such hardships. Nevertheless, he persisted with his education, working hard even if it meant collecting garbage. This ninja was undeniably extraordinary. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke calmly, looking at Obito's somewhat downcast expression. I didn't expect you, the idiot, to still be alive. As soon as Kakashi uttered those words, Obito's despondency seemed to evaporate, replaced by a glare aimed squarely at Kakashi. He retorted indignantly, you jerk. I saved your life, and I even gave you my eyes as a token of gratitude. You ungrateful Kakashi, you'd better repay me properly. He, you're still an idiot, Kakashi chuckled, not one to be swayed by Obito's anger. You darn Kakashi, Obito's irritation grew as he observed Kakashi's nonchalant response. Jerk, I challenge you to a fight. All right, Kakashi agreed with a smirk, and the two of them seemed to revert to their usual dynamic. Watching their bickering, Rin, with a touch of helplessness on her face but a smile on her lips, voiced her concern. Obito, what about your body? Hearing Rin's words, Kakashi briefly glanced at Obito's body but quickly averted his gaze, attempting to appear indifferent while sneakily stealing occasional glances to ensure Obito was all right. Oh, this. Obito shifted his somewhat limp body and spoke nonchalantly, it's fine. Madara-sensei said I would recover after some time. Just as he finished his sentence, a voice filled with both worry and relief rang out, exclaiming, Kakashi. Rin. It's great that you're okay. The three turned towards the source of the voice and saw their sensei, Minato Namikaze, rushing toward them. Obito greeted him happily, Sensei. However, as Minato drew closer, he suddenly halted and stared at the figure standing between Kakashi and Rin, his expression one of disbelief. In a matter of moments, his face transformed into sheer astonishment. oh Obito. Then, as if unable to contain his emotions, he embraced Obito, his smile one of immense joy. Obito, you're okay. That's great. I'm fine, sensei, could you please let go? It's a bit tight. A lot happened, and someone saved me, Obito responded, feeling somewhat suffocated. It's incredible that you're safe. You can't imagine how sad Kushina was when she heard about your sacrifice, Minato replied, his surprise and emotions still evident. He decided not to press Obito for details at the moment, that could wait. Ha ha ha, there's no way I'd die that easily. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage, Obito declared proudly, striking a peculiar pose. You little rascal! Ha ha ha! Minato burst into laughter, finally releasing his embrace. He affectionately ruffled Obito's hair, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you in time. With those words, Minato gazed at the three of them with a profound sense of relief. Thank goodness, all three of you are alive. Let's head back to the village. We'll give Kushina a real surprise, and Rin. He paused momentarily, considering something to say, but ultimately shook his head and returned to his cheerful demeanor. Don't worry about the ceiling, Kushina will take care of it. Deciding that there was no need to burden his students with these concerns, Minato smiled warmly at them. Let's go. Let's head back. All right, the three of them replied with enthusiasm. With that, they walked together towards the village, their smiles brighter and their hearts lighter as they followed their sensei. Kakashi took a few steps, his smile concealed but his eyes revealing a hint of concern. He watched as Obito returned with his heartwarming smile, Rin's gentle expression, and Minato's joyful demeanor. Despite the happiness of the moment, Kakashi couldn't shake off his awareness of the looming trouble the three tails. Just then, Obito's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Kakashi, you jerk, are you coming or not? Hearing Obito's call, Kakashi's lips curled into a more tranquil smile, and he walked over. He muttered to himself, this idiot, as he looked at Obito, who seemed carefree. He sighed inwardly, realizing that they would have to deal with the Three Tails situation when they returned to the village. However, one thing was clear in his mind, he would never abandon his companions again. Unbeknownst to Team Minato, Konoha had swiftly received the news after the Mist Village's plan had unraveled. However, in contrast to the joyful reunion of Team Minato, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wore a weary expression as he read the letter from the Mist Village, demanding that Konoha return the Three Tails. The message was clear, the Mist Village would not cease the war unless the Three Tails was returned. Hiruzen let out a helpless sigh, muttering, "War." The ongoing conflict had inflicted significant damage on Konoha and the entire shinobi world. If possible, Hiruzen wanted to put an end to it as soon as possible. But as he lowered his head and glanced at a file on the nearby table, bearing the picture of a young girl with a gentle smile. Name, Rin Nohara. Shinobi ID, 010885. Rin had sacrificed so much for Konoha. Hiruzen pondered for a moment, massaged his temples, and sighed once more, let's postpone the meeting for now. Moreover, upon learning of Obito's return, Hiruzen had mixed feelings. The fact that Obito was alive surprised him, but he didn't dwell on it much. The information about part of Obito's body being disfigured led him to believe that the young ninja had faced some hardships but managed to survive. Hiruzen had faith in Minato's abilities as a teacher and leader, trusting that he would investigate if there was anything amiss with Obito's return. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, speaking of which, where is Danzo? I haven't seen him around lately, and he was absent from recent meetings. The ANBU ninja accompanying him hesitated for a moment before responding, Danzo-sama, it seems he has left the village, but there's no official record of his departure. We're not sure of his whereabouts. Should we send someone to search for him? Danzo left the village. Hiruzen furrowed his brows at this unexpected news, but he quickly sighed with resignation. Forget about him for now. He likely has his reasons, and I doubt he'd be in harm's way even if he's on the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Rain Village, much like his close friend Hiruzen, Danzo was grappling with a persistent headache. However, his source of distress was quite different. Danzo's headache was not caused by the ongoing war but rather by a nagging suspicion: am I being fooled? He sat in his room, contemplating the troubling evidence before him. His gaze was fixed on the distinctive green overalls and the headbands adorned with the Grass Village symbol, neatly arranged on his desk. These items, by themselves, weren't particularly unusual. After all, the neighboring Grass Village's ninja wore such attire. However, what had raised Danzo's suspicion was where these Grass Village items had been found, quietly hidden away in the room of one of his Rain Village ninjas, discovered by his root ninjas. Chapter 119, ch. 116 Danzo disappeared. Why were there Grass Village-style protective clothing and headbands discovered in a Rain Ninja room? The strict regulations and limitations on headbands in each village were well known among ninjas. How could a ninja from one village possess the headbands of another village? Is it for commemorative purposes? Is this some kind of joke? What conceivable reason could there be for such a commemoration? Danzo couldn't fathom what possible reason could justify such a display. What were these Rain ninjas attempting? Were they conspiring to betray the village? Is it possible that the demigod of the shinobi world has grown so old that, now he is even incapable of maintaining control over his own village? Moreover, has the Rain Village been infiltrated to such an extent by the Grass Village? Have even their undercover spies failed to detect this anomaly? At this moment, Danzo Shimura, the mysterious figure who constantly maneuvers in Konoha's shadows, widely known as the Darkness of Konoha, began to sense that something was amiss. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, it was clear that in an astonishingly short span of time, he had lost 50 million ryo, and now, it seemed he was heading towards losing 100 million. Could it be that he had fallen into a cunningly set trap? In the midst of the ongoing conflict between the 5 great shinobi nations, Konoha had its hands full dealing with the 4 great shinobi villages. It seemed that the 2 smaller shinobi villages, Grass and Rain, were of little consequence to the major players. To some extent, when these 2 villages declared war on each other, it might have even brought a sense of relief to Konoha, making them stop caring about the conflict. After all, aside from the Grass Village's quirks, the war between these small villages had little impact on the major shinobi villages. Furthermore, the Grass Village had ceased its information selling operations, and they hadn't declared war on Konoha. Consequently, Konoha had refrained from conducting any deeper investigations into these 2 villages. Konoha's primary focus was on the 4 great shinobi villages, so all their resources were directed there. As for this operation, it seemed like an accidental turn of events. Danzo had initially intended to gather information on the Uzumaki clan and deliver a significant blow to the Grass Village, thereby weakening both the Grass and Rain villages. But now, this unexpected situation had unfolded. The more Danzo pondered it, the more he felt that something was amiss. His expression darkened even further. Come to think of it, ever since I set foot in the land of Rain, that so-called demigod of the shinobi world has been constantly hinting that I should provide funds. Could it be that the Grass and Rain villages had secretly forged an alliance with the 5 great shinobi villages? And he, under the influence of Hanzo's hints, had mistakenly believed that the Rain village could easily surpass the Grass village, and they are only losing now due to its slight financial disadvantage. As these thoughts raced through Danzo's mind, his eyes widened in realization. Unbelievable! He hadn't anticipated that the sharp-witted demigod of the shinobi world would resort to such cunning tactics. Could it be that he had come to swindle the Darkness of Konoha himself? However, Danzo knew quite well the reputation of the demigod of the shinobi world. A formidable figure who had the audacity to declare war on the 5 great shinobi villages. Even if he had aged and perhaps lost some of his ambitions, it seemed unlikely that he would employ such a devious scheme. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Danzo couldn't help but find Hanzo, with whom he had interacted frequently, was acting strangely. However, he had dismissed these suspicions because the idea that the leader of an entire village had been replaced seemed utterly inconceivable. Otherwise, he might have harbored suspicions earlier about whether this man was genuinely the demigod of the shinobi world or not. Furthermore, the notion of swindling funds seemed all too familiar now. It reeked of the treacherous schemes Konoha had encountered in the past. Danzo's lips twitched slightly at the corners, and his expression grew even more sour. Have I been deceived by the new leader of the grass village? Danzo was seething with frustration. Ever since the grass village had changed its leader, he had sensed that something was amiss. The sudden shift toward entertainment, business, and various unusual actions had raised his suspicions. But the old Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that this man had more principles than the previous grass village shinobi. What a joke! Could someone with principles ever become the leader of those notorious scammers? Could a leader of such scammers possess any principles at all? His mind raced with doubts. Had everyone, including himself, been deceived by this man? But there was one lingering question that bothered him. Even if these two villages had formed an alliance, there was no plausible reason for grass village headbands to be found in the rain village. Danzo's finely honed ninja instincts raced to analyze the limited clues at hand. While he might not have known the full extent of what was happening between these two villages, but as someone who walked the shadows and thrived on deception his whole life, he understood the one thing: it was time to run. There was no time to ponder the intentions of these scammers any longer. Proceeding further could potentially cost him more than 100 million ryo. With this in mind, Danzo turned to the root ninja standing beside him and issued a decisive command: pack up. We're leaving immediately. The following day, Akihiko completed the comprehensive assassination of the grass village leader plan for the future. As he looked at the meticulously crafted plan laid out before him, a satisfied smile graced his face. Despite not being entirely sure about what had transpired with Obito's team, he realized that now was not the time to dwell on that matter. He had already made the choice to join their extended family, and any lingering questions could be addressed in person at a later date. Right now, the top priority was resolving the situation with Danzo. Danzo had invested a staggering 100 million in this grand performance. It was, without a doubt, the largest investment the grass village had seen in years. In simpler terms, the show needed to be nothing short of spectacular. Explosions were a must, and there needed to be, at the very least, a massive crater in the land of rain. Just days ago, Akihiko had stumbled upon a massive iron ore deposit nearby. A well-timed explosion would provide the perfect cover to begin mining operations. This way, Danzo, the investor, would be left thoroughly satisfied, and both the land of rain and the land of grass would reap substantial benefits. It was a true win-win-win scenario. If Akihiko didn't feel it might be a bit excessive, he might have even considered orchestrating a blood rain event in the land of rain for extra dramatic effect. After all, it was all about keeping the customer satisfied and putting their mind at ease. This was the grass village's underlying business philosophy. With everything meticulously prepared, all that was left was for Danzo to deliver the final 50 million ryo. According to the devised plan, the first step in gaining the trust of the grass village was to send an initial deposit of 20 million ryo. Following this, they would present it as a substantial contract. However, they would express concerns originating from Konoha, insisting that the grass village leader must personally attend a designated location for negotiations. Once both sides had convened at this predetermined site, they would proceed with the next phase of the contract, with the exchange of money being the pivotal moment. It was at this juncture that the leader of the Land of Rain would launch a sudden and unexpected attack on the grass village. This particular aspect of the plan had drawn inspiration from the historical account of the Second Hokage's peace negotiations in the Land of Lightning. Utilizing a real historical event would bolster the plan's credibility. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the grass village leader would reveal astonishing strength and successfully fend off the surprise attack by the leader of the Land of Rain. However, as soon as the grass village leadership sensed something amiss, they would swiftly come to their leader's aid and retaliate against the Land of Rain forces. Ultimately, faced with the hopeless situation, the leader of the Land of Rain would put his utmost effort into protecting Danzo as they withdrew, thereby solidifying Danzo's trust. Subsequently, the Land of Rain leader would solemnly reaffirm their commitment to eventually crush the grass village. However, for the time being, they would assert that they were still in need of additional funds. Therefore, as long as Danzo was willing to provide an additional 100 million ryo for the purchase of equipment and the reconstruction of the ninja force, they were confident they could make the grass village pay a heavy price. The next phase of the plan involved the aspect of borrowing rather than investing. After all, continually receiving funds without offering any returns would eventually raise suspicions. By framing it as a loan, Danzo might be more agreeable, considering there was at least a chance of his money being returned. The plan seemed flawless, and if executed successfully, Akihiko thought he could reap the benefits throughout the duration of the Shinobi War. However, there was a slight hitch in their plan: Hanzo hadn't returned yet. If the original cast could portray the roles, it would undoubtedly be more convincing. Akihiko took a sip of his hot tea, shook his head, and mumbled to himself, "Well, we'll make do with what we have. Everything is prepared, we just need that final 50 million. I'll have Aso go and persuade them later. We can't allow the grass village to continue acting so arrogantly." However, before he could delve further into his thoughts, an urgent knocking interrupted his musings. Akihiko wondered, what could be so important? What's going on? Has Mubuki brought some important information again? Come in. Akihiko granted permission for the person outside to enter. The door swung open, but instead of Mubuki, it was Aso who rushed in, his face filled with anxiety. "Leader Akihiko, something bad happened." Akihiko tried to calm Aso down, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't panic. Take your time and tell me slowly." Aso suppressed his anxiety and hesitated for a moment before relaying the unsettling news. "Well, you see. Shimura Danzo, he disappeared last night." "What?" Akihiko was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He swiftly rose from his seat. "Hurry, we must catch up to him. We can't afford to let such a valuable guest slip away." "But..." Aso couldn't help but wonder silently, his mouth twitching, "Didn't you just tell me not to panic?" Meanwhile, accompanied by his 3 young companions, Hanzo leisurely made his way towards the Land of Rain. However, halfway there, Nagato suddenly knitted his brows, sensing something unusual. He calmly remarked, "There are some ninjas nearby, and they appear to be in a hurry. Their chakra feels somewhat chaotic." "Ninjas in a rush?" Hanzo raised an intrigued eyebrow and furrowed his brow in concern. "Could there be trouble? Do you know which village they're from?" However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he decided, "Never mind. Let's investigate. If they're foes, this could be an excellent opportunity for you 3 to witness the might of the demigod Hanzo. Remember to treat me with respect in the future." Chapter 120, ch. 117 Danzo captured. Akihiko stood there, baffled by the sight before him. Danzo was bundled up like a dumpling, secured with paper jutsu. He gazed at the 4 individuals who had brought Danzo in with the same bewildered expression. What on earth was happening here? Initially, when he received word that Danzo had vanished overnight, along with a staggering 50 million ryo, he had been deeply concerned. Such a sum was not insignificant by any means. However, by the time they received this alarming information, it was already too late. The Land of Rain was in close proximity to the Land of Fire, therefore, it had become evident that they were too late to react. Furthermore, Konoha's ninja forces were actively engaged in combat within the Land of Rain. Adding to the complexity of the situation, and Danzo was the leader of the route, boasting counterintelligence skills that exceeded those of ordinary shinobi. Hours had passed since his escape, and tracing his whereabouts seemed like an insurmountable task. Akihiko was nearly ready to concede defeat, acknowledging the futility of the situation. He himself lacked space-time ninjutsu abilities, otherwise he would have caught Danzo himself. Therefore, he contemplated summoning White Zetsu for assistance. These creatures excelled in reconnaissance and possessed exceptional mobility. However, just as he was about to knock on the floor to summon White Zetsu, Aso burst in with unexpected news that they had successfully captured Danzo. "We encountered him on our journey and found his behavior suspicious, so we took him into custody," Hanzo explained, his gaze shifting from the bundled Danzo to Akihiko. Recalling Aso's revelations earlier, Hanzo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth as he stared intently at Akihiko. How far would this guy go with his shameless schemes? Engaging in fake battles was one thing, but resorting to such a grand deception was quite another. Akihiko had essentially used Hanzo's name to swindle almost 100 million ryo out of someone. Hanzo had always held himself to a standard of integrity and honor. Even in the face of enemies, he was known for his generosity and inclination to spare lives. It was a matter of principle. Thus, the accusations of despicableness, shamelessness, hypocrisy, and swindling were nothing short of an assault on his reputation. He had never anticipated that one day, his esteemed name would be tarnished to such an extent. To think they called me all sorts of names, accused me of swindling, and alleged I scammed them out of nearly 100 million ryo. So, I've apprehended him, and I'm sure he's currently reflecting on his hasty judgments, Hanzo declared, recounting the names and accusations hurled at him by Danzo when they first encountered him. His three young companions gazed at Akihiko with admiration, voices filled with awe. "Akihiko-sensei, you're even better at making money than Minister Kakuzu." They couldn't help but be impressed by Akihiko's schemes. To think that Konoha ninjas had been deceived and swindled out of such a substantial amount of money. Akihiko chuckled heartily at their admiration. "Haha, you shouldn't call this a scam, my young ones. This is what we call a win-win-win situation, you see." He clapped his hands together and laughed. He brushed off the contemplative gaze from Hanzo, who probably deemed him shameless, and then lowered his gaze to the captive Danzo at his feet. With a sigh inwardly, he raised his hands and uttered, "Release." The paper jutsu bindings restraining Danzo instantly dissipated, freeing him from his confinement. However, Danzo didn't immediately launch into a ninja technique now that he had regained his mobility. Instead, he took a moment to look at the grass village leader, Akihiko, who was grinning ear to ear. Then, his gaze shifted to Hanzo, the shinobi demigod, who stood by Akihiko's side. A complex mix of emotions filled Danzo's heart. At this moment, it seemed like he was beginning to grasp the truth. These past few days, who was the scoundrel who had duped him into handing over his funds to strengthen the Land of Rain? Back then, he hadn't given it much thought, but now, he could sense the foul odor of deception emanating from the grass village, those cunning tricksters. Inwardly, Danzo couldn't help but curse these swindlers. Could there really be ninjas so deceitful, impersonating a village leader and obtaining support from another village's ninjas under that impersonated identity? What kind of operation was this? Danzo had lived half his life as a shadow of Konoha, witnessed the god of the shinobi world, received guidance from his teacher, and been friends with the third Hokage. He had traveled the darkness, silently safeguarding Konoha. What hadn't he seen? What kind of darkness hadn't he encountered? But today, the darkness was unlike anything he had ever known. It was profoundly dark. The fact that both the grass and rain villages not only staged fake battles but also deceived him, their ally, was utterly despicable. Oh my, what on earth have you youngsters been up to? Don't you realize that Mr. Danzo here is our esteemed guest? Akihiko quickly assisted the bewildered Danzo to his feet. He gently scolded the three young ones who were inexplicably gazing up at the sky and then turned his attention back to Danzo, his tone taking a more somber turn. Danzo, my friend, he began, I must address something. Why did you sneak out like this? With the war raging outside, it's utter chaos. What if something unexpected were to happen to you? A range of emotions danced across Danzo's face, causing it to shift between pale blue and ghostly white. This individual was truly a cunning rascal, more so than any grass village ninja he had ever encountered. Finally, after taking a deep breath, Danzo fixed his gaze on Akihiko and remarked, you undoubtedly live up to your reputation as the leader of the grass village. You not only brought an end to the chaos in the land of grass and rebuilt our village, but you've also managed to deceive all 5 major ninja villages. You've even thoroughly fooled me. This man's intelligence and cunning schemes were nothing short of terrifying, Danzo thought to himself. No, Akihiko waved his hand dismissively. It was just a small sum of money, nothing significant, really. Danzo stared at him in disbelief. A small sum of money? They had almost tricked him into giving nearly 100 million in just a few days. He cursed inwardly once more and then regarded Akihiko with a thoughtful expression. I don't know why you've captured me, but don't think you can use me to threaten Konoha. I am the darkness of Konoha, and I. However, before Danzo could finish his sentence, Akihiko interjected, his expression suddenly turning profound as he sighed. The darkness of Konoha, you mean? He said, using a tone that was filled with deep admiration. Hiding beneath the ground to support the great tree, lurking in the shadows of Konoha's influence, walking in the darkness of Konoha, silently guarding Konoha. A hero who has contributed selflessly to Konoha. Everyone, including Danzo, was utterly baffled by this sudden display of sentiment. They couldn't comprehend what Akihiko was up to. In the darkness, you have selflessly given to Konoha. If Konoha is a towering tree, you are the strong root underneath, tirelessly absorbing nutrients to nurture Konoha. What a noble spirit, what a noble sentiment. However, your selfless dedication is often misunderstood by others, Akihiko said, showing a surprising level of admiration. Danzo's face changed as he listened. He became confused, wondering why Akihiko was suddenly praising him. Ignoring Danzo's reaction, Akihiko continued, you are a ninja with noble sentiment. Danzo's expression became even more perplexed. He couldn't fathom where this praise was coming from. Where were his intentions of noble sentiment? Akihiko went on, you are a hero walking in the darkness. Danzo was now thoroughly bewildered, unable to grasp Akihiko's intentions. Finally, Akihiko concluded, still maintaining an expression of admiration, you are the root of Konoha. Danzo was rendered completely speechless. This guy, his words were like sweet music to the ears. No wonder he had become the leader of the grass village. Even though he understood it was mere flattery, Danzo couldn't help but feel a momentary flutter in his heart. His eyelids twitched, and a fleeting smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. But it vanished just as quickly as he continued to regard Akihiko, who appeared genuinely admiring. Danzo cleared his throat to regain his composure and asked, ahem. Flattery won't work on me. What is your purpose in capturing me, grass village leader? Flattery? No, this isn't flattery. Akihiko shook his head, his expression turning serious. He then turned his back to Danzo and cast a stern look at the 3 youngsters who were struggling to hold back their laughter, as well as the bewildered expressions of Danzo, Aso, and the shinobi demigod Hanzo. The 3 youngsters fought to suppress their laughter as they observed the bewildered expressions of everyone present. Then, Akihiko let out a long sigh and continued with an admiring tone, in my heart, there are only a few people considered to be called heroes, and my friend, you are the one I consider the most deserving of that title. With those words, everyone, aside from the 3 youngsters, stood frozen, unable to understand how to respond. Chapter 121, ch. 118 A Fool or Fearsome. Akihiko's unexpected words left everyone in a state of shock. Even Hanzo and Aso, who were well acquainted with Akihako's abilities, were taken aback. After all, Akihiko had managed to outwit all 5 major ninja villages and even the enigmatic darkness of Konoha, making Danzo seem like a mere novice in comparison. Hanzo and Aso were fully aware of Akihiko's true strength. Despite being a shinobi demigod himself, Hanzo didn't consider himself a match for Akihiko. Akihiko possessed both formidable intelligence and strength. Given all these factors, it was highly unusual for someone of Akihiko's stature to express admiration for a defeated opponent, especially when that opponent's fate was now in their hands. There seemed to be no logical reason for such lavish praise. So, the question remained, was Akihiko being sincere when he praised Danzo? Hanzo's contemplative gaze remained fixed on Danzo, who was currently their prisoner. He couldn't quite fathom what made this guy so special. Granted, Danzo had respectable abilities, but they were rather unremarkable in Hanzo's eyes. Moreover, he had a reputation for being cautious and self-centered. In their initial encounter, Danzo had even betrayed his own subordinates in an attempt to escape. If he had any other option, he probably wouldn't have fought so desperately. Recalling the moment they had Danzo cornered, he seemed prepared to face death alongside his subordinates, fearing that his capture would lead to him becoming a hostage against Konoha. Nevertheless, their well-laid plans had thwarted his escape. In Hanzo's view, these actions didn't seem to warrant the lavish praise Akihiko was bestowing upon Danzo. Though Hanzo didn't particularly like Akihiko, he still held a deep respect for him. Akihiko had managed to navigate the land of grass through the perilous straits of the 5 major ninja villages. He possessed an admirable spirit, had helped the Uzumaki clan integrate into the land of grass, and had earned the respect of Rain Village's ninjas. It could be said that Akihiko possessed both the intelligence and the heart that commanded respect. So why was he heaping such praise on a seemingly selfish and cowardly ninja like Danzo? Hanzo couldn't help but take another look at Danzo, his mind wrestling with the question, had he misunderstood this man? The combination of Akihiko's profound praise and his unmistakable sincerity left Danzo shaken and deeply perplexed. Danzo was acutely aware of the terrifying depth of Akihiko's schemes. Now that he was completely at Akihiko's mercy, he had no means of resistance. But the question that continued to plague Danzo's thoughts was why Akihiko would lavish such praise upon an enemy. Was Akihiko afraid of Konoha? That seemed unlikely, considering Akihiko's audacity in deceiving them and capitalizing on both Danzo and Konoha. So, could it be that Akihiko's praise was a facade, concealing a deeper motive? Receiving such unexpected recognition from an enemy who had been bested by him, even the typically stern and formidable Danzo couldn't help but let his guard down slightly. Nonetheless, he maintained his calm demeanor and replied with a hint of coldness, "But, I was still defeated." "No, your failure was solely due to a lack of adequate intelligence. If you had possessed the right information, you would have seen through this absurd scheme and escaped much earlier. It's just that." Akihiko countered with a firm tone, countering Danzo's self-doubt, before letting out a regretful sigh. "It's a shame, a real misfortune." With these words, Danzo lapsed into a contemplative silence. He pondered Akihiko's statement and concluded that Akihiko's analysis was indeed correct. His failure could be attributed to incomplete information and a series of unfortunate events. With the right intelligence, the outcome might have been different. As these realizations sank in, Danzo's eyes twitched, and a bitter expression crossed his face. He finally admitted, "You're right. I haven't truly been defeated, have I?" Danzo was still genuinely puzzled. He couldn't grasp the true meaning behind Akihiko's words. He maintained his stern posture, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, embodying the unwavering presence of Konoha's shadow. "What's there to regret? I lost, plain and simple. But don't think you can manipulate me to threaten the village. As a Konoha ninja, no one can use me against my own village." Akihiko maintained his serious demeanor as he continued, "Having an enemy like you is genuinely terrifying. Konoha has reached its current state, often hailed as the strongest ninja village, and much of its success is thanks to your contributions. Seeing Danzo taking the bait once more, Akihiko breathed a silent sigh of relief. He then met Danzo's gaze with a tone of bitterness. I would love to eliminate you right now. However, regrettably. Akihiko's expression displayed a sense of bitterness as he elaborated, the grass village is too weak. Even with your capture, we lack the strength to confront the most powerful ninja village. If I were to dispose of you, it would bring grave consequences. Konoha would never forgive Grass Village for losing such an important figure. Danzo reacted with disbelief. Could it be that they weren't considering killing him? The thought was both surprising and relieving. He chuckled and raised an eyebrow, ha ha ha, Grass Village is nothing compared to Konoha. As the assistant Hokage of Konoha, if something were to happen to me, Konoha would undoubtedly seek retribution against Grass Village. Danzo's aura as the darkness of Konoha flared up once again. He gazed at Akihiko with a commanding presence and posed a challenge, but would you dare to let me go? As Akihiko appeared to contemplate, his internal thoughts were far less indecisive. He held a deep disdain for Danzo. Of course, he'd dare let Danzo go. Danzo was nothing to him, and he was confident he could capture him again if necessary. Akihiko had perfected the art of shamelessness and manipulation, and he found Danzo's so-called darkness laughable. However, if he had been a Konoha ninja, his first move would have been to eliminate Danzo. But Akihiko was not affiliated with Konoha, and letting this problematic individual loose would serve the dual purpose of weakening Konoha and causing internal strife within the village. Nonetheless, despite his internal contempt for Danzo, Akihiko maintained a facade of deep contemplation. He had mastered the art of deception. Finally, he sighed, as though coming to a resolution. He remarked calmly, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, you have a fatal weakness. Danzo was taken aback by Akihiko's mention of a fatal weakness. He couldn't fathom what this weakness might be. His heart raced as he pondered various possibilities, wondering if his failure to become Hokage was this supposed weakness. Before he could voice his question, Akihiko turned away, his hands still tucked behind his back. While your intelligence and methods are on par with mine, your strength is simply insufficient. Far too weak. Akihiko sighed and shook his head with a tinge of disappointment in his voice. If only you possessed the wood style of the first Hokage or the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha, today, as the leader of the Grass Village, I would have had no choice but to eliminate you. I wouldn't have allowed you to return to Konoha. With these words, Akihiko continued to make his way towards the exit, maintaining his posture with his hands behind his back. As he left, he spoke for all to hear. We must keep a vigilant eye on him. His cunning and intellect are a source of concern for me. We cannot afford to let him slip away again. Once the war subsides, we shall negotiate with Konoha. They won't forsake such an essential figure. With that, Akihiko departed from the room. He left Danzo alone with his thoughts. In Danzo's gaze, there was a hint of regret and self-criticism. Yes, his weakness was undeniable. Not to mention the mighty power of the first Hokage or even his teacher's strength, he couldn't even compare to his friend Hiruzen. If only he possessed Hiruzen's power, he might have at least managed to escape the demigod's grasp. Danzo hung his head, his hands grasping his own arms as the weight of his powerlessness finally dawned on him. Am I truly this weak? Meanwhile, Aso and Hanzo listened to Akihiko's words, initially puzzled, then growing cautious. Hanzo's gaze shifted back to Danzo, a sense of doubt creeping in. He began to wonder if he had underestimated Danzo in some way. Gathering his resolve, Hanzo hurriedly caught up to Akihiko and, after a moment of hesitation, questioned, "Is that guy truly that fearsome?" "Fearsome? Who are you referring to?" Akihiko turned to face Hanzo, prompting him to clarify. "Shimura Danzo," Hanzo responded, his gaze lingering in the direction where Danzo was confined. Akihiko sighed and nodded, his expression reflecting the deeds Danzo had perpetrated against Konoha's ninjas. "Yes, he is truly terrifying. I see. If you can't handle him, I can eliminate him for you. As long as the Land of Rain can. Hanzo, upon hearing the confirmed response, appeared to reach a decision and started to convey his intentions to Akihiko. However, he was abruptly interrupted. Eliminate who? Danzo? Absolutely not. Akihiko reacted strongly, as though he had heard something unacceptable. He quickly raised his head, fixing Hanzo with a resolute gaze. No one can harm him in my presence. Hanzo's heart quivered upon hearing Akihiko's words delivered with such seriousness. He couldn't believe that Akihiko held Danzo in such high regard. Hanzo earnestly responded, rest assured, if I were to eliminate him, I would defect from the Rain Village and personally declare war on Konoha. I'd meet my end at Konoha's hands, but it wouldn't implicate the Grass Village or the Rain Village. Defect? Declare war on your own? Are you planning to commit suicide? Akihiko's expression shifted as he listened to Hanzo's seemingly outlandish words. Hanzo shook his head and replied with emotional determination, that's the responsibility of the leader of the Rain Village. No, I mean, is it necessary to bother with such a fool? Can't you just ignore him? Akihiko was baffled as to how this conversation had escalated into a life-or-death situation and why Hanzo was so concerned about Danzo's fate. A fool? What do you mean? Didn't you just call him terrifying? Hanzo was equally perplexed, not comprehending the sudden shift in Akihiko's perspective. Continuing with his confusion, Hanzo inquired, furthermore, you mentioned that his life was valuable, right? Akihiko shook his head, sighing deeply. He is indeed invaluable, but not in the way you're thinking. Although, while he's certainly terrifying, that's a problem for Konoha, not us. We shouldn't get entangled with his affairs. Just let him be. What? Hanzo was further puzzled. What did Akihiko mean by Konoha's problem? Wasn't Danzo considered one of the most crucial figure within Konoha? Yet Akihiko didn't offer further explanation. As the one person who understood, he kept it to himself, deeming it best for Danzo to remain within Konoha. Left in confusion, Hanzo pondered, so, is Danzo a threat or not? Chapter 122, ch. 119 Three Tails Problem. In the days that followed, after Danzo's investments had vanished, both the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain reverted to their previous states of tranquility. Akihiko suddenly found himself with some rare free time. As for Danzo, he had remained mostly silent, kept under strict surveillance since their last conversation. He had refrained from making any comments or suspicious moves. Akihiko believed that Danzo was deep in thought. Every time Akihiko approached him, Danzo would look at him with a complex expression in his eyes. That look seemed to hold elements of acceptance, regret, and an unusual connection, which unsettled Akihiko. Did this man genuinely believe that his failure was primarily due to his own lack of strength? Seeing this, Akihiko occasionally approached Danzo, feigning a pat on the back and saying things like, among heroes, there's no one more deserving than Danzo. Or he would shake his head and comment, your wisdom and cunningness are truly terrifying. Fortunately, you lack the necessary strength, otherwise, Konoha would have another crucial figure. All of these actions were aimed at reinforcing the idea that Danzo lacked the necessary strength. Initially, Akihiko had only intended to exploit the situation and had given up on his schemes to deceive Konoha. Instead, he had now set a new purpose for Danzo in life. He couldn't help it, with Obito not walking a dark path, the outcome of the Nine Tails attack was uncertain, and the Uchiha clan's annihilation might not occur. Despite the long history of friendship between Kusa and Konoha, dating back to the establishment of the kusagakure and their status as allied nations since the Warring States period, weakened Konoha was in the best interests of the Grass Village. So, Hanzo, who had originally planned to sacrifice himself and eliminate Danzo before waging war against Konoha, had abandoned his plans. Perhaps he had realized that Danzo was not a genuine threat or had come to understand something. During these days, Hanzo's demeanor towards him had also become rather strange. Unbeknownst to Akihiko, the three young students had a private conversation with Hanzo. They advised him, Akihiko-sensei has a tendency to make simple matters sound significant and important matters sound trivial. So, take his words with a grain of salt. When things get truly serious, he'll find a discreet way to put someone in a tight spot instead of boasting. Gradually, Hanzo realized that he had been deceived by Akihiko in the past. Yet, after witnessing the recent positive changes in the Land of Rain, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Even though these changes were minor, they offered a glimmer of hope, a significant improvement over the situation before. Nonetheless, the war was ongoing, and it remained uncertain whether Akihiko could maintain control over the ninja from other villages engaged in battles within the Land of Rain. However, Hanzo believed that if Akihiko had the audacity to deceive all 5 major ninja villages, he must have a strategy to manage the situation. Otherwise, if the 5 great ninja villages could free up their forces, they might turn their attention towards the grass village. Therefore, Akihiko would undoubtedly be more anxious than Hanzo. As a result, Hanzo began cooperating with the Land of Grass's plans, and both nations returned to their typical state of bustling activity. The grass village's base once again teemed with rain ninjas who had come to undertake temporary work. However, Akihiko was faced with a perplexing problem: White Zetsu had gone missing. They had an arrangement that once Akihiko had concluded his business, White Zetsu would facilitate his entry into the organization. However, during this period, White Zetsu had vanished without a trace, leaving Akihiko in the dark. Frustrated and concerned, Akihiko scoured every inch of his office, but there was no sign of his enigmatic ally. Where could he have gone? Had something untoward occurred? Akihiko found himself pondering. He promised to help me understand the truth of the ninja world and help him realize real life. So, why would he disappear without even saying a word? Akihiko remained relatively unfazed by White Zetsu's disappearance, as he had already made up his mind to join the organization, making it clear that they couldn't easily get rid of him now. After all, he wasn't someone you could just invite and then uninvite on a whim. However, he was genuinely puzzled by their motives. Obito had managed to save Nohara-rin, and Akihiko couldn't understand why Black Zetsu had allowed it to happen. Did the organization forget his aim for peace in the ninja world? Moreover, what happened to his mission to free his mother? Akihiko, even in his non-main member status, felt a tinge of disappointment regarding the situation. Akihiko glanced at the intelligence report in his hand, realizing the Three Tails' presence. He mused, I suppose Konoha must be facing its own challenges right now. Yet, with all the major ninja villages embroiled in war, he was baffled as to how Miobuki had acquired such classified information. Furthermore, the mystery of Miobuki's whereabouts weighed on his mind as he wondered, where is he? It's been a while. Could he be in Konoha? However, the news of the Three Tails' capture by Konoha was not as covered as Akihiko might have assumed. It had already become public knowledge within the ninja world. Even within Konoha itself, the word spread like wildfire, as though some invisible hand was subtly pushing the information into the light. The pressure exerted by the Mist Village regarding the Three Tails' surrender had become a significant topic of discussion in Konoha. It appeared that the decision was becoming increasingly clear: either relinquish the Three Tails or prepare for war with the Mist Village. The situation bore similarities to the past, particularly the incident involving the Konoha White Fang when he had abandoned his mission to save a companion. Conversations on this matter were rampant throughout the village. There was a growing sentiment within Konoha, seemingly influenced by those who believed in surrendering the Three Tails for the sake of peace. Even some high-ranking officials in the village began to lean in favor of this perspective. They were willing to let a young girl bear the burden, all in the name of achieving peace and safeguarding Konoha. After years of war and 3 devastating ninja wars where Konoha had fought against 4 other villages, the village was teetering on the edge of exhaustion. In the name of peace, they believed that certain sacrifices were justified. Nevertheless, the third Hokage, much like the Konoha White Fang during his time, maintained a stoic silence regarding this issue. His demeanor in these meetings was one of visible distress and unwavering seriousness as he repeatedly insisted, "I will find a solution, stop discussing this matter." Despite his reassurances, the matter remained unresolved, and the atmosphere within the village grew increasingly tense. The pressure from the Mist Village continued to mount, and their forces had even inched closer to Konoha. It was evident that if they did not return the Three Tails, the threat of war would not abate. Meanwhile, after an abrupt message from Black Zetsu, White Zetsu acted without delay and hastened towards their base. However, he opted for a secluded location rather than heading directly to the base. He harbored concerns about what could happen if Madara-sama grew furious upon learning of his incomplete mission. With Madara's increasing age, White Zetsu thought it best to avoid upsetting him too much. As a result, he chose to meet Black Zetsu in secret to avoid Madara's potential anger. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but wonder why he was summoned back by Black Zetsu. Wasn't his primary task to recruit the Grass Village leader? The situation there had been quite exhilarating, and he was enjoying it immensely. Just as White Zetsu was contemplating these matters, Black Zetsu's voice emerged from behind him, "You've arrived. I instructed you to simply recruit the Grass Village leader. Why has it taken you so long?" White Zetsu turned around, moving closer to Black Zetsu, a friendly smile on his face. "Well, the Grass Village leader mentioned he was occupied and couldn't come at the moment. Speaking of which, what's the situation? Why did you suddenly call me back? What was it you needed?" "I see, I was concerned that something had gone amiss." "No matter, our top priority remains the fulfillment of Madara's contingency plan to revive him." Black Zetsu fixed his gaze on White Zetsu, momentarily reflecting. Just as Madara foresaw, it appears that darkness may pave the way for his eventual return. "We must be ready. Is the plan already underway?" "And it seems Zetsu has returned," White Zetsu inquired, detecting Zetsu's presence. "He's back indeed. Let's not dwell on that fool. He even brought bunch of Land of Fire snacks. Can't he remember our mission?" Black Zetsu dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand, appearing somewhat vexed. "By the way, how is that Grass Village leader?" However, as he mentioned this, White Zetsu lapsed into a thoughtful silence, appearing conflicted and hesitant. Curious, Black Zetsu inquired, "What's troubling you? Is he severely lacking, not meeting our strength requirements?" "No," came White Zetsu's response. "Not lacking? Then why this uncertainty in your expression?" Black pressed for more information. "It's not about his strength, it's just..." White Zetsu hesitated before continuing, "Black Zetsu, honestly, do we truly need to recruit that guy? I have a gut feeling that we might be falling into a trap." Chapter 123, ch. 120 Let's go meet Madara. Achoo! Akihiko involuntarily rubbed his nose, sensing that someone might be cursing him. However, he quickly dismissed it. As a grass ninja, he knew he couldn't be everyone's favorite, and such occurrences were expected. Enjoying a rare moment of leisure, Akihiko leisurely strolled through the Grass Village's base. Recently, the Mist Village had been relentlessly pressuring Konoha, with their forces inching closer to Konoha's borders in their pursuit of the Three Tails. Konoha, however, maintained a stoic silence in response to these demands. On another front, the ongoing war between the Mist and Sand villages showed no signs of abating. Pakura, now a lone force, utilized his Scorch release abilities to single-handedly hold the Mist Village at bay. This substantially alleviated the Sand Village's situation on the battlefield. In the absence of the third Kage, Raza and Pakura had taken on the roles of representing the young generation of the Sand Village. They engaged in an intense competition for the coveted position of the next Kage. Meanwhile, Raza was rapidly gaining recognition due to his effective use of gold dust against the Cloud Village and his unwavering defense of the Sand Cloud Village front line. In the eyes of the village, he was fast becoming the hero of the Sand Village and a strong contender for the title of the next Kage. In the grass village, Akihiko continued his relaxed stroll. However, suddenly, a voice interrupted his leisurely walk. "Leader." "Oh, it's you, Cao Zhao." Akihiko turned towards the voice, recognizing it. The atmosphere in the factory had grown tense when Akihiko arrived unannounced. Even the factory manager appeared flustered as he hurried over. "No need to be so tense, I've just come for a visit. Everyone should return to work, you don't need to pay me any special attention," Akihiko assured them. Cao Zhao, the factory manager, was a familiar figure to Akihiko. He was the first worker to interview for the job, the first to enter the canteen for meals, and the first to receive both the Outstanding Employee Award and the Personal Progress Award. His daughter had been studying at the Grass Village Academy for several years, and he was a role model for many Land of Rain workers, dedicating himself tirelessly to Konoha. He was known for his dedication, responsibility, and care, earning him the respect of his fellow workers. Recently, he had been promoted from assistant manager to full-fledged factory manager. "Thank you for your dedication," Akihiko expressed his gratitude for Cao Zhao's hard work and commitment. Cao Zhao, overwhelmed by the leader's appreciation, showed visible excitement. His eyes even welled up slightly as he responded enthusiastically, "No need to thank me, leader. I'll work even harder." Akihiko, trying to temper Cao Zhao's enthusiasm, waved his hand and said, "No need to get too excited." Cao Zhao composed himself and asked, "Is there anything I can assist you with, leader? Would you like me to give you a tour?" Akihiko shook his head, replying casually, "No, I just came for a brief visit. I've heard you haven't been home in a while. Do you plan to return after the war ends? How's your family?" Cao Zhao assured, "No problem, leader. My wife Shuko and our daughter Ruko are doing well in the village. They write to me from time to time, so you don't need to worry." Seeing Cao Zhao's happiness, Akihiko couldn't help but feel pleased. Akihiko smiled upon hearing this and asked, "Is that so?" "That's wonderful." He had established a system using grass ninjas who traveled between the two places to act as temporary couriers, allowing people from the village working in Konoha to communicate with their families back home. It had proven to be a beneficial decision, considering the number of people who spent extended periods away from their families. As he thought about receiving mail, Akihiko recalled a recent visit from the three youngsters. They had brought a letter that Kana had written to him. While it was a simple inquiry, it had warmed his heart to receive it. Akihiko hadn't had the opportunity to recharge his energy for quite some time, and his mental state was starting to wear thin. Replenishing his strength was a necessity once he returned. However, there was something mentioned in Kana's letter that made him smile wryly. She wrote that the flowers Nagato had planted had finally thrived beautifully during his absence. Speaking of which, that boy seemed to relish a carefree life whenever he could. He had simple hobbies like this, quite different from Yahiko, who was interested in a multitude of things and had a carefree attitude. As Akihiko concluded his brief inspection of the factory, Akihiko realized that it was nearly time for the workers to finish their day. As he prepared to take his leave after offering words of encouragement to Cao Zhao, something significant crossed his mind. "By the way, in a little while, you might be able to return home. And by that time, there will be a very convenient tool that will make traveling between the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain much easier," Akihiko mentioned as he continued towards the factory's exit. Cao Zhao stood there, somewhat bewildered. "Returning home?" he murmured. It seemed as though he grasped the significance of these words. His eyes widened slightly. Could it be, the war is finally coming to an end? Cao Zhao had committed to staying until peace was restored. The leader's message hinted at the possibility of a return home. Is the war really drawing to a close? Cao Zhao's face lit up with excitement. Yet, he soon remembered that the news wasn't confirmed, and he didn't wish to distract his fellow workers. He swiftly concealed his smile and regained a composed demeanor. Nevertheless, his eyebrows furrowed, and he pondered, what kind of convenient tool could it be? With renewed anticipation, he turned back into the factory, his steps seeming lighter than before. He exclaimed, filled with enthusiasm, "I can't wait to find out." Leaving the factory, Akihiko didn't immediately return to his office. Instead, he made his way to the minefield area, a location he had chosen for its convenience and discretion, situated not too far from the factory. This area was well suited for the extraction, refinement, and transportation of minerals. Recently, Elder Yoshinori and his team had been sending requests for large quantities of ores, suggesting that they were entering the crucial phase of their research, possibly even reaching the experimental stage. The excitement evident on Elder Yoshinori's face indicated that their project was approaching completion. Akihiko was determined not to hinder their progress and diligently ensured that the necessary ore supplies and processed metals were promptly transported to them. Leader. A tall, bald man dressed in the grass village's green protective gear called out to Akihiko as he approached. Akihiko smiled and nodded at this robust figure, instructing him to take care of the materials and ensure they were sent to Yoshinori. This man was Daisuke, the rain ninja who had been brought to the grass village by Yahiko years ago. Over time, he had developed into a more rugged and capable individual compared to when he had first arrived. As for Hato, the other person brought by Yahiko, he currently oversaw task assignments for the rain village's ninjas. Despite his somewhat eccentric behavior, he was diligent in his work and had become quite proficient in his current role. Understood, I'll take care of it. You can trust me, leader, Daisuke replied with unwavering seriousness. This won't delay Elder Yoshinori's experiments in the slightest. Thank you. After ensuring that everything was in order, Akihiko nodded and prepared to leave. It was a rare day out for him, and there wasn't much happening at the grass village base. However, after taking a few steps, Akihiko heard Daisuke call out to him once more. He turned to look at Daisuke, slightly puzzled. Before he could inquire about the matter, Daisuke, wearing a serious expression, asked, "Leader, is the land of rain going to have peace?" Akihiko was momentarily taken aback and was about to suggest that he should ask Hanzo about the situation. However, when he saw the hopeful look on Daisuke's face, he couldn't help but smile and nod, "Of course." Daisuke's tough and serious expression melted into a smile at Akihiko's response. "Thank you, leader." Akihiko didn't say anything more and just shook his head in a slightly helpless manner. He walked back towards his office. However, as he reached his office, he was surprised to find White Zetsu standing there, grinning. "Grass Village leader, do you have some time now?" As White Zetsu spoke, Akihiko seemed to understand something. His eyes brightened, and he excitedly grabbed White Zetsu's hand, asking, "Now? When do we leave?" White Zetsu became momentarily speechless, surprised by Akihiko's enthusiasm. He chuckled and withdrew his hand, replying, "Yes, right now, we can go immediately." Chapter 124, ch. 121 Meeting Madara. In the end, Black Zetsu decided to bring the person in. Despite White Zetsu's warnings about this individual potentially causing trouble, it didn't matter much. After all, the one officially in charge was Uchiha Madara. White Zetsu, in the grand scheme of things, was simply a tool for Madara, without significant influence. As for Black Zetsu, he would born as Madara's will when the time came. Even if this newcomer turned out to be a troublemaker, his actions would only cause issues for Uchiha Madara, not them, as he couldn't possibly be aware of their ultimate goal. So, as long as this person leaned towards peace, had a darkness in his heart that could be exploited, and possessed decent skills, he was welcome to join. Moreover, this individual seemed quite cunning, much like the rogue grass ninja they'd interacted with before. This seemed like a good fit. In the end, even White Zetsu had to concede that Black Zetsu had a point. Bringing this person in made sense. Even if it was a bit of a gamble, with so many white Zetsu around, there was little harm even if he managed to deceive one or two of them. Besides, this person had already discovered their existence. Not allowing him to join could lead to him probing for their secrets later on. Soon, White Zetsu guided Akihiko through an underground passage, and they finally arrived in a spacious underground chamber. However, as they entered the cavern, Akihiko fell silent, listening to the sound of someone reading aloud. He couldn't help but find it oddly familiar. Looking up at the top of the cave, he quickly realized what was happening and couldn't help but smile wryly. They were living beneath the school, which explained the haunting stories that had been circulating. However, the fact that the sound carried so clearly, even though they were deep underground, surprised him. Oh, that guy went out of his way to procure chakram microphones and audio systems developed by the Grass Village for this underground remodeling, White Zetsu's body explained, recognizing Akihiko's curiosity. That's why the sound quality is remarkably clear. Akihiko arched an eyebrow, realizing that they were discussing a specific White Zetsu, not all White Zetsu. Among the White Zetsu inhabiting the underground lair, one stood out from the rest. While the others were creations extracted from the Ghetto statue, ancient humans who had been submerged in the infinite Tsukuyomi, this unique White Zetsu had been formed by infusing cells from Senju Hashirama himself. Consequently, it possessed a distinctive appearance and a wider range of abilities. Additionally, this unique White Zetsu had a higher level of power and the capability to employ ninjutsu, including mastery of the 5 nature transformations. I never expected to find a White Zetsu who enjoys studying, Akihiko remarked. White Zetsu fell silent momentarily but then hesitated before saying, "Actually, it's what Lord Madara wanted." Akihiko was taken aback and sighed, even at his age, he still loves learning. It's a truly admirable dedication to education. This must be documented in the Grass Village's educational materials. We should encourage children to follow Lord Madara's example. I believe it must also be quite a challenge for you to oversee Lord Madara's studies. It seems that you White Zetsu also appreciate the pursuit of knowledge. But really, what was Madara studying at this point? Hadn't he already retired and moved on from learning? Didn't he want to use the infinite Tsukuyomi? Didn't he aspire to bring peace to the shinobi world? Didn't he want to demonstrate to his dear friend that he was right? Too bad he isn't diligent in his work. I'll have to scold him later, Akihiko thought, shaking his head internally. I must remind him to get back on track and criticize him for not focusing on his responsibilities. At this moment, White Zetsu's main body fell into silence once more, unsure of how to respond. This guy, he certainly had a way with words. However, had he ever mentioned anything about Madara? How did this guy know that Madara had grown old? Well, since he had already brought him here, the rest was up to Madara. After scratching his head, White Zetsu's main body pointed ahead and said, "We're here." But as Akihiko looked ahead, he noticed an elderly man with white hair, a few tubes sticking out of his back, sitting on a large stone chair. Was that Uchiha Madara? Observing the aged man with wrinkles on his face, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the mighty, legendary figures from the past were growing old. However, he couldn't help but wonder why there were so many sticks on the ground. They seemed oddly familiar. But as Akihiko was pondering over it, he noticed that Madara had sensed something and slowly opened his eyes. Their gazes met, and Akihiko just smiled as if to say hello. Yet, instead of a greeting, Madara simply remarked, "You're a bit of a surprise, Grass Ninja Leader." With that, Madara closed his eyes again. Akihiko couldn't help but feel confused by this abrupt response. He wasn't sure what Madara meant by that one sentence. This scene left Akihiko puzzled. He couldn't fathom why Madara had uttered just one sentence and then fallen silent. However, at that very moment, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out, "Madara-sama, I'm back. What a fruitful day it was. I'll be able to buy The voice halted in its tracks and expressed surprise, drawing closer to Akihiko with a warm smile. Grass Ninja Leader, you're here? That's fantastic, you've finally come. Akihiko raised an eyebrow, curious about why this guy appeared even more thrilled to see him than he was to see them. This person also seemed a bit disheveled. Akihiko recalled the rumors about the mysterious sanitation worker from earlier in the morning. Could this guy genuinely be collecting trash? Grass Village Leader, could you find a job for me? I attempted to work at the factory in secret, but I got caught. Now, I can't find any work, so I have to gather garbage to make a living. Spiral-faced white Zetsu looked at Akihiko with hopeful eyes. Akihiko was taken aback. What was this? A white Zetsu willingly seeking employment? What an industrious white Zetsu! This white Zetsu deserved compensation. No problem, you'll work from 9 to 9, with 1 day off every week. It may be a bit busy, but I guarantee that you'll have a very fulfilling day every day. Akihiko stated with a serious expression. However, when Zetsu heard Akihiko's offer, he hesitated. Although he had no facial expressions, it was apparent that he was unsure. He glanced at Madara in the stone chair, scratched his head, and appeared somewhat embarrassed. So, it's going to be that hectic, hey? Never mind then. I still need to look after Madara-sama. I'll stick with collecting trash. Besides, it doesn't cost much to support Madara-sama just fine. Madara, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open and, in his deep, weathered voice, uttered, "Silence, you idiot!" His piercing gaze shifted towards Akihiko, punctuated by intermittent moments of contemplative silence and a noticeable furrowing of his brow. Then, that same deep, age-worn voice resonated once more, "Leader of the Grass Ninja, can you do me a favor?" Akihiko found himself taken aback. Could this be it? Was Madara finally prepared to divulge the details of the infinite Tsukuyomi's grand plan for peace in the shinobi world? Before Akihiko could formulate a response, Madara once again closed his eyes and reclined on his colossal stone throne. He spoke with solemnity, "Can you accept Uchiha Obito into your village? Allow the young one to enroll in your village's academy and receive proper education." Akihiko was left utterly bewildered. The words emanating from Madara weren't what he expected. Chapter 125, ch. 122 Obito defected. After Akihiko departed, White Zetsu's curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired of Madara, who had not broached the topic of the infinite Tsukuyomi, "Is that all, Madara-sama?" Madara, maintaining a composed demeanor, responded, "There's no need to rush. Let me first assess his potential." He gradually opened his eyes, briefly acknowledging White Zetsu with a glance before closing them once more, refraining from further elaboration. In truth, over the course of these past few years, Madara had come to realize that his initial plan was overly simplistic. The path to achieving peace in the shinobi world was far more intricate than he had once presumed. Yet, what purpose would it serve to share these insights with his subordinates, especially the fool? As if prompted by a recollection, he reopened his eyes and reprimanded the nearby Zetsu, saying, "You fool! Stop collecting garbage, I don't want to eat that stuff you bring at all." "Understood, Madara-sama," Zetsu replied cheerfully. Upon his return to the land of rain, Akihiko still wore a perplexed expression. He couldn't help but entertain doubts. Did Uchiha Madara suffer from some form of mental instability? Or had he simply lost his grip on reality? Amidst the chaos of war, with Konoha in disarray, they had been unable to properly guide Obito towards the path of darkness, yet, Madara's decision was to direct the young man toward further education. Did they not realize that Obito had long since graduated? Moreover, Obito was still hailed as a hero in Konoha. Did he truly require additional schooling? And as for Black Zetsu, had he abandoned any hope of rescuing his mother? One only needed to glance at the state of Madara to understand the gravity of the situation. Just when I thought I could enjoy a few days in the land of grass upon my return, they've managed to disrupt it all, Akihiko sighed. As for White Zetsu, well, forget it. If I were to suddenly assign him some tasks, even I, as the leader of the land of grass, would feel awkward making the request. Perhaps it was wiser to establish some connections first. Then, when the time came for Madara to bid farewell, Obito would probably be back in school studying. In this manner, only Akihiko left who could inherit Madara's will and guide the 100,000 white Zetsus in the future. Speaking of which, some time ago, I dispatched Miobuki to Kikyo Pass. I wonder how that mission turned out. Before he could even finish the sentence, a familiar voice chimed in. I'm back, leader. Hearing that unmistakable and somewhat irritating voice, Akihiko was mildly surprised. He raised his gaze to find a dust-covered yet elated Miobuki striding in. Leader, I've performed a great service for the land of grass this time, he declared proudly, standing tall with a self-satisfied grin. I've kept your development plan for the land of grass in mind all along, even during my solitary journeys. I haven't forgotten a single word you said. Akihiko couldn't help but interrupt him, a subtle twitch forming on his lips. Could you please explain yourself more clearly? The talent acquisition plan. That's the one. It's the cornerstone of your vision, Miobuki reminded Akihiko, emphasizing the pivotal role this plan had played in the land of grass's prosperity. I'm well aware of that, Akihiko affirmed. How could he forget it? He remained dedicated to seeking new talents, and White Zetsu were indeed a unique form of talent, albeit with a different role and allegiance than Grass Village. Nevertheless, Akihiko never lost sight of the plan he had meticulously crafted. I recall your instructions, that so long as they possess the talent and steer clear of grossly immoral deeds, whether they're genin, chunin, or jonin, we should welcome them into the village, Miobuki recounted with a contented smile. This time, I encountered two remarkably gifted individuals. Despite their previous defection, my investigation revealed their fundamentally good character and kindness, and they are good boy and girl. They're also quite young. Once they arrive here, they can receive an education tailored to the land of grass. Akihiko found himself momentarily speechless, as he had a strong inkling of who Miobuki was referring to. His lips twitched, and he uttered, I appreciate your efforts. No need for gratitude, leader. This is the duty of every grass ninja, Miobuki assured, his hand patting his chest in a display of righteous resolve. I went to great lengths to investigate this case. That young man is someone who aids elderly ladies in crossing the street every day. Miobuki paused for a moment, releasing a deep sigh. Did you know he was bestowed with the title of hero in Konoha? Quite an outstanding young man, indeed. Once again, Akihiko found himself rendered speechless by Miobuki's manner of speaking. But he decided to let it go. What was the point of dwelling on such matters now? He was fairly certain about whom Miobuki was referring to. Nevertheless, Akihiko rolled his eyes and responded with rather muted enthusiasm, all right, but how did you manage to recruit such significant talents? Did you sneak into Konoha or something? Not at all. Do you remember what worked the last time we recruited? Miobuki shook his head and explained, I simply handed him 2 copies of the grass talent recruitment plan as he passed by. I believe he understood. Seems like he really defected, Akihiko mused, sighing. I didn't anticipate that Konoha would ultimately make that decision. They didn't have much of a choice. The war erupted at Kikyo Pass, and the combined forces of Suna and Iwa attacked, putting immense pressure on Konoha. Simultaneously, Kiri threatened Konoha and bolstered its border ninja numbers. In a bid to conclude the war swiftly, Konoha's inner circle pressed the Hokage to reach a decision, Miobuki explained, shaking his head as he painted a vivid picture of the mounting pressures weighing on Konoha. Miobuki sighed deeply. This war had escalated to levels surpassing even the First Shinobi World War. Sadly, Grass Village couldn't afford to sell intelligence anymore, otherwise, it was conceivable that the 5 great shinobi nations would be locked in even fiercer conflict. Upon hearing this revelation, Akihiko rose from his seat, a deep frown creasing his brow. Wait a moment. You mentioned the Kikyo battle. Has it already begun? Miyubuki nodded somberly. Indeed, I was just about to brief you. It erupted suddenly, and by the time I gathered the information, it was already 2 or 3 days into the conflict. I was on the scene at the time, and it sent shivers down my spine. Is something amiss? He inquired, noting Akihiko's perturbed expression. War. Akihiko, instead of answering directly, stood up and knitted his brows. It's drawing to a close. The news of the Kikyo battle had led Akihiko to this realization. However, the impending end of the war posed potential dangers for Grass Village. Akihiko paused, deep in thought. Upon hearing Akihiko's words, Miyubuki responded with a startled, "What?" "The war, it's coming to an end," Akihiko confirmed. Before Miyubuki could probe further, he continued, "I have an extremely important mission for you, Miyubuki." Miyubuki raised an eyebrow upon hearing the tone in his leader's voice, and without hesitation, he assured, "I pledge to fulfill this mission." "Come closer," Akihiko beckoned, prompting Miyubuki to lean in. The cautious demeanor of his leader left him feeling apprehensive. It was evident that this mission carried significant challenges. As for any hesitation, Miyubuki knew that reluctance would likely result in writing numerous ideological essays. However, after a brief pause and upon hearing Akihiko's instructions, Miyubuki lifted his head, gazing at Akihiko with a quizzical expression. He voiced his concerns. "Leader, didn't you mention that we've moved beyond this sort of work and shouldn't engage in such activities anymore? Moreover," pausing for a moment, he continued, "isn't this somewhat unethical for us? Even as grass ninja, it feels somewhat excessive. Set that aside for now. Tell me, what's the value of this information?" Akihiko dismissed Miyubuki's concerns with a wave of his hand. "Well, it's worth at least 100 million, Miyubuki paused briefly before providing an answer. Upon hearing Miyubuki's response, Akihiko nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, go ahead and sell it." Miyubuki regarded Akihiko with a perplexed expression, as if silently questioning, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Several days later, in Konoha, following Uchiha Obito's defection and the outbreak of the Kikyo battle, the atmosphere within the village had grown increasingly tense. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat in contemplation, a cigarette smoldering in an ashtray before him, as he examined 2 ninja profiles resting on his desk. One bore the name of Nohara Rin, while the other displayed the identity of Uchiha Obito. Torn by his own hesitations and the relentless village rumors, the young girl had decided to take a stand, offering herself to the Mist Village in exchange for peace and Konoha's protection. With their subsequent defection, the situation had grown infinitely more complex. Hiruzen sighed, his hand moving to massage his furrowed brow. He muttered to himself, "At this pivotal juncture, where has Danzo disappeared to? Doesn't he comprehend the gravity of the village's circumstances? Is he running amok in every direction? What could he possibly be thinking? Has he no inkling of a shinobi's duty and responsibility?" Following the expression of his concerns, Hiruzen shook his head, as if attempting to dispel his anxieties. He then turned his attention to the Anbu ninja nearby and declared, "Never mind, let's have Minato track down that child." "Understood." The Anbu ninja, wearing a fox mask, accepted the orders and promptly departed. However, before they could leave the room, another Anbu ninja, this one donning a dog mask, burst in with urgency. "Hokage-sama, urgent intelligence." "Urgent intelligence? Could it be that the mist or the sand has breached our defenses?" Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow furrowed, his gaze filled with concern. He accepted the intelligence report handed to him and scrutinized it closely. In an instant, his body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. The cigarette in his hand slipped from his fingers and dropped to the floor as he stared in stunned silence at the contents of the report. Grass Village. Could they truly be involved in such a scheme like this? Chapter 126, ch. 123 Fake War Exposed. Startling news had spread across the ninja world. The Grass Village had masterfully deceived all 5 major ninja villages by staging a fabricated war with the Rain Village. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the global ninja community. Ninja villages from all corners of the world were left in utter disbelief at the audacity of the Grass Village's deception. Until then, it was widely believed that every village was deeply embroiled in the ongoing and devastating war, with even the 5 major ninja villages being drawn into the relentless chaos. Blood had been shed, and countless battles had raged on. But, to everyone's bewilderment, the situation had taken a dramatic twist. This small village, nestled between 2 major nations, had orchestrated an entirely fictitious war with its neighbor, deceiving all 5 major ninja villages. Wasn't it just reported that the Grass Village and the Rain Village were locked in brutal combat? Wasn't it confirmed that both sides had suffered grievous losses? Now, the whole ninja world was left questioning the truth. Many ninjas, as they looked at their vests and gear, which they had purchased from the land of grass, were left feeling bewildered and resentful. They had endured the hardships of genuine warfare, while a small village, the Grass Village, had profited handsomely from this deceptive ploy. Shortly thereafter, the Sand Village made a resolute announcement, declaring their intention to wage war against the Grass Village and demanding unconditional surrender. Their shamelessness knew no bounds as they unabashedly requested compensation tenfold the amount they had spent on equipment acquired from the land of grass. They justified this staggering demand by citing the losses they had incurred during the ongoing war. It seemed that their primary motivation was a mix of frustration at the looming prospect of defeat in the war and the infuriating sight of their Grass Village neighbors reaping immense benefits. A sense of revenge and a desire for recompense had swiftly taken root within their hearts. Their village appeared to be in a state of turmoil, with companions heading off to the battlefield while witnessing the Grass Village profiting from the conflict, a feeling of vengeance and compensation firmly embedded in their minds. In a similarly disheartened fashion, the Mist Village, as the war appeared increasingly futile and the enemy seemingly enjoyed undeserved gains, demanded compensation from the Grass Village. They accused the Grass Village of providing subpar equipment of inferior quality, which had led to substantial losses on their side. Many of their warriors, disheartened by the course of the war, were now seeking restitution due to their deep resentment over the Grass Village's untouched status in a time of conflict. In a flash, the saga of the Grass Village outsmarting the 5 major ninja villages overshadowed even the events of the Three Tails incident in the Mist Village and the battle at Kikyo Pass. The dynamics of the ninja world underwent yet another shift. Much like the closing stages of the First Great Ninja War, the Grass Village had once again taken center stage. Had it not been for the intensity of the ongoing war and the pivotal battles consuming the 5 major ninja villages, it might have prompted a full-scale invasion. However, the leaf, the stone, and the cloud remained conspicuously silent. They either watched and observed, or perhaps they planned to communicate through force rather than words. Regardless, this abrupt revelation had placed the Grass Village under the spotlight, causing internal unease for Miyubuki. After years of selling information, he had never anticipated the day when he would sell a world-altering secret about his own ninja village. Indeed, he was the one responsible for leaking this information, and the customers who had seen the report were left stunned. Had the information not explicitly outlined the Grass Village's plot to stage a fake war, they might have questioned whether they were being fed false intelligence by the land of grass once again. This small ninja village had certainly stirred quite a commotion. "Leader, I'm afraid this time we may be facing a real crisis," Miyubuki voiced his concerns with a hint of hesitation. Even during the exposure of the fake intelligence incident in the First Great Ninja War, it wasn't this severe. "Perhaps we should consider going into hiding." In that earlier instance, they had only destroyed a village and a nation. However, the present circumstances hinted at the possibility of multiple attacks on Grass Village, with the intention, perhaps, of eradicating every last grass ninja. Nonetheless, Akihiko offered a calming perspective. "Don't panic so much," he reassured Miobuki. "It's not as dire as you imagine." In truth, the war had persisted for some time, and the 5 major ninja villages were, in reality, no longer keen on continuing the conflict. And that's exactly what happened in the original timeline. In the original future, the ultimate outcome of the war was that Konoha, which had tenaciously withstood the onslaught from the 4 great ninja villages, opted for a compromise in pursuit of peace. Recognizing the futility of further conflict and the absence of any tangible gains from pressing on, the 4 great ninja villages chose to halt the war, effectively marking the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War. It wasn't until Konoha plunged into chaos following the Nine Tails incident that Iwa Village and Kumo Village once again initiated hostilities against them. Nevertheless, these conflicts remained relatively small in scale. Shortly after, Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to abandon the intelligence orchestrated by Danzo to incite discord with Iwa Village, instead opting for diplomatic negotiations to secure peace. As for Kumo Village, despite the Hyuga incident, they too reached an agreement, putting an end to hostilities. On the other front, Suna Village and Kiri Village, which had been locked in combat since the Third Ninja War, continued to engage in minor skirmishes. Eventually, Suna Village chose to concede in the pursuit of peace, ending the war by relinquishing their hero. In essence, the 3 wars had inflicted deep wounds. None of the 5 great ninja villages harbored any interest in prolonging the conflicts, and the 4 great ninja villages had originally targeted Konoha to reap benefits. As a result, rather than waiting for the wars to conclude and potentially face reprisals from the 5 great ninja villages, seizing this opportunity seemed the wiser course of action. The 5 major ninja villages were currently embroiled in critical battles, rendering them unable to allocate significant resources for a pursuit of the Land of Grass. "Prepare for strong defenses throughout the Land of Grass and be ready to mobilize personnel here," Akihiko issued a concise order before heaved a sigh. "I'll have a conversation with Hanzo later." As soon as Akihiko spoke, Hanzo, his expression marked by anxiety, burst into the room without even the courtesy of knocking on the door. He promptly delivered the concerning news: "The secrets of the Grass Village and the Rain Village have been exposed." His eyes, concealed by his mask, bore the gravity of the situation as he continued, "I suspect this is the handiwork of Danzo, who covertly leaked the information. He truly lives up to his reputation as the right-hand man to Konoha's Hokage. Even without great power, we mustn't underestimate someone who lacks ninja ethics." In a tone tinged with frustration and anger, Hanzo added, "I thought I had thoroughly cleaned up the battlefield at that time, but somehow we were still uncovered. It's a testament to the skill of Konoha's ANBU ninja, who hail from the strongest ninja village. Danzo might have secretly dispatched this information, either before his capture or through his contacts within the ANBU's covered communication network. Alternatively, they could have intercepted the concealed messages Danzo had dispatched." However, as Hanzo spoke, he seemed to detect a shift in their demeanor. He glanced between them, sensing their intense scrutiny, and couldn't help but grow suspicious. "What's the matter with you two? Did I say something incorrect?" The two shared a silent exchange before redirecting their gaze toward Hanzo, who had seemingly constructed a rather absurd rationale to explain the information leak. A heavy sigh escaped Akihiko's lips, conveying a sense of the gravity of the situation. He spoke with a solemn tone, "It's truly disconcerting that information was compromised even under these dire circumstances. He is indeed fearsome, living up to his reputation as the darkness of Konoha." Exactly as the leader stated, Miobuki chimed in, matching the serious tone and sighing in agreement. For a brief moment, Hanzo, who had been closely associated with this group for some time, felt that something was amiss. He regarded them with suspicion and questioned, "Is there something you're not telling me?" "How could that be?" They responded with feigned innocence. "Or do you believe that we, the ninja of the Grass Village, would betray our own village and abandon our principles by selling information? This is nothing more than a plot by Kaha. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Akihiko interlocked his fingers, resting them beneath his chin, assuming a grave expression. He then addressed Hanzo. Hanzo, it's fortunate you've arrived. There's an important matter we need to discuss. Akihiko directed his gaze at Hanzo, his eyes filled with seriousness. Do you yearn for peace? For a brief moment, Hanzo found himself taken aback by the sudden question, struggling to see the connection to their current situation. If you seek peace, this presents an opportunity for the land of rain. Akihiko's words fell heavily. The mention of peace in the land of rain left Hanzo deeply shaken. His expression grew somber as he regarded Akihiko, inquiring, Grass Village leader, what do you propose? Seeing Hanzo's interest piqued, Akihiko laid out his proposition, declare war once more against the 5 major ninja villages. Hanzo's look of seriousness morphed into one of disbelief. You're not attempting to incite turmoil within the land of rain, are you? Akihiko chuckled, dismissing Hanzo's concern. Haha, of course not. We are allies, after all. Hanzo, still puzzled, questioned, does this plan have any bearing on the Grass Village's strategy? Even if you may doubt the Grass Village, I hope you can trust me as the leader of the Grass Village, Akihiko assured without delving into further details. You're quite the adept deceiver, though, Hanzo remarked with an eye roll, well aware of Akihiko's penchant for deception. Akihiko found himself momentarily speechless, Hanzo's comment hitting home. But regardless of his response, Hanzo remained skeptical. Just as Akihiko prepared to offer further persuasion, something in Hanzo's demeanor shifted. Hanzo's serious gaze bore into Akihiko as he posed a critical question. I have just one question, Leader Akihiko, and I hope you'll answer it honestly. Akihiko was taken aback by the abrupt change in Hanzo's tone. Leader Akihiko, this time, are you considering deceiving me or deceiving the land of rain? Hanzo asked with the utmost seriousness. The question lingered heavily in the air, and Akihiko, acutely aware of the gravity of the moment, took a moment to contemplate his response. He eventually sighed and shook his head. No, this time, it is indeed an opportunity for the land of rain, but... However, before Akihiko could complete his sentence, Hanzo interrupted, that's enough for me. With that in mind, let's establish an alliance. Akihiko, puzzled by the proposal since they were already allies, voiced his curiosity, but we're already allied. Hanzo clarified, I'm not talking about that kind of alliance. I mean a genuine alliance between the Grass Village and the Rain Village. This time, for the war. He suggested that they fight the war as true allies rather than just superficially connected. As Akihiko hesitated, Hanzo regarded him with a serious expression. The sincerity in his masked eyes was evident as he continued, I'll follow your lead. The Rain Village will follow your lead. Even the entire land of rain will follow your lead. Leader Akihiko, you will be in command. Akihiko found himself taken aback by Hanzo's words. Unlike in the past, this time, he understood that Hanzo was entrusting him with the authority to guide the lives of Rain Village's ninja, a responsibility of enormous magnitude. Chapter 127, ch. 124 Hanzo's confidence in Akihiko. Hanzo's audacious proposal left both Akihiko and Miyabuki in a state of astonishment. The idea of entrusting one ninja village entirely to the leadership of another was a bold and risky move, rarely witnessed even in the closest alliances. As they stood there, Hanzo's unwavering gaze fixed upon them, a silent expectation hung in the air, as if he awaited Akihiko's response. For a time, both Akihiko and Miyabuki remained silent, grappling with the profound implications of Hanzo's suggestion. Their thoughts raced as they weighed the potential outcomes of such a monumental decision. On one hand, Akihiko was deeply touched by the level of trust and confidence Hanzo, a renowned figure in the ninja world, had placed in him. On the other hand, he keenly recognized the immense responsibility and risks associated with this proposal. The room grew heavy with tension, and even Miobuki, who had been eagerly observing the proceedings, dared not utter a word. He swallowed hard, his excitement reflected in his eyes as he witnessed this historic moment. Akihako's gaze was fixed on Hanzo, a man who had weathered the harsh realities of life, rising to the pinnacle of the ninja world despite his early life as an orphan implanted with the venom sac of a black salamander. Hanzo's journey was a testament to his courage and unyielding determination, especially in a world where he lacked bloodline limits or secret jutsu for assistance. A small but genuine smile touched Akihako's lips, his expression adopting a profound seriousness as he regarded Hanzo. His response was a single word, "Very well." With this simple word, Akihiko accepted Hanzo's proposal. The room was filled with the sound of Hanzo's hearty laughter, a joyful nod confirming his satisfaction. He spoke with sincerity, "Then it's settled. I entrust the land of rain to you, Lord Akihiko." However, Akihiko, eager to explain his strategic plan for the upcoming war, began to speak, "Actually, it's not that troublesome. In this war, we only need to defeat one and defend four." Hanzo, with a warm smile, interjected, "No need. You need only give the orders for the Rain Village. We will follow your lead." This statement left Akihiko momentarily surprised by the sheer magnitude of trust that Hanzo had placed in him. Miobuki also couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and admiration for Hanzo. With those words, Hanzo didn't hesitate for a moment, he turned and left, exiting the room under the watchful gaze of Akihiko and Miobuki. They both observed his departure and couldn't help but sigh. Hanzo had earned his reputation as a ninja demigod for a reason, and his actions spoke volumes about his character. However, as Hanzo began to leave the room and had taken a few steps, an unexpected moment of doubt overcame him. He glanced back at Akihiko, his hesitation palpable, and he posed a question, "Are you truly not deceiving me or the land of rain this time?" Akihiko, who had just been filled with awe and admiration for Hanzo, found himself dumbfounded by this unexpected turn. He looked at Hanzo with a mix of surprise and inner frustration, silently cursing, "Couldn't you just have walked out straightforwardly? Give me back my emotions, you bastard!" Just as Akihiko was about to respond, Hanzo broke into a chuckle and added, "Haha, I was simply teasing you. No need to worry." In an abrupt shift of demeanor, Hanzo posed a follow-up question with a solemn expression, "Is it true?" Akihiko was momentarily perplexed, but before he could ask "Is what true?" Hanzo pressed on, "Will there genuinely be peace in the land of rain?" A smile slowly spread across Akihiko's face, and he nodded in affirmation, "Yes. That's settled then. I'll be counting on you, Leader Akihiko." Ha ha ha! With a hearty laugh, Hanzo exited the room, leaving Akihiko and Miobuki with a complex mix of emotions. Miobuki couldn't help but reflect, what an intriguing character Hanzo is. As Akihiko watched Hanzo's departure, he sighed and turned to Miobuki, remarking, "It seems we'll need to revise our battle plans for the Rain Village." As the rain poured down over the land of rain, Miobuki, the diplomatic spokesperson of the Grass Village, stepped forward to address the accusations leveled by the 5 great shinobi villages. Without a moment's hesitation, he issued a pointed rebuttal, affirming that the Grass Village's intentions were solely rooted in peaceful trade. He questioned the other villages' intrusion into the Grass Village's affairs and pointed out that the conflict with the Rain Village was nothing more than a military exercise among allies. He suggested that the other villages might be overreacting. Miobuki made it clear that the Grass Village had no intention of returning the funds acquired through what they considered a legitimate transaction, urging any complainants to direct their queries to the Grass Village's financial minister. He dismissed any notion of surrender, stating unequivocally that the Grass Village would stand its ground. With unwavering resolve, he declared that their village had no fear of war and, while they sought peace, they were not afraid to engage in battle if necessary. Seeing the Grass Village's apparent lack of respect, the Mist Village and the Sand Village, as 2 of the 5 great shinobi villages, were considering their response to this audacious challenge. However, just as they were deliberating their course of action in light of the grass village's defiance, a surprising twist unfolded. Hanzo, the formidable leader of the Rain Village and known as the Ninja Demigod, stepped forward and made a groundbreaking announcement. He declared an alliance with the Grass Village and, even more shockingly, declared war against the 5 great shinobi villages. This revelation sent shockwaves reverberating throughout the entire ninja world. The Land of Rain had suffered considerable devastation during the Second Great Ninja War and was still grappling with its aftermath. The sudden emergence of the Rain Village from the shadows and its alignment with a minor village raised countless questions. What had prompted the Rain Village to make such a bold move, and what had the Grass Village offered in exchange? With these 2 smaller villages forming an alliance and openly challenging the 5 great shinobi villages, the major ninja villages were on high alert. Nevertheless, the 5 great shinobi villages, while cautious, did not perceive an immediate threat. They were acutely aware of the significant power disparity between the smaller villages and themselves, and they believed that the 2 smaller ninja villages, Grass and Rain, would soon come to understand the immense difference in strength that separated them from the apex of the ninja world represented by the 5 great shinobi villages. The intentions of the 5 great shinobi villages had little bearing on the Grass and Rain villages' response. In the wake of the threats from the major ninja villages, the Grass and Rain villages entered into the state of war. With the alliance between the Grass and Rain villages now exposed, the Grass village decided to abandon any pretense of secrecy. In an effort to protect their people, the Grass village began implementing centralized control and gathering their citizens in secure locations. The sudden declaration of war by the 5 great shinobi villages incited anger among the inhabitants of the Rain and Grass villages. These people, who had been living in the midst of a tumultuous and uncertain environment, had found a glimmer of hope and safety in the presence of Grass and Rain ninjas. The 5 great shinobi villages' demand for surrender from the Grass village, which was merely engaged in business, was seen as an unjust and unreasonable imposition. The outrage among the ninjas of the Rain and Grass villages was palpable. In the heart of a bustling mining field, the news of the alliance between the Grass and Rain villages to confront the 5 major ninja villages reached Daisuke, who was the leader of mining. It brought a smile to his face, though he couldn't entirely shake his concern regarding the potential response of the major ninja villages. The scars left by the Second Great Ninja War on the Land of Rain still weighed heavily on his mind. One of the older individuals present sensed Daisuke's contemplation and inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Daisuke-sama?" Daisuke, momentarily pulled from his thoughts, reassured, "It's nothing, just thinking about the situation. You don't need to worry about me." With the Grass village currently experiencing a period of relative peace, many of its citizens were involved in various daily tasks, factory work, mining, or fulfilling their roles as Grass village ninjas. Mining, however, was not a profession undertaken by many. For these individuals, the tranquility they now enjoyed was a rare and cherished gift. Having stable jobs and not having to go to bed hungry were privileges they deeply valued. The older man decided to stay by Daisuke's side, sitting down to engage in conversation with him, observing the clouded expression in Daisuke's eyes as they both looked ahead. "I know. It's because of war, right?" The older man's eyes remained fixed on the pouring rain as he responded, "Now, everyone knows that the Grass and Rain villages have declared war against the 5 major ninja villages." Daisuke raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at the older man. It was true that the declaration of war had garnered immense attention and was likely the topic of conversation among people everywhere. The contrast between the heavy rain and the still shining sun overhead created a unique and memorable scene in the Land of Rain. Concerned, Daisuke asked the older man, "Aren't you all afraid?" The older man, with a calm and matter-of-fact tone, acknowledged, "Afraid? Of course, we are. But what good does fear do? Back when you and your comrades weren't here, the Land of Rain was already in turmoil. We struggled to find enough food, with the constant threat of ninja attacks. Winters were especially harsh, marked by hunger and cold. I remember thinking that we might not survive another winter. But fate had a different plan. Tears welled up in the old man's eyes as he continued, one fateful night, a group of ninjas suddenly appeared. At that moment, I thought our end had come, and I would finally reunite with my grandson's parents. However, instead of death, I met you, Daisuke-sama. Gratitude filled the old man's voice as he shouted to Daisuke, "Thank you." Daisuke acknowledged the thanks with a nod but quickly redirected the credit, saying, "It's not me you should thank, it's leader Akihiko." "I know. We are grateful to Lord Akihiko as well," the old man replied, nodding in appreciation. Reflecting on the impending war, he continued, "War, you say? Everyone is afraid. But what use is fear now? The grass and rain villages have us surrounded, and that's already a blessing. If we were really unlucky, I might not be here today. But Lord Akihiko told us not to worry, we just have to continue our work, and the rest is in the hands of the ninjas. So, let's just do our work. Can it be any worse than it was back then?" Daisuke's surprise at the old man's perspective soon gave way to a nod and a warm smile. "You're absolutely right," he agreed. "Let's just do our work." As Daisuke rose to his feet, a young man approached him and exclaimed, "Daisuke, there you are." "Ah, Hato." Daisuke responded with surprise. He inquired, "Why are you here? Don't you have work to do?" Hato laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, I came to see. I'll be heading to the battlefield in a few days with Yahiko and the others. This time, I'll show the 5 major ninja villages just how powerful I am." Daisuke couldn't help but smile at Hato's determination. He then had a realization and removed his helmet. Turning to the older man, he said, "I'm sorry, but I think I'll need to leave for a while. I have something to attend to." The older man seemed to understand and watched Daisuke walk away into the distance. He shouted after him, "Leader, will you come back?" Daisuke called back with assurance, "Of course, I'm your leader. When I return, I'll treat you all to drinks." Under the pouring rain, the old man observed Daisuke's retreating figure and laughed heartily. "We'll be waiting for your return, leader." Chapter 128, ch. 125 Successful Escape. Shiko, war has descended upon us. While I'm unsure about the village's situation there, I believe it should be holding up well. Don't concern yourself over my safety, I'm safe here. The grass and rain villages have formed an alliance, ensuring our protection. Leaders Akihiko and Hanzo are watching over us. The 5 major ninja villages may appear daunting, and it's natural for us to feel uneasy. However, please, do not be afraid. My blessing will be always with you. Let's place our trust in leader Akihiko, just as we did when we first arrived in the grass village. The land of grass and the land of rain will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Speaking of which, I have a secret to share. A few days ago, leader Akihiko confided in me that the war would conclude peacefully soon. So, let's anticipate the arrival of peace together. Furthermore, please relay to Ruko not to wander around too much. I believe I'll return home soon. There's no need to write me more letters, as the outbreak of war will keep the ninjas busy. This will be my last message for now. Inform Ruko that her dad misses her dearly." Cao Zhao smiled as he set down his pen and glanced out of the window. The day was just beginning to brighten, and a light rain fell outside. But he had a task at hand, he needed to deliver the letter. Once he delivered it, he'd have to return to work. These were uncertain times, and as the factory manager, he anticipated a hectic schedule to ease the concerns of many. He gathered the letter from the table, meticulously folded it, and secured it inside an envelope. In a soft, hopeful murmur, he said, "I truly hope Shiko receives this letter." As the grass and rain villages officially announced their alliance and the sand village and mist village observed the grass village's steadfastness, both villages deployed a portion of their forces towards the grass and rain villages in the midst of this tense war. This unexpected outbreak of hostilities somewhat alleviated the pressure on Konoha. In a way, the grass and rain villages were shouldering a part of their burden. However, as of now, Konoha is still in the dark regarding the source of this crucial information. The intelligence was immensely valuable, raising suspicions. Did the grass village, by any chance, sell it for personal gain? But that notion seemed improbable. Which ninja village would willingly trade its own secrets for mere monetary profit? In fact, shortly after the news had circulated, whispers in the ninja world hinted that this intelligence might have been acquired by Shimura Danzo, the enigmatic figure known as the Darkness of Konoha, through his secret investigations. However, Konoha remained dubious, given the high cost of this information. In response, after the initial commotion, Konoha decided to seek clarification from Danzo. However, he had remained unresponsive for several days, fueling suspicions that Danzo might be covertly diverting these resources for his own agenda. As several days passed with no word from Danzo, the third Hokage couldn't help but grow increasingly frustrated, pondering the secretive activities of him. He wondered, what could Danzo possibly be up to? Speaking of which, despite the grass village's lessening of their burden, Konoha still faced substantial pressure. Furthermore, the return of the Three Tails was a crucial element in the pursuit of peace. Faced with despair, Obito finally comprehended the essence of what his old teacher, Madara-sensei, had been emphasizing all along. He realized that the so-called talk of a peaceful village effectively meant sacrificing himself, Rin, and everyone else for the greater good. What baffled him was that he and his companions had exerted so much effort to protect Konoha, yet they felt abandoned in their time of need. In the midst of his despair and anger, one of Obito's eyes underwent a sudden transformation, attaining the Mangekyo Sharingan. Despite Rin's reassuring smile and words of "Don't worry about me," Obito remained determined to rescue her from the clutches of the darkness and hypocrisy that seemed to envelop the village. It was at this moment that he resolved to break free from Konoha and convinced Rin to join him. However, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan for the first time and embarking on the run with an injured friend while being pursued by their former teacher, Minato, and Obito's old rival, Kakashi, proved to be a challenge. "Obito, please," Rin implored, her voice laced with both gratitude and anxiety. She understood that Obito's actions were driven by his desire to protect her, but the weight of betraying their village weighed heavily on her conscience. But Obito remained resolute, firmly clutching her and continuing to carry her to safety. "I won't leave you, Rin. I'll get you out of here." In an attempt to reassure her, he offered a small smile and shared his vision for their future. "I know of a place. It may be a bit chaotic, and there's no sunshine, but it's filled with good people. Madara-sensei is there too, although he can be strict. I believe you'll like it in that place." As he gazed ahead, Obito's determination shone through. "We're almost there. Once we reach the land of grass, we'll be safe. Even if I can't become a ninja there, it doesn't matter. I'll work alongside that guy to make a living." Rin observed Obito's resolve, aware of the pain hidden behind his cheerful facade. She knew that Obito's dream was to become Hokage, and the current circumstances had dashed those dreams. "Stop!" Suddenly, the atmosphere was broken by sudden voices. The tension in the air was palpable as voices echoed from all sides, halting Obito and Rin in their tracks. They turned to find themselves surrounded by a group of ninjas, including two very familiar figures. "Obito, please come back with us," Minato implored earnestly, his voice laced with concern. "I'll explain everything to the third Hokage, and Rin is my student. As her teacher, I'll ensure her safety." Kakashi, standing beside Minato, observed the situation with a conflicted expression, his single eye reflecting the turmoil within him. He muttered to himself, "This idiot." Obito's resolve remained unshaken as he stood protectively in front of Rin. He met Minato's gaze and then glanced at Kakashi, shaking his head while clenching his lower lip. I can't trust you anymore, Minato-sensei, Obito declared firmly. He continued, emphasizing the profound impact Madara had on his life. If not for Madara-sensei, I would be dead under those boulders. And if it weren't for me, Rin and Kakashi would also be dead. You can't save anyone, sensei. Minato was taken aback by Obito's words, his response a stammered, Obito. The solemnity of the moment hung heavy in the air as everyone present, including the ANBU ninjas, watched in silence. It was undeniable that Obito had been a remarkable young ninja. It was thanks to his contributions that Konoha had narrowly avoided defeat at the Konobe Bridge. Sympathy welled up within them, but they were all bound by the duty to follow orders. Obito, tears in his eyes, took a kunai and wiped them away, slashing a deep gash across his forehead protector. He cast a resolute gaze upon Minato and declared, "That's enough. I'm no longer a Konoha ninja." "No!" shouted Minato, as his face displayed a sense of panic as he saw Obito's actions. However, he gradually regained his composure upon seeing Obito's unwavering determination. He acknowledged the depth of Obito's resolve. Taking a deep breath, Minato spoke with newfound determination, "In that case, I will personally bring you back." With this declaration, Minato turned towards the other ANBU ninja, a hint of plea in his eyes as he addressed them, "This is my responsibility as his teacher. Please allow me to handle this personally. Trust me." The ANBU ninja remained silent, their gazes shifting among themselves. Gripping their kunai, they eventually lowered their heads and took a step back, granting the field to their teacher and his student. A faint smile touched Minato's lips in gratitude for their understanding. He turned back to Obito, his expression resolute, and declared, "I will bring you back myself, Obito." As Minato spoke, he vanished in a blur of speed and reappeared behind Obito, launching an attack. But Obito had prepared for this moment and demonstrated the newfound power he had acquired. He swiftly dodged Minato's attack, proving that he had grown immensely in skill and agility. However, amid the clash of their abilities, Obito heard something that seemed to catch him by surprise. He turned to Minato with a bewildered expression. Without wasting a moment, Obito harnessed his unique abilities to bypass the surrounding ninja and dashed away with Rin towards the direction of the land of grass. The agility and speed displayed by Obito left everyone stunned. Evading the Flying Thunder God technique, a technique deemed unassailable by any other Konoha ninja, was a testament to Obito's extraordinary prowess and prodigious talent. Minato and Kakashi wasted no time and gave immediate chase. Each time Minato attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to strike at Obito, he was met with Obito's uncanny ability to elude his attacks. As everyone else chasing him witnessed Obito continuously outmaneuvering Minato's attacks, they couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and admiration for the young ninja. As they looked at Obito's back, feelings of admiration and regret filled their hearts. After Minato and Kakashi failed to catch up with Obito, they watched his form grow smaller as he approached the land of grass. Obito, still not fully comprehending the extent of his newfound abilities, was filled with unwavering determination. As Obito neared the borders of the land of grass, Minato couldn't help but let a sigh of relief escape his lips, though he quickly composed himself and muttered, "Obito." One of the other ninjas, who was chasing with them, realized the gravity of the situation and urgently spoke up, "Minato-sama, we're approaching the land of grass. We can't enter their territory. Time is running out, and we must bring them back." Without hesitation, the group of Konoha ninjas charged ahead, determined to retrieve Obito and Rin. They shouted, "Come back with us and face Hokage-sama's judgment." However, before they could close in on Obito and Rin, a sudden voice rang out, "Paper style, sword cage," and sharp, paper-like white blades appeared, blocking their path from all directions. These blades swept towards them with relentless force, as a joyful voice accompanied the assault. "I'm sorry, but even though the leaf and the grass are allies, we can't have visitors in the land of grass right now." The unexpected attack left the pursuing Konoha ninjas shocked and scrambling to evade the strikes. As the white blades whizzed by, they saw the figure responsible for this ambush, none other than Akihiko Kusano, the grass village leader. Chapter 129, ch. 126. We still need to study. The grass village's leader, Akihiko Kusano, stood before them. The Konoha ninjas regarded him with a mixture of caution and respect. In today's ninja world, the name of the grass village's leader was widely recognized. He had brought an end to the chaos in the land of grass, overseen its reconstruction, and even engaged in battles on par with a demigod of the ninja world. While suspicions had arisen due to the alliance between the rain and grass villages, there was no doubt that this leader was an imposing figure. However, the fact that he had a demigod of the ninja world by his side indicated that his strength was far from ordinary. It was important to remember that this demigod was a figure who had stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even though the demigod had aged and his strength might have waned, nobody dared to underestimate his abilities. The fact that such a formidable individual would collaborate with Akihiko only underscored that the grass village leader possessed extraordinary abilities. In the present scenario, the grass village's leader had demonstrated unwavering resolve in the face of threats from the sand and mist villages, further bolstering the impression that this remarkable ninja wielded unparalleled power. The ANBU ninjas assisting Minato in their pursuit of Uchiha Obito exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward and addressed Akihiko respectfully. "Leader Akihiko, we sincerely apologize for any disruption. However, we have a situation involving a rogue Konoha ninja who has entered the land of grass. We believe it is in the best interests of both our nations to cooperate and apprehend this ninja, as their presence also poses a security risk to your land." Akihiko's countenance shifted to one of seriousness as he responded, "Is that so? The infiltration of a rogue Konoha ninja into the land of grass is indeed a matter of great concern." The ANBU ninjas collectively let out a breath, relieved that the grass village's leader appeared amenable to cooperation. However, Akihiko's tone took an unexpected turn as he continued, "As you are well aware, the grass village and Konoha share a close alliance, with a history of mutual support and cooperation." A sense of déjà vu washed over everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Before anyone could react, Akihiko pressed on with his statement. Akihiko sighed deeply before he began. The fact that such a grave rogue ninja from Konoha was allowed to infiltrate the land of grass raises concerns about the safety and well-being of our nation. It's our duty to protect our people and ensure they feel secure. He then placed a hand on his chest and continued, "However, I want to assure you that the issues faced by Konoha are not isolated from the grass village. We will extend our full support to capture the rogue ninja. Rest assured, you won't be burdened with exorbitant expenses, and we won't charge you 10 times the cost for damages, as some other villages might do. We will stick to a fair and reasonable compensation. The responsibility of resolving this matter will fall upon the grass village, and we promise to assist in bringing this individual to justice." Silence hung in the air. The onlookers had now come to a realization that the grass village leader was indeed the shrewd and resourceful figure they'd heard about, capable of turning any situation to his advantage. He even broached the topic of compensation before the rogue ninja had been captured. The ANBU ninjas exchanged uneasy glances among themselves and nodded slightly. Their mission was clear, as they had received direct orders from the Hokage. Their primary objective was to retrieve the rogue ninja, regardless of the circumstances. The leader of the ANBU team began to move forward in response to Akihiko's comments, but he was halted by a hand extending from his side. Minato, with a grave expression, shook his head. The ANBU leader was about to express his confusion, but Minato calmly spoke up. "Take a look around." It was then that the other ANBU members also became aware. They noticed a dense gathering of shinobi blocking their path on the border of the land of grass. Were these ninjas here to prevent them from entering the land of grass, or did they have other intentions? "Let's head back for now," Minato declared with firmness. "I'll personally deliver a report to the Hokage." Upon hearing Minato's words, the ANBU team leader fell into a momentary silence. He glanced at the grass shinobi who were blocking their path and released a resigned sigh. He then gave Minato one last meaningful look. Since the start of this mission, he had a peculiar sense that Minato was intentionally allowing Obito and Rin to escape. The situation felt far more intricate than it seemed. After a pause, he said slowly, his gaze still fixed on Minato, "Minato-sama, I'll compile a comprehensive report regarding this mission for the Hokage." Minato chuckled, brushing off the hidden implication in the ANBU leader's words. "Haha, I didn't expect Obito to have become this formidable. Even his own teacher can't catch up with him." He then turned his gaze toward the grass village leader, his emotions mixed. With a respectful bow, Minato addressed him, "I apologize for the disruption, Leader Akihiko. Please rest assured, Konoha has no intention of recklessly provoking a conflict. Of course, you needn't worry. The relationship between Kusa and Konoha runs deep, spanning many years," Akihiko replied, gazing at Minato with seriousness. "I believe Konoha is not the sort of ninja village that bullies its weaker allies." His words left everyone present momentarily speechless. They couldn't believe the audacity of this man. The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, but ultimately, they obeyed Minato's and their captain's orders without hesitation. They prepared to return and report to Hokage-sama that the capture mission had failed. However, just as they were about to depart, Akihiko suddenly called out, "Namikaze Minato." When Minato heard someone calling his name, he immediately turned around, arching an eyebrow with a puzzled expression as he looked at Akihiko. Akihiko extended his right hand in a peculiar invitation gesture and left hand behind his back and spoke sincerely, "If you ever find yourself unable to endure being in Konoha, you're welcome to come to my village." He accompanied this statement with a half-smile as he gestured towards Land of Grass. "The gates of my village are always open to you." The Konoha shinobi were left utterly flabbergasted. Could this man truly be so brazen as to openly attempt to poach him from Konoha in front of them? Even Minato was left momentarily dumbfounded. He raised his hand to stop his subordinates from responding and offered a wry smile as he replied, "Thank you for your generous offer, Leader Akihiko, but I have a deep love for my village." With that, he turned away without further delay and departed with the ANBU team. It had been an eventful day, and there was much to report, including Obito and Rin's defection and the Grass Village's bolstered border defenses against the Land of Fire. Minato navigated through the forest with a heavy sigh, his thoughts weighed down by the events of the day. He idly touched on the talent acquisition plan of the Grass Village pamphlet he had come across earlier in the mission in his pocket. It was a secret he hadn't shared with anyone and the reason he had sent Obito and Rin to the Grass Village. In these turbulent times, he had hoped they could find refuge there, and perhaps, in the future, he could bring his students back. Minato crumpled the paper and let it drop from his hand. He affectionately tousled Kakashi's hair, who was lost in his own contemplation of the day's events. Offering a bittersweet smile, Minato muttered to himself, "Well, for now, let's focus on how to respond and manage this situation when we return to the village." Meanwhile, on the other side, as Minato and his team departed, the three youngsters watched their sensei, Akihiko, approach with perplexed expressions. They couldn't help but recall how Akihiko had scolded them in the past for trying to recruit individuals from the Rain Village while in the presence of Rain Village ninjas. Yet, now, he appeared to be openly extending an invitation to Konoha ninjas right before their own Konoha ninjas. It seemed like everything they had learned about ninja ethics had been contradicted by their own teacher. Akihiko casually tousled the heads of the three young ninjas, who were regarding him with a mix of confusion and surprise. He seemed unfazed by their reactions as he turned to address Obito and Rin, who were surrounded by the three youngsters. With a warm smile, he reassured them, "No need to be anxious. There's an elderly man in the Grass Village who wants you to study diligently." Obito, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. His initial anxiety began to recede, replaced by a surge of excitement. "Is it Madara-sensei?" Akihiko, however, appeared utterly stunned by this address. Madara-sensei? He found it rather unusual. Why would Obito use such a formal way of addressing him? Shouldn't he simply refer to Madara as Madara, or perhaps Uchiha Madara, or even Madara-sama? Why the sensei honorific? Despite his inner perplexity, Akihiko calmly nodded in confirmation. Indeed, it's him. Obito's eyes welled up with emotion upon hearing Akihiko's words. I can't believe they all still remember me, he murmured, his voice trembling. And Madara-sensei. This time, I'll make sure to take good care of him. I'll support him in his old age, even if I have to collect trash together with Zetsu. I won't give up. Akihiko couldn't help but stare at Obito with a bewildered expression. What on earth had Obito been through after being saved by Madara? It was far from what he had expected. The three youngsters beside them were filled with curiosity, especially when it came to Obito. His name was renowned as a hero of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, a legend that echoed far and wide. Yet, they hadn't expected him to look so young. Yahiko blinked and commented, he still needs to study? Hasn't he already graduated from Konoha and even received the title of a hero? Speaking of which, he's only 13 years old but he's already a hero. He turned to look at Nagato and sighed, what were we doing when we were 13? We. Nagato paused for a moment, deep in thought, then nodded and added, back then, our homework probably weighed 50 pounds. Obito and Rin exchanged puzzled looks, completely baffled by the conversation. Did the grass village have such an unusual academic system that they measured homework in terms of weight? Chapter 130, ch. 127 A Hidden Ace? Danzo. After issuing instructions to the two new young students, Akihiko convened a meeting with three youngsters. Despite Minato's assurances that Konoha wouldn't retaliate against the grass village for their subterfuge, Akihiko, as the leader of his nation, couldn't solely rely on the promises of another village. So, these three youngsters would guard the border and remain here for a period of time. After all, he was no member of the Tsuchigumo clan, and he couldn't put his people's safety at risk. He couldn't afford to entrust the well-being of his villagers to Konoha's word alone. He remembered how Konoha had assured the Tsuchigumo clan, they'd be safe as long as they refrained from using forbidden jutsu. Yet, they had stood by while the Tsuchigumo clan teetered on the brink of destruction, nearly losing its entire population. To be fair, Minato's promise seemed trustworthy. Konoha had a history of not initiating unnecessary conflicts. Even during the Second Great Shinobi War, it had been Hanzo who declared war against the 5 major villages, not Konoha. Don't worry, sensei, Yahiko confidently patted his chest and declared, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves, we'll protect this place. However, at Yahiko's words, a series of quick smacks landed on the back of his head, courtesy of Akihiko. The grass village leader scolded them with annoyance, I've put in a lot of effort raising you three, educating you, and instilling you with knowledge. Now, are you suggesting that you become mere sacrifices? Have you forgotten all the grass shinobi techniques I've taught you? You must learn to ensure your own safety. Akihiko was straightforward, showing his genuine concern for the 3 young students he had watched grow. He couldn't bear the thought of them being relegated to mere sacrifices. As he looked at these almost as tall as him youngsters, he couldn't help but reflect on how much they had matured. Though Akihiko could be demanding, he had been an excellent teacher and had cared for them deeply. Upon hearing Akihiko's words, their eyes welled up slightly with emotion, gazing at him with affection. Akihiko, despite his strictness, had been an exceptional teacher who had treated them well. With unwavering determination, they assured him, "Don't worry, sensei. We won't let you down." "Humph, don't exaggerate," Akihiko chuckled, rubbing his chin. He winked at them and continued with a smile, "Whether you can stand up to Konoha is still uncertain." Akihiko paused for a moment, deep in thought. Then, he looked at the 3 of them and grinned. "Don't worry, your teacher has a hidden ace up his sleeve." "A hidden ace?" What's that? The curious trio asked eagerly. Akihiko lowered his voice, leaned in closer, and confided, Danzo. You'll be responsible for dealing with him from now on. If Konoha doesn't keep its word, just hang him up there, and if anyone comes to his rescue, give them a little scare by stabbing Danzo. But remember, don't kill him. Akihiko didn't believe Konoha would disregard their agreement if Danzo was in a precarious situation. Upon hearing this, the three youngsters exchanged puzzled glances. What had Danzo done to earn such disfavor from their sensei? Why was their sensei so ready to use him in such a way? After giving instructions to the three young students, Akihiko made his way to the place where Danzo was being held, intending to provoke him further. In Konoha, you're the only one I find to be a formidable opponent, Danzo, Akihiko sighed dramatically and continued, we're fortunate that your strength doesn't match your abilities. Akihiko continued, expressing admiration for Danzo's intelligence. It's truly remarkable how you managed to transmit information even in such a precarious situation. These comments left Danzo perplexed. He was certain that he hadn't leaked any information. Perhaps one of his root subordinates had transmitted intelligence just before they were apprehended, and it had subsequently been intercepted by other ANBU members? As he contemplated this, Danzo's pride and arrogance got the better of him. With a cold, resolute tone, he declared, you're not even in the same league as me. My sole rival in life is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Akihiko gazed at Danzo, who appeared confident, self-assured, and unwavering. But he wondered how long Danzo could maintain this level of self-assurance, considering that he might end up hanging in front of everyone. Akihiko found this thought quite amusing, though he remained silent for a moment before sighing and saying, but you were still captured. With those final words, Akihiko left the prison, leaving Danzo to contemplate the notion of strength. Akihiko appeared to be downcast as he departed. In his wake, Danzo was left feeling both proud and regretful, clenching his fist in silence. Following their conversation, Akihiko made the necessary arrangements for his students. With the ongoing wars and the threat looming over the grass village, he had to leave because he had other pressing matters to attend to. Amidst the escalating tension, both the Sand Village and the Mist Village had declared war on the Grass Village. Despite the ongoing conflicts, they were sending their forces towards the Grass Village. Akihiko entrusted the matter regarding the Sand Village to Hanzo, the demigod of shinobi. Hanzo assured everyone by saying, while I may not be able to fight all 5 of them, I can certainly handle one. Leave it to me. This assurance alleviated concerns about the Sand Village for the time being. The situation with the Cloud and Stone villages remained unclear, but Akihiko had made arrangements based on his belief that, after years of warfare and with the 5 great ninja villages currently embroiled in battles, they wouldn't be able to dispatch significant forces to attack the Grass Village. He felt confident that they could defend against them without much trouble. As for the Mist Village, Akihiko decided to stay behind and personally deal with them, who had been audacious enough to demand 10 times the compensation and reimbursement for war damages. He found their demands exorbitant, especially when even the notoriously shameless Sand Village had only sought 10 times the compensation. Akihiko couldn't help but find the Mist Village's demand to be beyond shameless. The audacity of their request left him incredulous. Akihiko stared at the serene, clear blue sky over the land of grass. The weather was delightful today. No rain, and the temperature was just right, with a gentle breeze rustling through. It was a beautiful day to be alive. Akihiko couldn't help but stretch his limbs lazily and exclaim, "Ha war!" However, his brief moment of peace was interrupted when a Grass Village ninja urgently approached him. "Leader, we've received crucial frontline information." Frontline news. Akihiko was taken aback for a moment but quickly motioned for the ninja to continue. "Stone Village and Cloud Village have also declared war on the Grass Village," the ninja reported. Akihiko's expression turned serious. Finally, the expected war had arrived. Following the declarations of war by the Sand and Mist villages, it didn't take long for the Stone and Cloud villages to follow suit. A covert group of Stone Village ninjas infiltrated the vicinity of the Grass Village, sneaking across the already destroyed Kanabi Bridge. They sought a meeting with Miobuki and the Minister of Finance of the Grass Village, making a straightforward demand. The Grass Village needed to compensate them tenfold for the 30 million ryo they claimed to have spent on acquiring intelligence. In return, they promised to withdraw their troops immediately. Shortly after this, a substantial army from the Cloud Village reached the borders of the Land of Grass via the Land of Waterfall. They, too, demanded compensation from the Grass Village. In summary, it appeared that all the major ninja villages were seeking monetary compensation. It was as if they were attributing their war losses entirely to the Grass Village, insisting that it should bear the financial burden. In these moments, similar to the final stages of the First Great Ninja War, it seemed that unless the Grass Village acceded to the demands of the 4 great ninja villages, the village itself and the entire Land of Grass could be plunged into destruction once more. Confronted with the threats posed by the 4 great ninja villages, the tension throughout the Land of Grass escalated. Even many smaller ninja villages, ensnared in their own wars, couldn't help but observe the unfolding situation with a mixture of anticipation and glee. Initially, they believed that both the Grass Village and the Rain Village were embroiled in a fierce battle, experiencing heavy losses. However, to their amazement, it seemed that the 2 villages were turning the situation to their advantage. In the midst of war, the Grass and Rain villages appeared to be profiting. At first, there was envy and shock at such an unconventional approach, but now, they just began to revel in the spectacle. According to them, it was a case of serves you right for stirring up trouble. Many smaller ninja villages assumed that the Grass Village, in the face of declarations of war by the 4 great ninja villages, would undoubtedly capitulate and yield to their demands. However, to their utter astonishment, the supposed Minister of Finance from the Grass Village, wearing a cold and contemptuous expression, delivered a one-word response, FCKOF. This audacious reply left the entire ninja world dumbfounded. The Grass Village displayed an unparalleled fearlessness, as if they valued money more than their own village. In the face of the audacity of the Grass Village, the 4 great ninja villages hesitated no longer and launched their attacks on the Grass Village. War was once again on the horizon, and the entire ninja world witnessed another significant shift in the ongoing conflict. Chapter 131, ch. 128 Battle begins. Has it begun? Uzumaki Yoshinori, temporarily entrusted with the role of commander, let out a deep sigh as he perused the intelligence report in his hands. The current Grass Village was a far cry from what it once was. While they might not be on par with the great ninja villages in a full-scale war just yet, Grass Village doesn't have much difficulty defending itself in these small-scale conflicts. Underestimating the Grass Village and the Rain Village would come at a price. Setting the information aside, Uzumaki Yoshinori turned his attention to the group of ninjas assembled before him. They hailed from various clans within the village, including the Uzumaki clan, Shinoite clan, Miobuki clan, Ryuashiki clan, Yuki clan, and many others, along with ninja from the Grass and Rain villages. Even the Rain village had dispatched some of their own ninja. These individuals were highly motivated, particularly the Uzumaki clan, which had been sheltered by the Grass village's leader after the destruction of kusagakure. They now had an opportunity to repay the kindness shown to them by their leader. Although they had not yet fully restored their former glory, they were determined to demonstrate that the Uzumaki clan was far from extinct. Remember, hold the line. All we have to do is hold the line. Uzumaki Yoshinori proclaimed confidently. The Cloud and the Stone villages won't conquer the Land of Grass. As Yoshinori spoke, confident smiles spread across the faces of those gathered. The Grass village had undergone a transformation. Many, who had initially questioned the decision to accept Wandering Ninja and rebuild the village, now held immense respect for their leader. The Land of Grass had grown stronger. It had not only established a bloodline successor family but also developed a comprehensive medical system, which, while not on par with Konoha's, could significantly reduce casualties and injuries. Amidst discussions about the impending war, a shadowy figure entered the room, capturing the attention of all present. It was Kakuzu, the head of the village's finance department. While many were unfamiliar with Kakuzu, they had heard of his reputation for being boastful and exceedingly thrifty. Since taking charge of the finance department, obtaining budget approvals has become a more challenging task. Kakuzu seemed shrouded in mystery, and his presence intrigued everyone. Yoshinori raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Kakuzu, what brings you here?" He found Kakuzu's presence rather surprising. Kakuzu was known for his relentless pursuit of money, with little interest in anything else. Since the village leader had granted him significant autonomy, Yoshinori hadn't expected Kakuzu to involve himself in the war. Therefore, his unexpected appearance raised curiosity. Before anyone could fully process his presence, Kakuzu regarded the group with an impassive expression and remarked, "I'm here to make money." This unexpected declaration left the room in a state of momentary shock. However, before they could react, Kakuzu continued, "But someone is now interfering with my money-making endeavors." The collective understanding dawned on them. Their bafflement gave way to amusement as they realized that Kakuzu had concocted a rather absurd pretext for his involvement in the war. Grins appeared on their faces, reflecting their newfound clarity regarding Kakuzu's intentions. As they were about to respond to Kakuzu's unusual declaration, another messenger burst into the room, panic in his eyes, and delivered alarming news. The Stone Village has launched a sudden attack, and they demand 10 times compensation as a condition to cease hostilities. However, before anyone could formulate a response or strategy, Kakuzu, with his customary cold demeanor, muttered in a low tone, "They won't let me earn money in peace." He casually inserted his hands into his pockets, still maintaining his impassive expression, and strode out of the room. "These bastards dare to hinder my pursuit of profit." This display left everyone astounded. Was this truly the same Kakuzu they had known? The aura he exuded was unmistakable, and Yoshinori grasped the situation. A subtle smile tugged at his lips, and he rose to his feet, declaring, "Coordinate your actions with Minister Kakuzu." With confidence radiating from his aged countenance, Yoshinori continued, "This victory will belong to our grass village." With a newfound sense of determination and unity, the crowd responded with fervor, chanting, "Victory belongs to our grass village." On the other side, Hanzo, amidst the chaotic battlefield in the Land of Rain, stood firm against the Sand Village's relentless assault. Hanzo, Kai, a reluctant advisor from the Sand Village, looked at the aging warrior and said, "This battle has nothing to do with the Rain Village. Move aside, our sole objective is the Grass Village." Hanzo let out a hearty laugh and replied, "Ha ha ha, I made a promise to leader Akihiko that I'd stop you. So, I suggest you stay right where you are." Kai's aged face wrinkled with displeasure as she sneered at Hanzo. "I didn't expect the demigod of the ninja world to yield to a younger man. Step aside." The Sand Village was determined to resolve this battle quickly and return to the more critical Kokia Pass battlefield. They believed that the Grass Village, having been rebuilt only a few years ago, wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Their strategy was to handle the matter with the Grass Village and then refocus on the Kokia battle. However, the unexpected alliance with the Rain Village had caught them off guard. Unlike the Grass Village, they dare not underestimate the Rain Village, knowing that it had significantly disrupted their plans during the Second Great Ninja War. "Once this war is over, I'm willing to engage in talks with the Rain Village on behalf of the Sand Village," Kai proposed, hoping to end the standoff with Hanzo amicably. "However, don't expect us to be lenient if you decline." "Ha ha ha, do you think I'm that gullible?" Hanzo responded with a mocking sneer. "Negotiations now?" He found the idea laughable. Did she really think that he would genuinely believe that the 5 great ninja villages would readily agree to negotiations? He had long ceased to care about the attitudes of the major villages after making contact with Akihiko. At that moment, a Rain Village ninja approached and respectfully delivered some intelligence. Hanzo glanced at the information and quietly pondered, has it already commenced? He then turned his gaze toward the Sand Village ninjas, and beneath his mask, a confident grin appeared. If that's the case, it's time for our battle, Kai. You, arrogant. Kai's expression turned serious upon hearing Hanzo's words. She gestured dismissively and remarked, a mere Rain Village. This time, you'll experience defeat once more. The war between the Rain Village and the Sand Village ignited. In response to the assaults from the major ninja villages, the Grass and Rain villages acted swiftly. Contrary to expectations, the 4 major ninja villages did not easily penetrate the defenses of the Grass village. Instead, the Grass and Rain villages united to repel the attacks from the major ninja villages. Meanwhile, it appeared that Kaha and the Mist village had reached some form of compromise, announcing the end of their conflict. Furthermore, the Fire Country permitted the Mist village to use its territory as a shortcut. They were led by the Kage clan and the 3 remaining members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were preparing for a covert assault on the Grass village. Unbeknownst to them, this intelligence had already been intercepted by White Zetsu. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. White Zetsu had no desire to linger in this individual's presence. He felt an inexplicable unease around him. Is he plotting against me? Could it be that even 100,000 other White Zetsus aren't enough for him, so he's attempting to deceive himself? It was also peculiar that Madara-sama had sent him personally, rather than one of the others. After all, in a sense, he was Madara-sama's most invaluable asset. As he spoke, Akihiko continued to prepare explosive tags, all the while expressing his satisfaction. Impressive, you are indeed a valuable asset within the organization. You possess great talent. So, why not join forces with me? White Zetsu's mouth twitched as he observed Akihiko openly attempting to recruit him. He offered a sarcastic smile. Well, if there's nothing else, may I be excused? Don't be in such a hurry. Akihiko spoke with a serious tone. We are like a family within the organization, are we not? As an organization member, I, Akihiko, have encountered a bit of a problem. It is now time for the organization's members to come to my aid. Internally, White Zetsu rolled his eyes, thinking, this guy is a real con artist. He glanced at the scattered explosive tags surrounding them and blinked. Can I refuse? No, you cannot, Akihiko said with cheerfulness. Chapter 132, ch. 129 Ambush. Meanwhile, in a covered team of Mist Ninja, a discussion was taking place. Why are we making such a fuss over a small village like the Grass Village? Reiga Kurosuke, a ninja with long green hair, thick eyebrows, and 2 swords on his back, flashed a sinister smile, revealing his sharp teeth. We should just assassinate the leader of the Grass Village directly. The 3rd Mizukage is being overly cautious. Shut up. JZ Biwa, who carried a large cleaver, shot a dark look at Reiga, and his face turned gloomy. Have you forgotten our failed assassination mission in Konoha? If we fail again, it would be a disgrace. Recalling the terrifying figure that had single-handedly defeated them in a moment, even the formidable 7 swordsmen of the mist couldn't help but shiver. It was hard to believe that the individual who had reduced them to just 3 members had been classified as a genin ninja in Konoha. We'll become a laughing stock if we fail again, JZ Biwa muttered with a frown. Remember, that guy from Konoha is dead now, Reiga reminded. Our target is the Grass Village leader. That Grass Village leader is also no pushover, JZ frowned slightly and hesitated, being able to deceive the 5 major ninja villages until now and getting the leader of the Rain Village, demigod Hanzo, to agree to join forces with him, it's not something ordinary people can do. Scared, are you? We're the 7 swordsmen. We don't back down from a small village leader. Reiga scoffed. JZ sighed, I'm just tired of failure, that's all. I told you, there's no way we'll fail this time. Rega insisted. That's what we thought last time as well, Jay-Z retorted as he remembered their overconfidence when they infiltrated Konoha. Enough, you two. Stop bickering. A portly man with long orange hair admonished, his brow furrowing. Remember our mission. Jay-Z shot a more serious glance at him and fell silent. On the other hand, Rega raised his twin swords, Kaiba, high into the air, revealing his sharp teeth with a chilling grin. I'll give him a grand funeral. Let the entire land of grass come to celebrate his demise. Just as Rega's words reverberated in the thunderstorm-filled skies, synchronized with his Kaiba blades, a voice filled with sarcasm suddenly sounded right next to them. A grand funeral, you say? Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Instantly, the faces of all the mist ninjas turned pale, and Fugyuki Sukazan, the temporary commander, swiftly grasped the situation and shouted, ambush! With a quick turn, he unleashed his ninjutsu, Hair Needle Senbon. His hair strands stiffened, turning into a storm of needles that rained down upon the enemy. In unison, Rega's triumphant laughter came to an abrupt halt, and he hastily retreated while invoking, Lightning Burial, Banquet of Lightning. He cried out. Jay-Z acted with equal swiftness. Hiding in mist technique. He released a dense mist, aiming to employ it as a shroud to obstruct the enemy's line of sight. In this critical moment, they realized that their plan, which had been coordinated with Konoha to use the Land of Fire as a shortcut for ambushing the Land of Grass, had been exposed. Now, it was their turn to face an ambush. To regain control of the situation, the quick response from these three warriors couldn't help but make the grass ninjas in the vicinity sigh. Despite being the target of ridicule in the ninja world after their previous failed attack on Konoha, no one dared to underestimate the seven swordsmen of the mist. After all, these renowned swordsmen had the reputation of being able to conquer a small nation in a single night. However, it was too late. Amidst the thick fog, pairs of crimson eyes locked onto the seven swordsmen of the mist. The mist didn't obscure the vision of the grass ninjas. Indeed, Akihiko hadn't come alone this time. He had brought his new intelligence officer, White Zetsu, and a small team of Shinoite clan guards. Though their numbers appeared smaller than the massive mist force on the other side, the grass ninjas showed no signs of fear. What the heck is this? Additionally, the three of the seven ninja swordsmen stared in horror as a colossal dragon made of paper emerged from the fog, instead of encountering the grass village leader. This unexpected sight left them dumbfounded. While the grass village leader was engaged in a fierce battle with the rain village leader, the mist village had gathered intelligence about the grass village leader. They had learned that he was a formidable figure, comparable to a demigod in the ninja world, and he possessed remarkable paper-based jutsu. However, what they hadn't foreseen was the creation of something as monstrous as this paper dragon, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the legendary wood dragon technique of the first Hokage. Even if it's a giant dragon made of paper, it's nothing but paper. Rega declared, holding his Kaiba high once more. He might think he's a god in the ninja world with this show, but it won't save him from the grand funeral I've planned. Rega's confidence was evident as he sent forth a bolt of lightning. Simultaneously, Jay-Z and Fugyuki lunged forward, ready to sever the dragon's head. For a brief moment, they believed they had the situation under control. The wood dragon-like jutsu had almost frightened them, but it turned out to be nothing more than a mere display of technique. However, as they closed in, they noticed familiar patterns on the dragon's surface. Panic overcame them as they yelled, exploding tags. But it was too late. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion shook the forest, casting it in a searing blaze. The sheer number of exploding tags used to create this inferno was beyond anyone's estimate. White Zetsu, watching the immense explosion from his concealed location, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Inwardly, he mused, this guy truly surpassed my expectations. Akihiko sighed and commented, honestly, it's not as many tags as you might think. Most of them were originally meant to be sold to Danzo. Unfortunately, he caught on, and we had to use them all here. Hearing Akihako's explanation, White Zetsu's mouth twitched with disbelief. He couldn't help but recall the Konoha ninja who had been duped and subsequently captured while attempting to flee. It seemed like he had fallen victim to a grand deception by the Grass and Rain villages. Moreover, sold. You say it was all a scam. While others handed over their money, you just shifted it from one hand to the other. This is an absurd money pit. But White Zetsu kept these thoughts to himself. As the dust settled after the explosion, a massive crater lay in the dragon's wake. The mist ninjas had sustained substantial casualties, but not all of them had been wiped out. While the three swordsmen appeared battered, they still stood, and the surviving mist ninjas bore their fair share of injuries. Among the survivors, those who had endured the massive explosion were evidently the elite among the mist ninjas. The three swordsmen eyed the grass ninjas before them warily, particularly a black-haired youth who was instantly recognized by everyone. He was none other than Akihiko Kusano, the grass ninja leader who had been toying with the 5 major ninja villages. Reorganize the team. Fugyuki quickly shifted his focus and issued a stern command. The dragon is gone. Let's deal with this grass ninja leader together. Ha ha ha, your dragon may be gone, but I'll still arrange a grand funeral for you. Reiga laughed manically, his eerie grin fixed on Akihiko. I'm really looking forward to it, another funeral for a village leader. However, just as Reiga was about to continue his taunts, his and his companions' expressions shifted abruptly. They watched in disbelief as an enormous dragon reappeared before them, gazing down, and Akihiko's voice, carrying a smile, pierced the silence. What were you saying? Their eyes widened as they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Reiga's words caught in his throat. Could it be that this village leader possessed abilities on par with demigods of the ninja world? Could it be that this guy had reached shadow-level abilities? Their initial assumptions that it was just a ruse during the Rain Grass Village fake battle were shattered. This was something far more significant. As the commanding officer, Fugyuki quickly assessed the dire circumstances. Retreat! He ordered, recognizing that they were in grave danger. However, it seemed that they were too late. The cries of agony surrounded them, and the three swordsmen couldn't help but recall the day they were overpowered by a green-clad figure's dominance. Were they going to have to flee once again? Just as they were on the brink of despair, a deep voice rang out, commanding, "Water style, water prison jutsu." The voice belonged to a man with long hair and closed eyes. The mist ninjas watched in awe as the figure created a water prison to capture the dragon, rescuing them from the immediate threat. Mizuki-sama. Akihiko couldn't hide his grin as he gazed at the figure. So, you've finally decided to join the battle. Chapter 133, ch. 133rd Mizukage. The third Mizukage was a legendary figure, known for his role as the first Mizukage Byakuran's bodyguard at the first 5-Kage summit. He was a warlike leader, responsible for turning the Mist Village into the Bloody Mist, an era where only the strong graduates of the academy were enforced through brutal methods. It was only later, with the appearance of Zabuza, that this harsh method was changed when he killed all the other ninjas from his class, sparing only one. From the beginning, Akihiko's intention had been to deal with the Mizukage. He understood that the position of a village's cage was not to be underestimated. For instance, when the third Kage disappeared in the Sand Village, it led to a power vacuum that initiated the Third Great Ninja War. Why did Akihiko choose the Mist Village? It was simply the right choice for his plan. The Mist Village was neither too strong nor too weak during this period. It was weaker than the 3 major ninja villages of Leaf, Stone, and Cloud, but stronger than the weakened Sand Village, which was still standing thanks to its elder generation. If the Mist Village could be weakened, it would dissuade other villages from easily taking action against the Grass and Rain villages, as they were also engaged in a fierce war. Without a quick victory, they'd face consequences on other fronts. At this moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as the entangled giant dragon was detonated. The third Mizukage swiftly retreated, his normally expressionless face now wearing a look of shock. He cast a glance at the remaining dragons surrounding the mist ninjas. Though squinting, he could sense the changes unfolding around him. Faced with Akihiko, the mist ninjas were at a disadvantage. He looked at the grass ninja leader and said calmly, "It seems, you deliberately lured me out." Not long ago, he had received a confidential letter in his room, which read, "Secret mist ninja raid on the grass ninja village has been leaked by Kaha, we need help, Mizuki-sama." Even though he didn't know where the letter came from, he hurried over. He never expected to witness such an interesting scene. Now, he understood that he had been fallen into a trap. The third Mizukage, upon hearing the continuing cries of the mist ninjas, fell silent for a moment. He said solemnly, "In this battle, the mist village surrenders to the grass village. We will withdraw quickly." However, there was no response. The third Mizukage fell silent again and continued, "The mist village can form an alliance with the grass village. I believe that the grass village needs us now, especially since you have offended the 5 major ninja villages." Yet, even after expressing his willingness for an alliance, there was still no response. At this point, as the third Mizukage, he realized that there was no room for compromise in this war between the mist village and the grass village. Very well, the third Mizukage ignored the mist ninja's cries of distress behind him, waved his hand, and stated, "Retreat." With that command, he swiftly moved towards Akihiko. "You, the grass ninja leader, should not underestimate me. I am a Kage." His hands formed seals rapidly, and he executed the water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Not surprisingly, this Mizukage employed water-style, a skill that made sense given his history. He had been highly regarded by the first Mizukage and even attended the 5-Kage summit alongside the first Mizukage. It was possible that this man had received training from the first Mizukage himself. Akihiko also formed hand seals and unleashed a similar jutsu, the water-style, water dragon bullet jutsu. While the Mizukage and the grass village leader clashed head-on, the grass ninjas accompanying Akihiko seized the opportunity to continue their assassination attempt. They leveraged the dense fog created by the mist ninjas and collaborated with the massive dragon in their attack. The mist ninjas were a formidable force, and the Kage clan, being prominent in the mist village, were equally battle-hardened. Their bone-based bloodline limit created havoc amidst the battle between the mist and grass ninjas. However, the 3 swordsmen recognized the dire situation. Continuing like this would result in substantial casualties for the mist ninjas. Even though the third Mizukage appeared to have the grass ninja leader at a standstill, his earlier order to retreat was a clear indication of his lack of confidence in swiftly defeating the grass ninja leader. The 3 swordsmen understood that the grass village leader's primary objective was the third Mizukage. His intention was to weaken the mist village by removing its leader at such a critical time, placing them at a significant disadvantage. Understanding this, the 3 swordsmen felt a sense of urgency. "Retreat! Everyone, fall back!" Fugyuki, still serving as their commander, shouted loudly and without hesitation. "Everyone, fall back!" However, despite his orders, the frenzied Kage clan members paid no heed. One of them even taunted, "Ha ha ha Fugyuki Sukazan? The 3 swordsmen? You're nothing but a bunch of cowards willing to abandon your comrades." He called on another Kage clan member, "Tsubaki, let's go." But before the Kage clan member could unleash his blood limit, the massive dragon engulfed him in a single bite. "You lunatics!" Fugyuki ground his teeth and his face darkened as he witnessed the horrifying scene. "Ignore them, everyone else, retreat." This war had already grown far more complicated than a simple battle. They had received incorrect intelligence about the grass ninja village, and Akihiko's strength had exceeded their expectations. Furthermore, the grass village had a bloodline clan similar to the Uchiha, capable of using dojutsu techniques resembling the Shinoite clan's abilities. However, one thing Fugyuki couldn't comprehend was why the Shinoite clan, who had been exiled to the Valley of Hell, was now allied with the grass village. This crucial information needed to be conveyed, he thought to himself. With his decision made, Fugyuki dashed away without a second thought, leaving his teammates behind. In contrast, the remaining members of the Seven Swordsmen, JZ and Rega, hesitated. They were consumed by confusion, torn between the memory of their previous retreat after abandoning comrades and the current situation which seemed eerily reminiscent of that day. Suddenly, they heard another resounding order to retreat, lead everyone to retreat. Upon hearing the third Mizukage's firm command once again, Rega and JZ snapped back to reality. They looked upon the grim aftermath of the Mist Ninja and barked, "Retreat!" Meanwhile, Akihiko also observed the third Mizukage in amazement. As a village leader, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, acknowledging the Kage's formidable abilities. The third Mizukage's water style was indeed impressive, comparable even against the likes of Hanzo's water style. Hanzo was renowned as a demigod in the ninja world, not only for his mastery of poison techniques but also for his exceptional water style techniques. Opposite to him, third Mizukage was also impressed not just by the Akihiko's water style but also by his proficiency in 5 elemental chakra natures. If it weren't for Akihiko's occasional use of paper-style ninjutsu, he might have believed he was facing the third Hokage himself. The third Hokage had earned his reputation as the strongest Hokage thanks to his proficiency in all 5 elemental chakra natures and the creation of many powerful jutsu. However, Akihiko's mastery extended beyond elemental techniques. His expertise in instantaneous techniques combined with paper style made it nearly impossible for the third Mizukage to predict his movements. The scattered paper he used could be reassembled anywhere, leaving the Mizukage unable to anticipate his next move. Moreover, the one perplexing aspect for the third Mizukage was the resilience of the paper to water. He was growing frustrated as he struggled to identify any weaknesses in this grass ninja leader. The longer they clashed, the more astonishing the third Mizukage found Akihiko's abilities to be. He came to the realization that after the Rain Village had produced a demigod in the ninja world, the Grass Village had now given birth to a truly terrifying powerhouse, someone even more formidable than a demigod and significantly younger. Despite their intense battle, the third Mizukage, with a serious expression, noticed the Mist Ninja retreating. Most of them had already pulled back, following Fugyuki's lead, except for the Kage clan members who had gone into a frenzy. Concerned about the consequences of continuing the battle, he called out, "Do we really need to keep fighting here? Keep in mind, this isn't the land of grass or the land of water." Akihiko nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't worry, I know. Otherwise, why would I have lured you out here to ambush you if not for a well-prepared strategy?" He then cast a glance at the retreating Mist Ninja and added, "Do you truly believe they can escape? Some of our forces have set traps ahead." Just as he mentioned the traps, the third Mizukage seemed to realize something. His face suddenly shifted, and sensing that Akihiko had halted his pursuit while the Mist Ninja continued to flee, he yelled desperately, "Run! Run quickly!" But it was already too late. Boom! Boom! A deafening series of explosions echoed, even more destructive than the detonation of the massive dragon. The third Mizukage was momentarily stunned, his face a mix of anger and bewilderment as he questioned Akihiko, why were there so many explosive tags there? He had personally investigated the area and confirmed the absence of explosive tags. Even if they were present, such a vast number of explosive tags would have been impossible to overlook. As soon as he voiced his question, he realized it was a futile inquiry. The third Mizukage's closed eyes seemed to emit an enigmatic glow as he met Akihiko's gaze. "It appears we have all underestimated you, Akihiko Kusano," the Mizukage remarked. This time, he didn't address him as the leader of the Grass Village but recognized him as a powerful figure akin to a demigod. Moreover, his use of "we" implied that he was speaking on behalf of the Kage of the 5 great ninja villages. With a resolute expression, the Mizukage rapidly formed hand seals, and a fearsome aura enveloped his entire being. He declared, his eyes fixed on Akihiko, "Even if it costs me my life, I will defeat you here." Akihiko responded with a calm yet mocking tone, "You're overestimating yourself, Mizukage." He dismissed the third Mizukage's resolve and continued, "Moreover, it's time to bring this to an end. You dared to extort money from us, grass ninjas? Don't you know that our Minister of Finance in the Grass Ninja Village is furious right now?" He raised his hand slightly as he said, "Paper style, rain of blades." As he spoke, the third Mizukage's expression changed once again as he observed his surroundings and realized his situation. Chapter 134, ch. 131 Death of the Third Mizukage. Paper style, rain of blades. Its effects bore a resemblance to Wood Style's Deep Forest Emergence, an attack that covered a vast area. The primary distinction lay in the nature of the attack. The paper blades were formed by chakra and assaulted from all directions. Furthermore, the scattered paper or blades on the ground could reassemble and continue their assault, akin to the growth of wood-style vines. While tsunami of paper might be a fitting name for this jutsu, Akihiko felt that a simpler name like Rain of Blades was more apt. Nevertheless, there were drawbacks to this powerful technique. Unlike the natural growth of wood-style trees, Akihiko had to divide his attention to maintain control over the jutsu, which could be mentally taxing. Fortunately, his consistent training over the years allowed him to manage this effectively. Without this training, his chakra, body, and spirit might not have been up to the task. Reflecting on his progress, Akihiko contemplated the potential for future improvement. He also made a mental note to explore the possibility of Sage Mode in the future. At that moment, the sound of coughing echoed in the area. Akihiko walked over to the incapacitated third Mizukage, who struggled to speak between his coughing fits. "Your power, cough, cough, it's unexpectedly formidable," he spoke with a sense of understanding in his eyes, acknowledging Akihiko's overwhelming strength. "Cough, cough, cough." The third Mizukage, coughing violently, trying to lift his head as he gazed at Akihiko. "You could be called a demigod in the ninja world, and your power, it's enough to make even a cage like me fear." It seemed that the third Mizukage had grasped a deeper understanding. As he continued, "The grass village seems to have given rise to an extraordinary figure. Perhaps Hanzo's dream will be fulfilled through you." Unable to contain himself any longer, the Mizukage let out a pft sound, spitting out a mouthful of blood, before falling lifeless. Akihiko sighed and shook his head, feeling somewhat drained. Controlling so many swords had taken a toll on him. At this moment, the grass ninjas who had followed Akihiko returned. One of them bowed to Akihiko and spoke, "Leader." Akihiko inquired about the report of the battle. "How did it go?" The grass ninja provided an update, saying, "Only fewer than 50 mist ninjas managed to escape. Regarding the legendary swordsman, Fugyuki escaped by himself, Reiga was killed, and JZ fled with the others." Akihiko listened to the situation and then replied, "No need to pursue them further. Let everyone come back. We have other matters to attend to next." He considered the situation, thinking, 1 dead and 2 fleeing is enough. Chasing them could pose risks for the grass ninjas. Akihiko didn't want to divert the Mist Village's attention from their ongoing battle with the Sand Village towards their grass village and potentially attract the Mist Ninja's vengeance. Akihiko's expression shifted to a smile as he scanned his surroundings and announced, "Our allies have arrived." His statement initially puzzled those present. They wondered if the allies were the Rain Ninjas. However, they soon understood the implication and promptly shifted into a defensive stance, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. As expected, it didn't take long for several Leaf Village ANBU to appear on the scene. Among them was Minato, who observed the grass ninjas and their leader with a complex expression. This time, Leaf and Mist Ninjas had brokered peace and concluded their war, even agreeing to let the Mist Ninja pass through the Land of Fire. Their initial plan had been to deceive the Grass Village, mirroring the Grass Village's tactics during the Battle of the Konobe Bridge. However, they hadn't anticipated that the Grass Ninjas would initiate a conflict within the Land of Fire. Minato wondered if the Mist Ninja's operation had been exposed. He couldn't help but think, we shouldn't have underestimated the Grass Village's intelligence-gathering abilities. But, unbeknownst to them, this intelligence had been gathered by White Zetsu, not the Grass Ninjas. Speaking of which, at this juncture, White Zetsu, feeling threatened and entangled in this war, had opted to flee secretly. He had little choice but to make his escape. After all, this audacious Akihiko had attempted to recruit him. Didn't he comprehend that all White Zetsus were merely tools of the great Uchiha Madara, including himself? What's more, Akihiko was essentially blackmailing them, even coercing them to go into battle under the organization's banner. This guy was acting quite impertinent. Shouldn't he show respect to his senior White Zetsus? First, he threatens us to deliver a message, then he forces us to plant explosive tags, and now he's trying to recruit us, the tools of Madara. I'll be sure to inform Madara about this when I return, the main body of White Zetsu muttered on behalf of all the other White Zetsus with a strong sense of righteousness. Hence, after completing this battle mission and enduring various perplexing tasks, White Zetsu made the firm decision to escape directly without informing Akihiko. Meanwhile, at this moment, all the Konoha ninjas stood in astonishment at the aftermath of the battle, their eyes taking in the sight. A flurry of questions buzzed in their minds. Were those explosive tags? Why were there so many of them? And what kind of wide-range attack jutsu did the Grass Ninja leader employ? It was important to note that they hadn't come here with the intention of taking any action against the Grass Ninjas. They had been drawn to the area simply due to unusual commotion. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Thanks for Konoha's assistance, Akihiko waved to the Grass Ninjas and, turning around, took a deep breath. Under the gaze of the Konoha ninja, he declared in a loud voice, "We've emerged victorious in this war between the Mist Village and the Grass Village." His words were met with an eruption of jubilant cheers, filling the scene with triumphant enthusiasm. The Konoha ninjas, in contrast, remained motionless, their expressions impassive as they watched the Grass Ninjas depart. Yet, a hint of melancholy shone in their eyes. Unlike during the First Great Ninja War, this time, the Grass Ninjas had successfully defended themselves and emerged victorious. It was a most unexpected turn of events, and Minato couldn't help but display a fleeting trace of resignation on his face. As he watched Akihiko and his Grass Ninjas, Minato's thoughts drifted to the recent incident with Obito. He considered himself fortunate that the Hokage had ultimately chosen not to blame him. Otherwise, he might have been detained and questioned by the interrogation department ninjas by now. However, the remarkable strength displayed by the Grass Ninjas had caught him by surprise. In particular, he couldn't help but fixate on the Grass Ninja with crimson eyes, experiencing a hint of curiosity about their identity. Nevertheless, it was a fleeting thought as he shook his head and muttered, "It appears that this time, all 4 major ninja villages are going to experience significant losses." At that very moment, just as Minato was getting ready to report the situation back to the village, Akihiko unexpectedly turned back, addressing him directly. "Oh, one more thing, Minato Namikaze." Akihiko called out, offering a familiar and inviting hand gesture. "If things ever get too difficult for you in Konoha, remember that the Grass Village doors are always open to you." Minato found himself gazing at the Grass Village leader with a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. Akihiko's peculiar sense of humor was quite something. There was no way he would even consider leaving Konoha. However, a curious feeling washed over him as he watched the few Grass Ninjas with red hair. Although it was fleeting, he couldn't shake the sense of familiarity they evoked. Yet, as he observed the Grass Ninjas genuinely retreating this time, he gestured for his team to do the same and uttered with a hint of resignation, "Let's head back as well." As for the Grass Ninja leader's recruitment offer, it went largely unheeded, as no one took it seriously. As Akihiko wrapped up the battle on his front, he couldn't help but be surprised by the status of the other battlefields. Contrary to his initial expectations, the reports indicated that the situation was far from disastrous. In fact, it appeared that his allies were more than holding their ground, they seemed to be making progress. Notably, the area where Kakuzu was involved in the conflict appeared to be on the brink of gaining control over the battlefield against the Stone Village. Akihiko had initially been taken aback when he learned of Kakuzu's participation in the battle, but he quickly reminded himself of Kakuzu's occasionally tsundere nature. Akihiko sighed and mused to himself, "Kakuzu, you truly are remarkable. No wonder you can still survive until now from the old era." After a moment of reflection, Akihiko raised his hand and announced decisively, "Let's go. It's time to bring an end to this war." On the battlefield between the grass and stone villages, the dynamics differed considerably from Akihiko's tactical ambushes. Here, the grass ninjas found themselves in a challenging position against the relentless assault by the Stone Village forces. For Stone Village, the grass ninjas' resilience and strength also came as a bit of a surprise. They had initially underestimated the power of the grass ninjas. Furthermore, the revelation that the Uzumaki clan, which was previously thought to be extinct, had resurfaced in the grass village raised new concerns. Originally, the situation had seemed favorable for the Stone Village. With their superior numbers and the joint efforts of the four major ninja villages putting pressure against the grass and rain villages, it appeared that breaking through the grass village defenses was only a matter of time. However, out of nowhere, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield, leaving all the stone ninjas in a state of shock and terror. This grass ninja was adorned in a black suit covered in strange black patterns that none of the stone ninjas could comprehend. Try as they might, they found it impossible to defeat him, and he had swiftly seized control of the entire battlefield. Even the elite jonin of the Kamaizuru clan, highly respected within the Stone Village, proved no match for this mysterious grass ninja. It seemed that only the third Tsuchikage held the power to vanquish this formidable adversary. As Kakuzu, having defeated the stone ninja commander once again, he held the commander in one hand and observed the other stone ninjas surrounding him. He spoke without any change of expression, "How dare you ask money from me?" The stone ninjas who had encircled him nervously swallowed their fear. It finally dawned on them who this monstrous figure was, the head of finance of the grass village. A chilling realization washed over the stone ninja as they finally comprehended the identity of this fearsome adversary. Chapter 135, ch. 132 Obito and Rin in the kusagakure. Amid the tumultuous chaos at the borders, the situation inside the land of grass remained notably calm. Thanks to Akihiko's strategic planning to counter the enemy's advances, the land of grass was spared from the external turmoil. In contrast, the land of rain had been a battlefield for years, and the ongoing war only added to the pre-existing chaos in the region. This turmoil was nothing new for its inhabitants. Despite the appearance of relative calm in the land of grass, the effects of the war still cast a shadow, creating an underlying atmosphere of unease. In response to the outbreak of conflict, strict management and control measures had been implemented. Entry and exit were closely regulated, but with organized governance and the cooperation of its residents, order was maintained, and the grass village remained a well-functioning community. The people of the grass village placed their trust in their leader, the one who had brought stability to the land of grass and was now leading them in this formidable alliance with Rain Village against the four major ninja villages. Victory seemed not only possible but inevitable under his guidance. The land of grass was experiencing a relatively mild summer day. Despite the season, it didn't seem excessively hot, and the temperature was quite comfortable. The influence of the ongoing war might have contributed to this unusual weather. Even at noon, the warmth was gentle and pleasant, accompanied by a soft, cooling breeze. However, the appearance of calm in the grass village couldn't hide the underlying desolation caused by the war. Unified management decisions resulted in several factories and facilities ceasing their production. With the exception of essential personnel, everyone else was under strict orders to remain indoors. Obito and Rin, upon arriving in the grass village, were taken aback by the scene. They received some brief instructions and faced various restrictions but were eventually granted entry into the village. Obito and Rin didn't display any dissatisfaction with the strict regulations imposed by the grass village. They understood that these measures were necessary during wartime. As rogue ninjas from Konoha, they considered themselves fortunate not to be treated as enemies upon entering the village. The stringent requirements actually reassured them that the grass village harbored no ill intentions. For Obito, learning that their arrangements were due to his teacher, Madara-sensei, was a reassuring factor. He obediently followed the grass village's orders, appreciating the unexpected help provided by Madara-sensei. In fact, he had initially contemplated living with Madara, but given his status as a rogue ninja, he understood the perilous situation he was in. Consequently, he had also made plans to roam the shinobi world with Rin. Little did he expect that Madara had already made preparations for them. Surprisingly, as they ventured deeper into the grass village, they found an unexpected serenity. It was astonishingly peaceful inside the land of grass, even more so than the Konoha. This was rather remarkable, considering the land of grass was a relatively small country surrounded by the 4 major ninja villages. One would typically expect such a place to be in complete chaos under the assault of these formidable powers. After all, smaller nations often struggled to maintain peace, as evidenced by the neighboring land of Rain's turmoil. But the land of grass defied those expectations, somehow managing to maintain an unprecedented level of calm despite the ongoing conflict. This was truly a remarkable feat. I never expected the grass village to have made such remarkable progress. Rin couldn't hide her surprise as she gazed upon the well-developed grass village. She hesitated for a moment and then continued, "I've heard from others that, even though the land of grass has been rebuilt, there are still a lot of internal issues among the grass ninjas, and the situation is quite chaotic." As she spoke, Rin suddenly realized her own rudeness, and her face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly stuck out her tongue, bowed apologetically to the grass ninja guide, and said, "I'm so sorry." The grass ninja smiled in understanding and replied, "No need to apologize. We're aware that people from other ninja villages might have misunderstandings about us grass ninjas. In reality, we value peace more than anyone can think." Obito and Rin exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily speechless. Their minds couldn't help but recollect the events with the 5 major ninja villages. Sardonically, they thought to themselves that the grass village did indeed seem to cherish peace, even going as far as staging fake battles. It's just that their approach had some rather risky elements to it. The grass ninja who was guiding them politely explained some of the rules and procedures to Obito and Rin. He mentioned that there were areas where jutsu usage was prohibited and assured them that they could reach out to him for any questions or concerns during their stay. He also briefly touched upon the security department, which piqued Obito's curiosity. Obito couldn't help but interject, "Security department? Is it the same as Konoha's security department?" However, the grass ninja quickly clarified, "Oh, I almost forgot about your identity. Don't worry, the security department here is different from Konoha's security department. It was established by our leader to protect the grass village's inhabitants. I can't explain it all here. You'll understand later." He noticed the exhaustion on Obito and Rin's faces after their long journey and smiled sympathetically. "I can see that you must be tired after your travels. We'll arrange your accommodations first. As for school enrollment and transfers, please be aware that the academy is temporarily closed at the moment. We'll sort out those procedures when it's more convenient." Obito and Rin, who had already graduated from their respective academies, felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty about rejoining an academy, especially considering the ominous talk of immense homework mentioned by the red-haired young ninja earlier. "Your dormitories are separate, with facilities for both boys and girls, but they are located in close proximity. If you wish to meet, it's convenient," the grass ninja stated with a warm smile. "However, you're still young, and we hope you'll focus on your studies and honor the goodwill of our leader." Obito and Rin exchanged slightly awkward glances at the mention of the living arrangements. Obito, though his eyes hinted at a touch of regret, chuckled, "Haha, don't worry, it's nothing like that. The grass ninja accepted their response, saying, very well, let's proceed. As he began to lead them toward the academy and the dormitories near the factories, something caught his attention. He noticed a young man with black hair quietly picking up trash on the street not far away. He couldn't help but remark, "Hey? It's only noon, and the sanitation workers are already at work? They really work so hard." However, as the grass ninja turned to Obito, he saw that Obito had become unusually excited and was now rapidly approaching the young man. His agitation was noticeable, and the grass ninja couldn't help but inquire, "Hey, what's wrong?" Just as the grass ninja finished his question, Obito appeared to be inattentive to his words. With determination in his voice, Obito had already approached the young man and called out with a trembling voice, "Zetsu." At the sound of his name, Zetsu paused his work, looking in the direction of the voice with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Due to the ongoing war, the land of grass had been rather desolate, prompting him to seek work early in the day. However, he hadn't anticipated Obito's return at this moment. His face immediately lit up with happiness as he exclaimed, "Obito, you're back." "Aye. I'm back." Obito's eyes welled up with emotion as he looked at Zetsu standing before him, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Zetsu's current appearance, while different from the original, was immediately recognized by Obito. It was clear that Zetsu had been making efforts to maintain an unthreatening appearance, possibly out of consideration for not alarming people during his work. So this guy had indeed been diligently collecting trash to support his studies and care for Madara. He looked at the pile of garbage behind Zetsu. Upon seeing this, Obito couldn't help but express his concerns. "Zetsu, you don't have to collect trash," he said earnestly. However, just as he finished speaking and before Zetsu could respond to Obito's words, a grass ninja burst in with an exhilarated expression, shouting, "Our leader single-handedly killed the Mist Village's Mizu Kage, repelled the invading Mist Ninjas. Then, he joined Lord Yoshinori, and had a fierce confrontation and drove off the Cloud Village's ninjas." The grass ninja paused briefly to gauge the crowd's reaction, then continued, "Meanwhile, Lord Kakuzu took on hundreds of IWA ninja single-handedly, clutching one by the neck and shouting, 'Who dares to demand money from the grass village?' The IWA ninja retreated scaredly, and thus, the war is coming to an end." Stunned by the messenger's news, Obito and Rin couldn't help but turn to look at him. Several other villagers also emerged from their homes, their eyes filled with excitement. Even if they didn't fully understand the details, they recognized that one thing was clear: the war was drawing to a close. With trembling lips, they joined in the cheering, "That's wonderful! Our leader is incredible, the war is almost over." The cheers spread like wildfire, enveloping the entire land of grass in a joyful celebration. Obito and Rin exchanged glances, clearly surprised by the turn of events. They had anticipated the grass village to be struggling, yet it seemed that the grass village was on the verge of achieving a swift victory in the war. Obito sighed and contemplated that they would be residing here for a while. He recognized that peace was a welcome change. Just as he was about to continue his conversation with Zetsu and express his gratitude for the care he had provided, he noticed that Zetsu was no longer present. "Hey, where did Zetsu go?" He was about to call out to him when he looked down and spotted a piece of paper in his hand. Had it been left behind by Zetsu? Curiosity piqued, Obito lowered his head, unfolded the paper, and began to read the message inscribed on it. "He, I've gone to take care of Madara-sama. I'll treat you to a meal next time, Obito." Obito's eyes welled up with emotion, turning a vivid shade of red. His lips quivered as he murmured, "This idiot." Rin looked at Obito with a puzzled expression, unsure of why he was getting so emotional. She asked, "What's wrong, Obito? Why are you crying?" Obito, still visibly moved by Zetsu's actions, quickly wiped his eyes and tried to dismiss his emotional state. With a forced smile, he replied, "I'm fine, Rin. I just encountered an idiot." He cast his gaze downwards once more, his eyes fixated on the note. As he continued to stare at the note left by Zetsu, he couldn't help but mumble, "Obviously, it should be me who treats you to a meal, you idiot." Chapter 136, ch. 133 Sand Village Retreats. Upon receiving the news that the Grass Village had successfully repelled the ninja from the three major villages, Hanzo's face displayed a hint of shock. His muffled voice seeped out from beneath his mask as he exclaimed, "I never anticipated, this small ninja village could actually pull it off." Despite the fact that the main battlefield wasn't in the Grass Village, and therefore the number of dispatched enemy ninjas wouldn't have been too high, they were still from the 5 great ninja villages, the most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world. Hanzo chuckled heartily after this brief moment of contemplation, his eyes shifting towards the Rain Village ninjas under his command, who also bore smiles. They emerged victorious just like that? It seems my judgment was spot on. He grumbled slightly, "I was meant to stand guard, as we agreed, 1 in defense and 4 in attack. But it seems I've been outwitted once again by this sly individual, hasn't he?" Despite his satisfaction, Hanzo muttered under his breath. "I was meant to be on standby as part of our 1 attack while 4 defend strategy, but it seems I'm just being used once more, isn't he tricking me again?" Naturally, being able to hold their ground was also a significant achievement. The puppetry jutsu employed by the Sand Village was exceptionally vexing. These puppet creations were impervious to poisons, reducing the effectiveness of the Rain Village's toxic attacks by half. Furthermore, the puppets possessed an array of peculiar abilities, and without ample intelligence, one could suffer substantial losses. Particularly, the puppets fashioned by that Sand Village elder, Cho. These 10 puppets were each equipped with unique weaponry, ninja tools, and combat tactics. Not only were they formidable, but they also boasted impressive durability. During the Second Great Ninja War, Cho had already outwitted Hanzo regarding his poison techniques and was well versed in his strategies. If they were to engage in a full-fledged conflict, it would prove to be a headache. If it weren't for his prowess in water release jutsu, it would have been quite challenging to keep the old woman, Cho, at bay. At that very moment, a Rain Village ninja rushed in with news. "My lord, the Sand Village's commander, Cho, has requested an audience with you." "An audience with me?" It seems the Sand Village has gotten wind of the information, Hanzo chuckled sarcastically. "Very well, I shall see what this Cho wishes to discuss." "Elder Cho, have we truly lost?" inquired a somber Sand Village ninja. Cho, her visage deeply edged with the passage of time, exhibited a touch of remorse as she responded, "Yes, we have indeed lost. The Sand Village must retreat. The conflict at Kikyo Pass takes precedence over the events here." The war between the Sand Village and Kaha had persisted for many years, making it exceedingly difficult to bring an end to the hostilities. The battle wouldn't conclude until one side emerged victorious or one party surrendered. Furthermore, the ongoing war with the Mist Village had no foreseeable conclusion in sight. As long as the animosity endured, the war would persist. Hence, the forces at the current front could no longer be squandered. In truth, compared to the other 3 major ninja villages, the Sand Village had relatively fared better. While Hanzo had remained stationed in defense rather than taking the offensive, the Mist Village, on the contrary, had even lost a Kage like Mizu Kage. Cho released a heavy sigh, her eyes reflecting a multitude of complex emotions, as she peered in the direction of the Grass Village protected by the Rain Village. Akiyoko Kusano, everyone underestimated this Grass Village leader. As soon as she finished her sentence, a voice filled with hearty laughter rang out from a rain ninja who stood some distance away. "Cho, you old hag, what's the matter with you? Ha ha ha! Are you telling me you're ready to surrender to the Rain Village?" Upon hearing this, Cho raised an eyebrow and directed her gaze upward to the rain ninja leader who stood atop a massive salamander, his arms folded, exuding an air of arrogance. After a moment of contemplation, she replied with an air of calm assurance, "Yes, we have indeed lost due to insufficient information. However, I must emphasize that the Sand Village has not been defeated. Defeat is defeat. As long as I hold my ground, you are the losers. Who would have thought that one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Sand Village, would resort to excuses, even to a small village like Rain Village? Hanzo declared with a mocking tone as he ridiculed Cho. Cho stared at Hanzo with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. Had this man grown old? Although he had shed the arrogance he once held as a demigod of the ninja world, he now appeared to be acting as a shameless villain. With narrowed eyes and a wry smile, Cho addressed Hanzo, "Very well, you're correct. Defeat is defeat. I suppose I have become rather outdated." As she delivered her warning, Chiyo's gaze bore into Hanzo with an intense, piercing quality, and she added with a chilly smile, "But the 5 great ninja villages have taken notice of the hidden grass village. The Uzumaki clan, the Shinoite clan. It appears the grass village is harboring many secrets, doesn't it? Are you planning to blindly follow them? Such a choice may lead to your ultimate downfall, just like the Second Great Ninja War. Negotiating with the Sand Village is the path to hope for peace in the Land of Rain. Hanzo of the Salamander, do you intend to make the same ill-fated decision as during the Second Great Ninja War?" Upon hearing her words, Hanzo, who now stood atop the I-bus, peering down at the sand ninja below, responded without hesitation, "Is it another one of these warnings?" With a casual, relaxed manner, he extended his right foot as though he were looking down upon the sand village. Then, he broke into hearty laughter. "Whatever path I choose is my own decision. It doesn't concern your sand ninja village. Don't forget, I am the demigod of the ninja world." With a hint of disdain on his curled lips, he continued, "Furthermore, wrong choice, you say? What's wrong with openly declaring war against the 5 great ninja villages? In fact, I find it quite exhilarating. So where's the wrong in that?" "Foolish." Chiyo's face darkened upon hearing Hanzo's unwavering reply. Nevertheless, she opted not to engage in further argument and merely waved her hand, commanding, "Retreat." Upon her command, the sand ninja, though inwardly furious, obeyed and withdrew from the scene. At long last, after gazing down at the retreating sand ninja and waiting until they were out of sight, Hanzo finally recalled his salamander. He looked out over the war-torn Land of Rain and sighed, muttering to himself, "Kid, you better keep your word this time." On the other side, Yahiko's team was patrolling the border with the Land of Fire when they received the news. A heavy silence fell upon the group. They were taken aback, it had ended so swiftly, without them having a chance to take any action. "Damn it, I was eager to show the 5 great ninja villages what we were made of." Hato clenched his fists in frustration. "I should have stayed back in the village. Akihiko-sensei is just too sharp and cautious," Yahiko added with a touch of disappointment. "The Akatsuki didn't even get a chance to do anything. Is this it? Oh, by the way, what do we do with Danzo now? Should we send him back to the village?" Nagato was at a loss for words at Yahiko's remarks and sighed internally, "Aren't you the only remaining Akatsuki member now?" Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he grumbled, "Without orders from Akihiko-sensei, we can't head back. As for Danzo, for the time being, let's keep him here. We don't know what Konoha might do next." As the news of the failure of the 4 great ninja villages' siege on the grass village and the defeat and death of the third Mizukage spread, the entire ninja world was once again plunged into shock. The grass village, a relatively small and less prominent village, had been utterly destroyed at the end of the First Great Ninja War. It had only been rebuilt during the final stages of the Second Great Ninja War, and now, just a few years later, it had successfully fended off the combined might of the 4 great ninja villages. Many had initially assumed that the grass village would eventually compromise or be overwhelmed after being encircled by the 4 great ninja villages. But the rapid conclusion of the war in favor of the grass village had left them astounded. As the shocking revelations about the grass village's strength and the reappearance of the Uzumaki clan spread throughout the ninja world, many were left both amazed and deeply worried by these secrets. The return of the Uzumaki clan, long thought to be extinct, was a revelation that raised many questions and concerns, especially considering their historical ties with Konoha. Naturally, there was keen anticipation regarding how Konoha would react to this information. The relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had always been unique and complex. Within the walls of Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat in his office, the air thick with tension. He took a long drag from his cigarette, letting the smoke curl around him. Leaning back, he rested his clasped hands under his chin, his eyes scanning the faces of those gathered. After a moment of silence, he broke it with a question: "What are your thoughts on this matter, everyone?" Chapter 137, ch. 134 Uzumaki clan's new approach. The recent events, particularly the battle aimed at eradicating the grass village by the four great villages, have brought several significant revelations regarding the grass village. These revelations encompassed the remarkable strength of the grass village's leader and the rapid ascendancy of the village itself. For Konoha, these developments were further complicated by the unexpected reappearance of the Uzumaki clan, which had a special connection to the village. The Uzumaki clan's history with Konoha was deeply entwined. Their relationship was far from simple. The first Hokage's wife hailed from the Uzumaki clan, and her contributions to Konoha were immeasurable, particularly in the field of sealing jutsu and the demonstration of Jinchuriki viability. Additionally, going back to the Warring States period, the Senju clan had maintained a strong and enduring friendship with the Uzumaki clan, a bond that had carried over into the founding of Konoha. The distinct whirlpool symbol present on the backs of Konoha ninja vests and part of the symbol on the forehead protector served as a representation of the close and enduring relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. Consequently, it was initially assumed that the Uzumaki clan had gradually diminished or even disappeared entirely over time, due to the surrounding nations and factions. The sudden resurgence of this clan within the neighboring grass village had caught many by surprise. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile held a touch of resignation as he sighed and spoke, "The grass village has certainly caused us quite a bit of trouble. Even Kushina has been adamant about wanting to visit that place." Homura Midokado, a strategist for Konoha, displayed unwavering determination as he shook his head firmly. "We cannot allow her to leave the village under any circumstances. The Nine Tails is of paramount importance to Konoha, and any misfortune could be catastrophic, especially given her status as the Jinchuriki." Kushina Uzumaki, who had been brought to Konoha from the wandering Uzumaki clan, presented a unique challenge. If she ventured to the grass village and showed reluctance to return, how would they retrieve her? Furthermore, this would raise questions about her status as either Konoha's Jinchuriki or belonging to the Uzumaki clan. While Kushina had been under the protection of Mito-sama ever since her arrival in Konoha and had grown up freely and happily according to Mito-sama's wishes, there remained uncertainties about her intentions. Homura contemplated with a sigh, thinking, perhaps Danzo's decision could have been correct back then. He then assumed a serious expression and stated, "Konoha must intensify its supervision over the Jinchuriki. Simultaneously, we must gain an understanding of the Uzumaki clan's intentions." Koharu Udaten, who stood beside them, suddenly chimed in, "It might not be all bad. The relationship between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan has always been good. The tragedy from the past, it wasn't Konoha's fault." At this point, Koharu's eyes displayed a hint of seriousness as she continued, "However, this grass village leader..." Without articulating the words, both Homura and Hiruzen grasped her implication. Although the grass village's leader often described their villages as close siblings and emphasized their alliance, he had deceived them without hesitation when it suited his purposes. Koharu concluded with a wry smile, "I didn't anticipate that after the rain village, the grass village would give birth to such a formidable figure." This grass village leader displayed no hesitation in deceiving the 5 great ninja villages into a staged conflict. His capacity for deception knew no bounds. Furthermore, his behavior is far from the straightforward, demigod-like conduct observed during the time of the Second Great Ninja War. He engages in shameless tricks without hesitation. For instance, he discreetly led his ninja into the Land of Fire, ambushing the Mist Village, inadvertently causing a battle in that region and some collateral damage. Even, the daimyo of the Land of Fire expressed his dissatisfaction with these developments. Koharu maintained her serious expression as she went on. It might be in our best interest to improve relations between Konoha and the Uzumaki clan. We can extend an invitation to the Uzumaki clan, letting them know that if anyone wishes to meet with Kushina, Konoha welcomes them. In addition, the Uzumaki clan could play a pivotal role in serving as a bridge between the Grass Village and Konoha, facilitating sincere negotiations between the two parties. She paused and added with a sigh, "We must acknowledge that the Grass Village's sudden rise has taken us somewhat by surprise. Nevertheless, it may be possible to alleviate the impact on Konoha by involving the Uzumaki clan and the Grass Village in these efforts. There's no need for this war to escalate further." After the Grass Village leader's decisive victory over the Third Mizukage and the significant losses suffered by the Mist Village, the Mist Village redirected most of its forces toward the Sand Village. Their strategy appeared to involve regaining their losses from the Sand Village first before refocusing their efforts on the Grass Village. The deeply rooted hatred between the Mist and Sand Villages continued to fuel the ongoing war, making it difficult to halt until the grudges were resolved. Meanwhile, the Stone Village, the Cloud Village, and the Sand Village, which had participated in the conflict against the Grass Village, didn't suffer substantial losses. However, following the Sand Village's withdrawal, the Sand Village intensified its attacks on Kikyo Pass, adding pressure on Konoha. Koharu pondered the situation and commented, "With the Grass Village and the Uzumaki clan diverting the attention of other major ninja villages, this may work to Konoha's advantage. Ultimately, it's in everyone's interest to bring this war to a conclusion." As Koharu concluded her statement, a thoughtful silence fell over Hiruzen, Homura, and herself. Each wore a contemplative expression, deep in thought as they weighed their options. "I will talk to Minato," Hiruzen responded with a sigh and a reassuring smile. "I have faith in him, he possesses the unwavering will of fire, and I believe he'll handle Kushina's feelings with the utmost care. I'll also ensure that we inform both the Uzumaki clan and the Grass Village. This is a step toward preserving peace in the ninja world." However, Hiruzen had additional concerns to address. He had been patient with Orochimaru, hoping that time might heal the emotional wounds that drove the man's forbidden jutsu and inhumane experiments. But it was evident that Orochimaru's obsession had only grown. Sending Orochimaru to Kikyo Pass served as an opportunity to see if he could find a way to redirect Orochimaru's dangerous pursuits. Changing the topic, Hiruzen inquired, "Speaking of which, where has Danzo gone this time? He's been absent for quite a while now." A few days later, an official letter from the Grass Village arrived in Konoha. Hiruzen and his associates gathered around a table to read the letter. Their expressions lightened as they noticed the bold words at the top, declaring, "Sure, we accept your proposal." After all, it was a sensible choice for smaller villages to align with Konoha or strengthen their ties. Konoha was renowned as the most powerful ninja village, and this alliance would be beneficial for both parties. The prospect of this war coming to an end was now evident. If the Grass Village were to join their forces and emerge victorious, it could provide a unique opportunity for negotiation with the 5 great ninja villages. This was a pivotal moment for the Grass Village, whether they sought peace or aimed to establish themselves as the 6th great nation. Koharu's voice broke their reverie, prompting them to turn their attention back to the letter. She mentioned, "Wait, there's more in the letter." Upon hearing Koharu's words, the 3 of them delved further into the letter. To their surprise, their smiles gradually faded, and a somber silence enveloped them. However, in repelling the 4 great ninja villages this time, the Grass Village suffered significant losses and requires some time to recover. Therefore, the Grass Village will reorganize as soon as possible to come to Konoha's aid. We hope for your understanding. Rest assured, the Grass Village is committed to the principle that allies do not deceive one another. After all, our village, too, yearns for peace. In essence, they were conveying the message, please hold on for now, and we will come to your aid shortly. It seems that the Grass Village is quite cautious about Konoha, Koharu remarked with a sigh. She turned her gaze to Hiruzen, who was deep in thought, and added, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. The Uzumaki clan has also sent a letter. Let's see how they responded. With curiosity and a touch of concern, Hiruzen and Homura swiftly opened the letter from the Uzumaki clan. Given their close relationship with Konoha, the Uzumaki clan should have been more receptive to their alliance proposal. However, as they read the contents, their expressions shifted. The Uzumaki clan's response was rather brief, containing only the words, "Leader's words also represent us." A moment of speechlessness hung in the air as a disconcerting realization dawned on them. It seemed the Uzumaki clan had undergone a significant change in their stance. Akihako's primary concern wasn't Konoha's reaction at this moment. The Grass Village had no intention of getting embroiled in the wars between the 5 great ninja villages, especially if it meant being on the battlefield alongside Konoha. Such a situation could potentially result in the Grass Village being decimated, and they might end up seeking Konoha's protection in the end. Currently, Akihiko was occupied with numerous post-war matters demanding his attention. While gazing at the enthusiastic Yoshinori beside him, Akihiko set aside the document he had been reviewing and spoke with a hint of resignation, "We can explore the idea of laying down a lightning rail to the land of rain. As for funding..." He lowered his voice, drawing closer to Yoshinori, and whispered into his ear, "You can discuss it with Kakuzu. This could be a highly profitable endeavor, you know." Yoshinori's eyes brightened as he caught Akihiko's drift, nodding with a knowing look. "I see what you mean." With that understanding, he promptly made his exit. It was time to progress to the next stage of the Lightning Rail project, the trial phase. As Yoshinori left, Akihiko exhaled deeply, relieved that the immediate matters were settled. "Is it finally over?" Akihiko reclined comfortably, ready to seek out Kana for some relaxation. However, his plans were interrupted when an unexpected figure burst into the room, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "Why are you here?" Hanzo, his expression less than pleased, retorted, "You rascal, you've actually escaped to the Grass Village for a break. I had to travel all the way here just to meet you." He didn't seem happy at all as he continued, "What about the promise you made to me?" Akihiko was bewildered, trying to make sense of Hanzo's words. He couldn't recall what exactly Hanzo was referring to. Observing Akihiko's perplexed expression, Hanzo smacked his forehead in exasperation. This guy, he had been eagerly looking forward to the promised matter, but it seemed that Akihiko had completely forgotten about it. Hanzo growled with frustration and anger, "The opportunity for peace in the land of rain, you damn it." Akihiko's eyes brightened with recognition, and he chuckled, "Oh, that. Don't be upset. I've actually been pondering it recently." Hanzo looked at Akihiko with a skeptical look, his finger pointed at the ground. "Come on, don't tell me you're playing games with me again. I swear, I'll just lie down right here." Akihiko was taken aback by Hanzo's shameless protest. He couldn't believe how much the once mighty demigod of the ninja world had changed. Raising an eyebrow, Akihiko sighed inwardly and adopted a more serious tone. To achieve peace in the land of rain, the first step is to address the internal issues within the land of rain. Chapter 138, ch. 135 Cleaning the Land of Rain. In the pursuit of peace in the land of rain, it was essential to begin with a comprehensive nationwide lockdown. The land of rain had been embroiled in turmoil for an extended period, and Hanzo recognized that they could not secure peace on their own after witnessing the overwhelming power of the 5 great ninja villages following the Second Great Ninja War. In a bid to find a resolution, Hanzo had chosen to compromise, leading to the land of rain falling under constant surveillance and external influence. This had led to internal confusion and turmoil. Thus, the first step towards peace was to address the Land of Rain's internal issues. Now, with the Grass and Rain forming an alliance, and the Hanzo, the demigod defending personally, he believed that the 5 great ninja villages would refrain from reckless actions after the substantial losses they incurred in their encounter with the Grass village. After all, the ongoing war between the 5 great ninja villages was of greater concern to them. Furthermore, Akihiko surmised that all 5 major ninja villages desired peace. Additionally, their failure to gain any advantages in the war with the Grass village meant that embarking on another conflict recklessly would be unwise. In fact, they understood already that without deploying a significant portion of their forces, the 5 great ninja villages had no means to defeat the united fronts of the Grass and Rain. Remember the instructions given by leader Akihiko and Hanzo-sama? Aso, the commander entrusted with leading the cleaning campaign, declared with determination, addressing the assembled shinobi. Our primary mission is to gather the people of Land of Rain and ensure their safety. Aso's gaze swept across the assembled shinobi, which included members of the Uzumaki clan sent by Akihiko due to their exceptional sensing abilities, which would prove invaluable for this mission. He spoke with sincerity, emphasizing the importance of their mission. Remember, the safety comes first. This opportunity has been hard-won, and I hope each of you will rise to the occasion and not let down leader Akihiko and Hanzo-sama. This may be our Land of Rain's only chance for lasting peace. Aso's impassioned speech moved the assembled Rain ninjas, and they responded with a resounding chorus of determination. We promise, Aso-sama, we will give our all to meet the expectations of leader Akihiko and Hanzo-sama. Aso leaned in and spoke in a hushed tone, as if sharing a secret. By the way, Hanzo-sama mentioned that if we successfully complete this mission, he'll speak to leader Akihiko about allowing our children to attend school. With a raised fist, Aso rallied the Rain ninja. So let's give it our all. Our children might have the opportunity to enroll in the academy founded by leader Akihiko. It's a ninja academy even more remarkable than Konoha's. They can even learn various ninja arts, including secret techniques there. Therefore, let's strive for this chance, so that our children won't have to sacrifice their young lives in the future. At that moment, the Rain ninjas couldn't contain their excitement, raising their fists and cheering, "This is incredible! Our children might finally have a chance to attend school. Thank you, leader Akihiko and Hanzo-sama. Now, let's begin. Squad leaders, lead your teams." Aso addressed the enthusiastic crowd and urged them, "Remember our true mission, to cleanse the Land of Rain and expel anyone who doesn't belong here." "Yes, cleanse the Land of Rain." The Rain teams responded with conviction, fully aware of their purpose. As the Rain ninja teams departed one by one, Aso wore a satisfied smile. Could it be that, after so many years, the Land of Rain was finally on the path to achieving peace? Feeling as if both leader Akihiko and Hanzo-sama were watching over him, Aso turned to face their direction, his gaze determined. He saluted in their direction, then took a deep breath and declared, "Let's get moving too." "Geez! Haven't we already discussed the plan? The rest was up to you to handle." "There was no need for me to be here," Akihiko remarked, withdrawing his gaze from the departing Rain and Grass shinobi. Speaking of which, he was puzzled by Hanzo's continued silence. What was going on in Hanzo's mind? Why hadn't he spoken up? He had been observing them all along, yet he remained silent. Was he too sentimental to voice his thoughts as their leader? Hanzo suddenly burst into laughter, but then fell silent once more, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, filled with a sense of melancholy. He continued to speak, "It's because having you here puts my mind at ease, leader Akihiko." Hanzo's voice carried a mix of nostalgia and bitterness. "Ever since I was an orphan, I've longed for peace in the Land of Rain. I made a vow to bring peace to this country. Later, I became renowned as a ninja world demigod, and I truly believed that I could make it happen. I wanted to show the 5 great ninja villages how formidable the Land of Rain was and challenge them to leave our land. But they ignored me and continued to treat our land as their battleground. So, I declared war on Konoha, Suna, and the Land of Iron. After swiftly defeating the Land of Iron, I thought we could also overcome Suna and Konoha. As he recollected these events, his tone was tinged with bitterness and a hint of nostalgia. But they were the 5 great ninja villages, after all. After the Second Great Ninja War, the combined forces of Konoha and Suna had penetrated deep into the Land of Rain. Ultimately, the Rain village had to surrender, and the turmoil persisted to this day. Hanzo turned to Akihiko with a heartfelt smile and said, "Thank you." Akihiko waved his hand dismissively and chuckled, "Just don't make a habit of lying on my office floor. You know what needs to be done. Now, I'm going to take a break, and in a few days, I'll need to check on Elder Yoshinori's progress with the Lightning Train project." With these parting words, Akihiko turned and walked away without further conversation. Hanzo observed his departure, his inscrutable mask concealing any emotions as he softly whispered, "Thank you, Leader Akihiko." Truly. As Akihiko vanished into the gentle rain, Hanzo's eyes glimmered briefly. He murmured to himself, "The lightning train, hey." Raising his gaze to the expanse of the Land of Rain, he found solace in the gentle rain's embrace. Today's light rain was rather pleasant, a welcome change. A subtle smile formed beneath his mask as he looked toward the direction the rain ninjas left, and he murmured, "I'll be right here, waiting for everyone." If anyone saw Hanzo's situation right now, no one would believe that this is the once feared ninja demigod. As the rain and grass shinobi gazed at the devastated landscape ahead, it was clear that this region had borne the brunt of the war. The aftermath had rendered it eerily quiet and barren, with little sign of life. "I'm sensing some faint life signs in those few buildings up ahead," mentioned a red-haired grass shinobi. "They seem quite weak, though." The rain shinobi, surveying the desolation, let out a heavy sigh. "It's no surprise that they're weak. This area was one of the primary battlegrounds. The civilians here not only endured the ravages of war but also suffered from hunger and the harsh elements." He then turned to the young grass shinobi, who appeared to be from the Uzumaki clan and had recently graduated from the Grass Ninja Academy. This Uzumaki ninja was one of the members sent by Akihiko due to their strong sensory abilities, making them valuable for this mission. Considering their options, the rain shinobi inquired, "So, what's our plan now? Should we use the same method used in the past, barging in and subduing people?" "I've heard of that approach, but it was employed during the initial chaos when Leader Akihiko first arrived. It was used to minimize unnecessary conflicts," the grass shinobi replied. "But now our mission is different from back then. We're here to bring peace and a fresh start to the people. We don't need to resort to that tactic now, and given the number of places we have to visit, it wouldn't be practical to subdue everyone." The rain shinobi was still unsure about their approach, prompting him to seek further clarification. "What should we do, then?" The young grass shinobi, recalling Akihiko's instructions, replied, "We need to utilize the advantages you guys have." "Advantages? What advantages are you talking about?" the rain shinobi inquired, his confusion deepening. "Your identities," the grass shinobi responded with a smile, turning to the rain shinobi. "Identities?" The rain shinobi remained perplexed, wondering what unique identity he could possibly have. The rain shinobi and the grass shinobi approached a dilapidated house that bore the scars of war, their doubts lingering. The rain shinobi, primarily trained as assassins, found themselves in unfamiliar territory. They harbored concerns that they might mishandle this mission. However, they had no choice but to proceed. The words of Aso-sama resonated in their minds, providing the motivation they needed. They reminded themselves of the potential opportunity for their children to attend school. Taking a deep breath, one of the rain shinobi plastered a gentle smile on their face and knocked lightly on the door. In a friendly tone, they called out, "Hello, fellow resident of the Land of Rain. We're rain shinobi. Please open the door." They could only hope that this approach would yield positive results. Chapter 139, ch. 136 Mysterious Young Ninja? Team Leader, we've received some news. The war has concluded, and the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain have emerged victorious. Speaking of which, I bet you didn't expect to receive a letter from me, did you? In truth, I haven't penned this letter myself, it was written by a very patient young ninja. This young graduate from the Grass Ninja Academy may appear quite youthful, but he is truly remarkable. He willingly endured my ramblings. I heard that he has recently completed his studies at the academy. I must confess that I sometimes tend to prattle on. I assured him that he needn't write such an extensive letter, but he insisted. Well, it's in the letter now, and I hope it won't prove too tedious. By the way, we've been quite worried about your extended absence. Many days have passed, and there's still no sign of your return. We've observed other ninjas returning, such as Leader Akihiko and Leader Hanzo, which has only deepened our concern for your well-being. This prompted us to send you this letter, although we were uncertain of your whereabouts and if you'd even receive it. Fortunately, the young ninja who penned this seems to have heard about you. Thus, he will take the responsibility of delivering it. We merely addressed it to you, and it's now on its way. We sincerely hope it reaches you. So many events have unfolded in the Land of Rain during these times. A great know of ninjas have been arriving and departing. We've heard that Leader Akihiko and Leader Hanzo are collaborating to clean up the Land of Rain. Although we're not quite sure what they mean by cleaning up, we wonder if they're implying that it's a bit messy here or if they're merely tidying up the garbage strewn about in the Land of Rain. There's been talk circulating that peace is on the horizon for the Land of Rain, and it's quite exhilarating news, isn't it? We hope that it brings you happiness when you hear it. Recently, we've witnessed numerous refugees from the Land of Rain coming here. They bear the same worn faces and lost expressions that I once did. Back then, I was no different from them, but now, I am overjoyed that I made this journey, and I'm ecstatic about the approaching peace. Furthermore, we have overheard that our children will soon have the opportunity to attend school. It's simply astonishing, and the thought of my grandson receiving an education brought tears to my eyes. In addition, something else of note is that many workers are constructing what appears to be a peculiar road, consisting of iron bars. They claim it's intended for a kind of vehicle. Although I'm not entirely certain what this entails, it's purported to transport us swiftly to the Land of Grass. I'm not certain how fast this vehicle will be, but I'm genuinely excited about the prospect of visiting the Land of Grass. Perhaps we'll even have the chance to travel in this vehicle. I should mention that a message arrived recently from above. It appears the engineering team requires additional manpower, so they've reached out to us, the miners, for assistance. Our days are about to become even busier, but I couldn't be happier about it. I won't hold you any longer. It's time for us to commence work. Lastly, we eagerly anticipate your return. Do you recall when you mentioned inviting us for a drink upon your return? We all look forward to that day. Mining Team 007. Daisuke, after finishing his letter, couldn't suppress his smile. It was a letter delivered by a grass ninja that had arrived earlier in the day, indicating that life in the Land of Grass was gradually returning to normal, and the interrupted mail service had resumed. However, he hadn't really expected to receive letters from anyone. Ugh, why do you guys get letters, and I don't? Hato looked at the four people reading letters beside him, his lips pouting in a slightly annoyed manner. I've been working hard too. Hato couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't received any letters. Did nobody care about him? Even someone like him had been putting in the effort. At this point, the three individuals who had just finished reading their letters raised their heads and glanced at Daisuke with a mixture of curiosity and puzzlement. Yahiko had received a letter from Miyabuki's family, Nagato had a letter from his mother, and Konan's letter was penned by Kana. But when it came to Daisuke, who would write to him? In the end, they didn't dwell on it for too long, because the heartfelt letters from their families had put a smile on their faces, reminding them of the warmth of home. Daisuke received the letter and smiled faintly, though he appeared somewhat reserved. "It's from my co-workers at the mining site," he explained. "It's nothing special." Hato, however, seemed unconvinced. "Really?" he inquired with curiosity. "Let me see it." Daisuke paid no heed to Hato's request and continued speaking. "Honestly, it's just about what's been happening in the Land of Rain lately," he said casually, but he carefully stored the letter without revealing its contents. "You'll find out when the time comes. No need to read it now." With that, he left the room, seemingly unfazed by the skepticism in the eyes of his friends. In truth, it was really a letter from his mining colleagues, simply discussing recent events in the Land of Rain. But for some reason, reading this letter had stirred up an emotion he had never experienced before. As he walked out the door, touched the letter in his pocket, and looked in the direction of the Land of Rain, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself, "Could this be the peace of the Land of Rain? Medical ninjas! We need medical ninjas! Hurry!" The grass camp in the Rain village was in a state of chaos, with frantic ninjas seeking assistance. "Maintain order, everyone! Keep the lines orderly! Clothes and baths are available to my left, and if you're hungry, head to the right. Remember to queue up and no pushing." Despite the commotion caused by the sudden influx of people, the ninja responsible for maintaining order was diligent. "Maintain discipline. Where are the medical ninjas? We've been asking for them. This person appears to be poisoned." One ninja questioned a nearby grass village ninja. "We apologize, and will arrange for someone to come immediately. We've reported the shortage of medical ninjas to leader Akihiko, and we believe the situation will improve in a few days," the grass village ninja informed them. In the Rain village, such cries and requests had become increasingly common since the initiation of the cleaning campaign. The entire Rain village was in motion, but due to the vast areas and a large number of people in need, even with assistance from the grass village, there was a significant shortage of personnel. The relief station, as a result, was a scene of chaos. However, thanks to the continuous supply of resources from the grass village, the situation was not a major issue and would likely be resolved soon. In fact, without the aid from the grass village, relying solely on the Land of Rain itself would have made the situation even worse. At this moment, a young man, his tattered brown cloak and red short hair marking him out, gazed at the Land of Rain with a perplexed expression. The scene before him seemed different from the information he had gathered. He had heard rumors of chaos in the Land of Rain, but the chaos was entirely unlike what he had imagined. He had come to this place with a specific purpose, to perfect his red secret technique. In order to practice his secret technique, he required a considerable number of ninja corpses, making a chaotic country like the Land of Rain appear to be the ideal location. Additionally, he had another purpose, which was to hide his identity. However, as he observed the situation before him now, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his initial decision. If it weren't for the presence of a Rain village ninja standing nearby, he might even question if he had come to the wrong place altogether. Moreover, as he witnessed the cooperation between Grass and Rain shinobi, his uncertainties deepened. While he had heard of the alliance between Grass and Rain and the efforts of the Grass leader to repel shinobi from the 4 great villages and maintain peace in the Land of Grass, he couldn't fathom how these developments related to the Land of Rain. If peace had been achievable in the Land of Rain so readily, why had the former ninja world demigod waited until now to act? However, a sudden shout disrupted his thoughts. "Hey, you there! The guy with the red hair!" Turning to the source of the call, the young man with red hair became inwardly puzzled. Was the grass ninja addressing him? Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the nearby grass ninja who was holding a sound amplifying device and pointing at him. Why was he being called out? Had he been discovered? "Yes, it's you. We've called you several times already. Why do you look so clueless?" the grass ninja exclaimed. What are you standing there for? If you're hungry or in need of food, register over there and join the food line. Why are you just standing there? With those words, the young man raised an eyebrow, retracting the hand that had been about to emerge from under his cloak. He paused and looked at the grass ninja, and after a moment of contemplation, he decided, all right, I'll stay here for now and observe the situation. This place seemed to be a good location to maintain his cover. Besides, there was no urgency to immediately commence training in the red secret technique. He could first gather information about the situation in the area. With this in mind, he walked forward and joined the line. Fortunately, there were 6 registration stations, so the process moved relatively quickly. He thought for a moment and then decided to proceed to the middle registration group. It didn't take long for him to reach the front of the line. Name? Asked the grass ninja, directing the question at the young man with red hair standing before him. Pausing for a moment, the young man considered whether he should provide his real name. After a brief thought, he concluded that it might not be necessary to hide his identity. It was unlikely anyone would recognize him. Turning his attention to the grass ninja, who didn't seem to be much older than him, he remained silent for a brief moment before answering with indifference, Sasser. Chapter 140, ch. 137 Sasser. The grass ninja continued, age. Sasser paused briefly before replying, 17. 17. The grass ninja seemed momentarily surprised by this response. Sasser observed his reaction with a hint of speechlessness. After all, age shouldn't have been a significant concern. There was no need to hide it. He wondered why they were inquiring about such a seemingly irrelevant of which, it was his weathered appearance, combined with his extended wanderings in war-torn regions and his youthful countenance, made him appear somewhat disheveled. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but recall his reasons for coming to this land. He had seen signs of peace gradually returning to various parts of the ninja world, leading him to anticipate the eventual end of the brutal war. This had motivated him to travel to the Land of Rain, which had been embroiled in chaos for an extended period. However, upon arriving in the Land of Rain, he intended to have a simple meal and rest in a dilapidated house while gathering information about the current state of affairs in the region. Since he planned to stay for an extended period for his red secret technique training, acquiring basic intelligence was a crucial first step. However, he hadn't anticipated that, as he bit into his dry rations, a sudden knocking on the door, accompanied by enthusiastic shouts, would disrupt his meal. "Fellow resident, please open the door." Fellow resident. Sasser couldn't help but wonder. Who would address someone in such an enthusiastic manner in this dilapidated area? His immediate thought was, has Kusagakure discovered my secret and come to arrest me? He contemplated the boldness of this supposed arrest operation, as they had made an obvious mistake and shouted with such fake enthusiasm. Ready to put his plan into action to assert his toughness, Sasser was taken aback as the door was forcefully broken open. 3 or 4 shinobi from the Land of Rain and the Land of Grass barged in, exclaiming, "Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. There's an aid station up ahead. Please come with us." They even smiled and gently pulled him along, reassuring him, "Don't worry, peace is coming. Peace is coming to the Land of Rain." This situation left him thoroughly bewildered. Initially, he had thought that Kusagakure might have discovered his secret, but the presence of Rain and Grass shinobi in front of him contradicted his earlier guess. So, he decided to continue concealing his identity and follow them to gather information, but he hadn't expected this outcome. Seeing the large gathering of ordinary people, particularly refugees from the Land of Rain, who had been brought together by the Grass and Rain shinobi, he found it perplexing. He wondered about the reason behind the gathering. Were these Rain and Grass shinobi planning some sort of experiment on these civilians? After careful consideration, he opted to keep his true identity hidden and merged with the crowd of civilians, leading to the current situation. At this moment, while Sasser was lost in thought, Contemplating the grass and rain shinobi's intentions, the registration ninja in front of him asked another question, "Which village are you from?" Sasser, breaking out of his daze, replied after a brief pause, "I don't know." "Don't know? That's all right, it happens often. Looks like you're an orphan? It's truly amazing that you can survive until now." The grass ninja raised an eyebrow, replying in a casual manner and expressing a bit of surprise at how an orphan like Sasser had managed to survive for so long. Sasser couldn't help but stare blankly at the grass ninja's reaction, as if silently asking, "Are you serious?" "I'm sorry, I said too much. What I meant was that it doesn't matter if you're an orphan. Don't worry, with Lord Akihiko and Lord Hanzo here, the Land of Rain will definitely welcome peace. You don't have to wander anymore." The registration ninja, a grass shinobi, offered Sasser an apologetic smile and continued, "Do you possess any unique skills?" Upon this question, Sasser fell silent once more. Special skills? Ninja abilities like poisons or puppets? That wasn't something he could openly disclose. After a brief pause, he raised an eyebrow and replied, "None." "None." The registration ninja glanced at Sasser again, then proceeded to fill out the form. "That's perfectly fine. You can work at the construction site or in the factory, tightening screws. You're still young, and if you work diligently, you might have the opportunity to enroll in literacy classes later." Caught off guard by this new term, Sasser wondered what it meant. As he pondered, the registration ninja handed him a small piece of paper torn from his notebook and said, "Take this. It's your identification here. If you lose it, you can request a replacement, but it may affect your status. Don't worry, someone will explain everything to you later. I'm sure you're hungry after enduring the war. Head over to the line next to us, you're up next." Sasser, still in silence, accepted the small piece of paper that contained his basic information. It was a square piece of paper. His eyebrows raised slightly as he found everything quite perplexing. Could he really use this to get food like a regular person? But it wasn't a currency. What was happening in this land of rain? On the other hand, his stomach was audibly growling. He had been just about to eat some dry bread when he was brought here. So it was no wonder that he was famished. Sasser furrowed his brow, quietly murmuring to himself, "Very well, I'll observe what's happening in this land of rain with the grass and rain villages. After all, I'll be staying here for a while. This strange scene does make me quite uneasy." Approaching the dining area, he found himself drawn to the delightful aroma emanating from it. It was far more appealing than the dry rations he'd been eating. Many people, including children, were gathered here, sharing a meal. Sasser concluded that there likely wasn't much danger here. Following the given instructions, he hesitated briefly, then picked up a plate from the side and joined the line as directed. Sasser's turn came, and as he beheld the diverse array of dishes before him, he was once more taken aback. The generosity displayed by the Land of Rain puzzled him. Weren't they supposed to be in dire straits due to the ongoing war? He couldn't help but wonder if there was an ulterior motive behind their seemingly benevolent actions, like perhaps using these people for experiments. The situation felt incredibly suspicious. "Hey, kid, what are you staring at? Bring your plate over here!" shouted a portly chef in a cook's uniform upon noticing Sasser lost in thought. "Don't you see the others waiting behind you?" Extending his hand, the chef made Sasser tense up, thinking the chef might have sinister intentions. However, the chef simply took his plate, spooned a generous portion of food and meat onto it, and returned it in front of him. He yelled, "What are you waiting for? If you want rice, it's at the back, go serve yourself. Now, hurry up." Sasser, still in silence, filled his plate to the brim with food and poured himself some soup. He then located an empty spot to sit down. Staring at the assorted dishes on his plate, he remained expressionless. What could be the land of rain's true intent? Was there something amiss with this food? Could it be poisoned? Sasser inspected the food for any signs of foul play but found nothing suspicious. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a cautious bite. The surprising thing was that Sasser found the meal to be truly delicious, far superior to the dry rations he had been surviving on since leaving the hidden sand village. He hadn't enjoyed a proper meal like this in a long time. He continued to eat in silence, relishing every morsel. Under the cover of his tattered cloak and a simple yet effective umbrella fixed above his table that kept him dry in the rain, Sasser indulged in the peaceful atmosphere, accompanied only by the soothing sound of rainfall. Eventually, he finished his plate and emitted a small burp. Once more, he was left in contemplation, gazing at the empty plate before him, uncertain about the next steps. Then, it seemed like he heard a voice instructing, "Place your empty plates from the meals over there." He glanced in the direction of the voice, which instructed, "Place the empty plates from your meal over there." Sasser furrowed his brow at the sound and shifted his gaze to the designated area. Sure enough, a pile of used plates was accumulating there. After a brief pause, he placed his empty plate on the stack. Subsequently, another voice reached his ears, "If you haven't showered yet, please go to the left. If you don't have clothes, don't worry, we've already prepared them for you." Shower. Sasser raised an eyebrow, considering the idea. He lowered his gaze and subtly inspected his tattered cloak. He hadn't had a proper bath in quite some time. Well, now that he'd eaten, he thought, he might as well explore this shower option. But even as he made his decision, the question that had been lingering in his mind persisted: what is the true agenda of the Land of Rain?